She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace. And that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's
April 25th.
just natural.
Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Chairman Gordy,
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Here.
Supervisor Hashak,
Present.
Supervisor Dirty, and Supervisor Williams.
Present.
Supervisor Dirty, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? First item of business is public expression. We would like to hear from the public on general items of interest that are not on the agenda. Members are given 3 minutes to state their views, and we also will hear from the public on Zoom if you raise your hand. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to comment on items not on the agenda? Come forward, please, and state your name. To the microphone.
Okay. I don't know how to address the Chairman McGordy. Do I just say Chairman McGordy?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. I read this article in the newspaper.
Please state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Priscilla Tarver, SEIU 2015, Caregivers Union. And I read this article in the newspaper in the Willits Weekly. It was disturbing, to say the least. And we are trying to have negotiations with you guys, but this county, you guys haven't got a budget. And I read this article over and over, and two things stood out to me. Yes, when you take a job, you take the job duties that go with it, so you need to do your job. If you can't, then don't take that job. Number two, if there is a possibility that somebody doesn't understand, like it was brought up about Humboldt County, well, then maybe some more training so that you make sure that that person who has that position does understand their job. And thirdly, you have a whole county of people out here who are depending on you, and we're sitting with nothing. And I'm not just talking about our union, I'm talking about everybody else. So, I mean, I don't find it very comforting that our county is floundering and the people in it who continue to pour revenue into this county don't have anything solid to base everyday life on at this point. So I feel bad that this is happening in our county, and I also kind of almost feel bad that when the union supports somebody, we hope that you guys are going to do the things that we expected of you, that you told us you were going to do, and I don't see why this is dragging out so long. So that's my comment there. Other thing is, we need to get going on these negotiations. I understand, Chairman McGordy, you want the state to take over, but you know what? That's not going to happen overnight. In the meantime, we have all these workers out here without a contract who are taking care of people who don't have any other way to live. They can't go into nursing homes because they haven't been referred to one at some point. Some people can't go into them because they can still walk, and so they have higher eligibility criteria now to get into a nursing home, and they can't meet it, so they have to stay home. I saw an article in the Traders thing, whatever it was. A woman was advertising, an elderly woman was advertising, can somebody please call me and bring me some food and some clothes? That's pathetic. You know, that tells me there's nobody there helping that woman. So, and we also have the problem of a lot of workers are so aged out, older than you guys all here, that there's no young ones to replace them because they can't survive on the money that they're receiving at this point in time. I know, my time's up. Okay, so I just want to say, you guys need to get it together. We supported you, and we're not happy about how it's going. And secondly, we want our negotiations. We need that. And how do I get a budget report?
Thank you.
How do I get a copy of a budget report? Nobody knows that answer?
Chair.
Yes.
So there is a report from your elected auditor, controller, tax collector attached to the agenda.
Okay.
And I think it was attached a bit late, but it is there. Is it item 3C? I'm sorry, 3D.
Okay, so where do I pick that up at?
Do you have access to the website?
Oh,
If
I
not-
can download it then?
Yeah, if you go to our agenda today and click on 3D,
Okay.
it's the only attachment.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The supervisor.
I guess the question is, are you looking for the whole budget, or are you looking for the closeout numbers? Okay. I guess that's a question for Deputy CEO Hallman. Where can she find the budget?
This is Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. You can go online. We do have the budget books out there available online in the form of a PDF. We also have on the auditor's website, they do have the ACFR that is out there, that is the most current ACFR, which is the audit report that is produced at the end of every year by the auditor's office. Of course, we're one year behind because we're currently working on the current 21-22 audit. So as soon as that's available, it would be published as well. That is what Supervisor Williams was referring to. It is attached to the bottom of her it's a three-page letter in there.
Anyone else in the room who cares to make public expression at this time? Is there anybody online? Okay, well, since there seems to be no further public expression, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent calendar. Clerk, have you established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Are there any items that board members would like to pull for separate consideration?
3D.
Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Let's see.
Go ahead, Supervisor Hastrak.
Yeah, I wanted to pull items, well, 3D, 3F, and 3G.
Okay. Mr. Heckey.
Good morning. Patrick Hickey, Field Representative with SEIU Local 1021. Chair McGordy, members of the board, Deputy CEO Dunicliffe, County Council Curtis. Speaking to the auditor's report, we're heartened to see that it looks like we're close to $4 million in a carry forward, which is positive. We're still lacking in information, though. That the amount of information that was provided really doesn't give us a lot of direction in terms of where the county is at and the health of the county. As the county administration and the Board of Supervisors works to prepare the 2023 and 2024 budget, they need to staff up and budget for an increase in the cost of living for all current county employees. Our county will thrive if we make the necessary investments and take the steps to hang on to our experienced and talented staff. To do this, the county needs to focus on revenue collection. Employees need to see the board supports them and is committed to providing the funds to keep up with inflation. It's also important that any increases not be erased by increased cost in our health benefits. To do this, the board needs to focus its attention on aggressively pursuing revenue sources. The fee increases being proposed today are one example, but there are many other revenues that the county has failed to collect, in some cases for years, that would allow Mendocino to support its staff and continue to provide the essential services to its community residents. This includes billing the state and federal agencies for use of our microwave systems, collecting supplemental property taxes, and doing a more comprehensive review of property assessments. The county should also look into whether it's collecting all the transit occupancy taxes that are due on short-term vacation rentals. If the county has policies that are barriers to full enforcement, they should be removed. For example, if a building inspector notices a violation or property improvement that has not been reported, they should be allowed to and report that violation. The county is also missing out on many important and valuable grant opportunities that other counties are taking advantage of. By supporting staff, the county can carry forward on its mission and effectively make Mendocino a more vibrant and economically vigorous place. So as we move forward with the budget process, we ask that you put the employees on the front end of that process and make sure that you're budgeting for what those employees need to continue to do their job in an effective and efficient manner. Thank you.
Chair, can I ask the speaker a question? Patrick, you raised a number of issues, and I agree with many of the things you said. On the issue specifically to the healthcare plan, I think you're aware that I did some research end of December and discovered that the county's healthcare plan, Plan 2, is roughly approximate to what the cities of Fort Bragg, Willits, Point Arena, and Ukiah offer in their plan, equivalent Plan 2. Only their Plan 2 is actually better because their copay by the employees is 10%. County Mendocino's Plan 2 is 20% copay. So they have a slightly better plan, but they pay 25% less for that plan. And the county contracts for years, I don't know how far it goes back, said that the employees would pay 25% of the cost of the healthcare plan. So if we could get the county's costs for our healthcare plan in alignment with the city's costs for their Plan 2, and the county employees were paying 25%, it actually would not be an increase in out-of-pocket expense for the employees. We would simply be paying less for the premiums, as the cities are paying less, and but the employees would be paying the 25% of the premiums, which has been in the county contracts for, I don't know, probably a couple decades. Is that something that the union would support? Or, I mean, you talk about not increasing the pay. There is a way forward to not increase the out-of-pocket expense to the employees if we can drive down the cost of the plan.
Yeah, and that's the big question. Obviously, if the county can negotiate with Anthem, I'm not sure what role PRISM would play in that. A lot has to do with our experience rate and our population. One reason that those cities may have lower cost is they may have a younger workforce. They may have a workforce that's been utilizing insurance at a lower rate than county employees have. But I do encourage the county to engage in aggressive negotiations with Anthem and ask for PRISM support in that we can get those rates down. We would certainly support that.
And I certainly don't know all the demographic issues that may be different or the same with the cities. I do know that the statistics we saw with our county plan is that the average age of county employees, granted there's a lot of missing information when you look at averages, right? Because you could have a growing number of employees at the upper end in age and still have the average go down. But anyway, all I know is that the statistics we saw in the healthcare plan is the average age of county employees, actually it's in the retirement plan for the county, shows that the average age over the last 10 years had actually gone down by about, I think it was 1 or 2 years during the last 10 years. So as a group, they've gotten younger. Again, that statistic doesn't tell us if there's a large cadre of people who are at the upper end or not. But there's a lot more to
moving in the
dive
right
into.
direction. Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Just another question for Patrick. Some of the revenue generators that you mentioned could probably be more expeditiously implemented if contract services were hired. I think that, there's been challenges with the ability to hire assessors. There's been challenges with the ability to hire enough people in the tax collector's office to be on top of TOT taxes, for instance. But there are contract services that are out there and available that the county could use. So I just hope that as we move forward in this next fiscal year, the union will be able to work with the county and recognize that our ability to hire individuals to carry out those services may be limited, and hiring professional services might help us achieve those revenues quicker.
Yeah, and we're certainly willing to work with you on that. I mean, one example, what other counties have done in the area of short-term vacation rental TOT taxes is to contract that out. There are services that don't cost the county a penny. They just take a small percentage of the additional revenue that's collected. And I know that's been discussed by this board over the past couple of years. I would certainly encourage this board to look into that and move forward.
Thank you, Patrick. Anybody else wish to make a comment on our consent items? What's that?
Can we talk about 3D?
We can. Let's go.
So I'm relieved to see some first steps in our report.
Is there any public comment online? That's what I was getting at. Okay. Julia Krog, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I just wanted to comment on item 3G, which is the cessation of the local drought emergency. And I just wanted to note for the public as well as the board, just something to be aware of related to that termination. On July 13th, 2021, the board had approved ordinance number 4494, which allowed for the temporary installation and use of water tanks during the drought emergency. And there was some reduced standards related to that. So if the board does approve and does not renew the local emergency related to drought, then that ordinance will start a 30-day clock during which anybody who made use of that urgency ordinance will need to come in and apply for the appropriate permits to retain those improvements. So that's really my only comment, just to make sure that the public is aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that it for online comments?
I had a comment in regard to Director Krog's statement.
Go ahead.
I think the board may want to consider making those changes permanent. The idea that we're regulating 5,000-gallon poly tanks when we can barely pave our roads or properly fund public safety, I think it's maybe misaligned with our priorities, and it may be an opportunity to streamline. Is that something the board would like to see come back?
Yes, I think that the issue of water storage is critical. It's not going to go away. And we should probably have a further discussion in the future. We also have a Victor Husak who is on the line. Victor, go ahead.
Oh, unmute. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was just wanting to reference and comment about item 4F, about the Fort Bragg library issue.
Victor, we're not commenting on that right now. You'll have to wait till that agenda
Okay.
item comes up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so some of the board members have pulled items, the first one being 3D.
Given that it was a late attachment, and it may be prudent to hold off on accepting the report until our fiscal team has a chance to review, and I imagine supervisors may have more questions as they digest the report. Would it be appropriate to hold off on approval until the next meeting?
Well, I would think so. I would want our fiscal team to have a chance to look at it because I know there's some things that they're concerned about. We might ask right now the fiscal team what things in particular that they've noted that they think need some resolution. Deputy CEO Hallman? Oh, no.
Good
Deputy
morning,
CEO Pierce.
Board of Supervisors, Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. With the late submission of the report, the Executive Office has not been able to review any of the data, but we would like to remind the board that in December, $500,000 was set aside to pay for expenses that we knew were going to be over, and then we also have the health plan deficit that will need to be addressed at some point. As a fiscal year 2021 ACFR, it was $3.6 million, but we would like to have the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector confirm what the true deficit is, if it's still that. So we have not had a minute to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
And Chair?
Yes.
Related is item 3F, sponsored by Chair McGuarty and Supervisor Williams. asking for assets and liabilities for the last 3 years. I think it would be better to frame this report in context with that additional information. That may be a way for us to kind of, I don't know if sanity check it, but make sure it's framed appropriately for our understanding, and that information isn't yet available. It's one of the reasons I'd like to hold off. It is a little bit concerning that we've gone from 2.2 million to 5.
And I just want to refresh your memories on AB 1869. It was a bill that was passed back in this fiscal year that we were talking about. The board did make a decision a few months back to take the state revenues that came in to offset that bill and put it back into fiscal year 21-22. That hasn't happened yet. This report doesn't reflect that. With probation's number being at the 349 over, that's with the state's money not going back and correcting that. So this number will change again. It will be more than the 3.9 when those state revenues go back in and offset that loss to the general fund for the probation department. So I thought I'd quickly share that with you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so for 3D, we at this point.
Chair?
Yes.
So I was going to pull 3D and 3F and also 3G. But with items 3D and 3F, they've been put on the consent calendar, and I really think that these are issues that need to be discussed. Last time we voted on the consent calendar when the issue can provide in a timely way. I also think that the board needs to give direction to the executive office, the CEO, to work collaboratively with the auditor controller to get these numbers in line as soon as possible. It just seems like we've been spinning our wheels for a long time, and as adults, we need to just sit down and try to work it out. And so I think that the executive office and the auditor should be directed to work it out and come back with the numbers so that we're not guessing.
I think we have given direction to our executive office to work directly with the auditor controller, as far as I can tell. I haven't heard them say, we certainly haven't given direction to ignore her. So I don't know. Deputy CEO Dunicliffe, do you have any perspective on this?
Deputy CEO Steve Dunicliffe, just primarily that this has been a long-standing discussion point. I think that the fact that the auditor has provided information in the report that we received yesterday does allow us to take another step forward in understanding this. And certainly the board is already interested in seeing this delayed somewhat so that we can get on the same page. So I think that that's its direction that's consistent with our intent. Right, having the executive office working directly with the auditor controller's office and trying to ensure that we've got numbers that we're all in agreement on, if I'm speaking to the right part of that question.
I did indicate I would provide the information. I let the board know that it would be last minute, that it would be coming on Monday late because I was at a conference last week with the state controllers. I'm sorry, state auditors. So I did provide that information. The information is something that most departments should have been familiar with. It comes from Munis, the financial transactions that exist in Munis that are periods 1 through 12. There are some anomalies due to the fact that we implemented some of the outside auditors, period 13 adjustments for fiscal year 2021 as well as 21-22, and those are in period 13. There are a couple of other adjustments that took place as a result of some of the departments taking a closer look at their final numbers. One of the reasons that I initially reported the 2.2 and did not feel comfortable reporting a higher number was because departments were still taking a look at some of those ending balances, and I was not 100% as appreciated, but this is not something that this directive that was written last week of what those board members aren't really sure how to phrase those questions. I think it would be much more productive if those conversations took place directly with me in order to kind of determine what the information is that's being requested, as opposed to being thrown out in a public meeting and then, trying to hold me to task for not understanding or providing the information. Being very concerned about how the board meetings are being portrayed and the attacks on myself and other people when this board and this county needs to be able to attract additional talent. Those don't play out well. When somebody's looking for a job to work in Mendocino County, they don't see that as someplace they want to come and work. They see this as a place where you are constantly attacking, undermining, and demeaning as opposed to supporting. So I would like to see, and I know that's not up to me, how you want to put forward, collaboration, but I would like to see a more honest, collaborative, safe environment where our office can work with the CEO's office and can work with staff and can work with board members to move forward in a productive manner. But this constant fighting, bickering, pointing fingers, and blaming is not fostering that collaboration and is not helping. And coming up with ways and more things for me to do when you've already consolidated my role, which now forces me to go to twice as many conferences and meetings, as well as making it difficult for me to hire good staff and get them trained, is just putting things a further pressure and putting us behind further. So, I think it would be helpful if there's direction and an honest willingness to participate. And maybe that changes who the participants are on the board side with those discussions. But, there's not a secret. I am not trying to hide information. You are asking this office to do things this office has never done before. But I'm willing to do that. But you also have to be mindful of the other requirements and priorities. And it's not that I'm making bad choices. I don't think the board is recognizing that we are in the middle of a 5-year court revenue audit. We are in the middle of I think it's 6 or 7 year property tax audit. We are in the middle of the county financial audit and the financial, the federal audit. So there are a lot of things going on. We are also implementing your cannabis tax reduction. We are also working hard with the other departments to get the supplemental notices out so that we can get the bills out so that we can generate more revenue. It's not as though there's an intent to hide information or to not be forthcoming, but we have to be able to find a way to work cooperatively and productively in a manner that fosters collaboration and doesn't quiet it. And that's my concern. I'm happy to try to provide the information, but there are a lot of demands, and it's not as simple as just hire somebody. I have hired some people, but they are not necessarily people that came with a strong background and the ability to step in and immediately pick up the tasks that have to be done and get them done as quickly as the previous person who maybe had done it for 30 years. It's not that simple. And any of my colleagues in other counties will tell you the same thing. They are all struggling to hire accounting staff with the level of knowledge and expertise needed. There are some counties that aren't even able to convince somebody to run for auditor's office or to recruit nationwide for those positions, and they are remaining vacant. So I really hope that we can find a way to work together cooperatively and collaboratively, or we're going to be in serious trouble moving forward.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to clear up a misconception for Supervisor Haschek. There was no agreement. I didn't feel compelled to rebut it.
There was an agreement. I beg to differ.
Okay, well, from the ad hoc's perspective, I don't believe there was an agreement. We've been asking for these numbers since September when we expected them. At one point, we were concerned it may spill into the new year. We're now most of the way through April. We're more than 7 months behind where we should be. The item 3F, though, I want to clarify to make sure, it sounds like there's some misunderstanding as to what we're asking for. We're just asking, how much money does the county have as of the last 3 end of fiscal years? That's it. But I'm going to go ahead and read it, and if we need to change the language, let's do it right here. Direction for auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to provide account descriptors and respective balance for all county-specific assets and liabilities prior to the creation of the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal years ended June 30th, 2020, June 30th, 2021, and June 30th, 2022, within 10 days of action. So what we're asking for is what were the balances for each of our accounts and our related liabilities for the prior 3 years. I would think this wouldn't be a request for a new report. This would be pointing at an existing document. This should already be available, but I can't find it on the website. And then last, why is this coming to the board on the consent calendar? This was the advice of the state controller. When we met with the state controller, and they're watching, they're aware of what's going on here. Their recommendation was have the full board through a regular meeting make these requests. That's the proper way. Get it documented that the board is saying this is the information we need. And we had tried months and months working as an ad hoc on the side. We weren't getting the information. And so far this has been more fruitful. It's still a frustrating process, but it's been more fruitful than where we were. And it is the advice of the state.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I guess my issue was the consent calendar. And, we need to discuss these things. I totally agree. It's just when the consent calendar, it's not a place for discussion. It's a place for, just putting it through. And when we don't have all the information, I guess there's a disagreement whether you had an agreement or not. But, that we need to figure out how to move forward in a positive way.
If you would like it to be not a consent item, I can support that, because inevitably it turns into a discussion.
Right, and it should be.
Yep.
I would just like to comment that to Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Covison, that I think that our board has been very open to collaboration from the beginning when Supervisor Jurdy and I had a meeting with you and Julie Forrester before you ran for office, wanted to know what we could do, and I recall it as being a rather hostile meeting. I didn't feel like we got a very positive response from particularly Ms. Forrester about combining the position into one position. We didn't request that there be two separate departments, but we wanted one position. Is that how you recall it, Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes, well, as you know, we asked for suggestions, and we also made offers to bring in outside services that either you could identify or that the executive office could identify. And I believe, an example of one of those companies was, I don't know what their RGS, which has worked with Mendocino County in the past on other projects. That was just an example. But basically, we were requesting from you or from Ms. Forrester any and all suggestions for where we could bring in outside resources, because we know that both departments were understaffed, as are many county departments, and that there's been difficulties in filling positions. So I think our general approach was thinking that the most productive way forward was for the new department head, and ideally the two acting department heads prior to the election, to themselves come up with suggestions for how could a consolidated, or what is effectively still two departments, but one department head, run the collective offices as cost effectively and as effectively as possible, but most likely using some outside support services. People who have experience in this work from other counties could bring some extra, skill set and knowledge to those departments to assist in the interim. That offer still stands, I believe, for the board.
It still stands, and as I understand it, there actually is a contract with RGS to assist you with both Munis and Aumentum. So is that correct, Mr. Hallman or Ms. Pierce?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. Yes, we do have a contract with RGS to offer support on reporting needs. I would need to look at the full scope to understand exactly what else it outlines.
Are you aware of that, Ms. Covison?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so maybe that would be a good place.
They may be working with the executive office. They may be working with the executive office on those reporting needs, but the last I was aware, the executive office had contracted with Client First, and maybe they've decided to work with RGS, but that is not anything that I have been made aware of, nor are those services offered to me in my office in any way.
Okay, so we're telling you.
I understand that we met initially, but the board made the decision not to appoint me when there was a vacancy. So I was not able to hire an assistant auditor until, or even start recruitment until after I was actually elected to the position and the board made the appointment. So that was it was at least 9 months before I was even able to start recruiting. I worked with HR to create a position for the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. I believe that process took about 6 months. By the time we had to go through whatever various positions they were willing to consider bringing forward to the board, to have the position created, to go through the recruitment, to actually fill that position has taken a very long time. And that person has to be trained and brought up to speed. There have been, hiring a consultant doesn't necessarily help if that consultant knows nothing about how your systems work. If you have to train that person, you are spending twice the time to go through that. And then they don't stick around long-term. They are not an employee on an ongoing basis to move forward with, because that consultant can help you for an interim period after you've already trained them and brought them completely up to speed on your process, and then they leave. And you have to start that all over again with another employee. So I did actually speak with RGS initially and wasn't clear on a way that they would be able to help me productively without paying them for an entire assessment and taking staff time to produce that assessment, which would have actually put us further behind. So I understand that, but that's not an accurate reflection of the actual resources that are actually available to this office.
Well, that's not how
I will consider adding additional staff.
Okay, so that's not how it was presented to me by RGS. They have people in their system who understand how to run Munis and Amentum. They could have helped you. You wouldn't have to train them at all. They'd be training you. That was the whole point. And it was a way of bringing you up to speed
Nobody could
quicker.
tell us how to run Amentum when Amentum is not developed fully for our county.
Well, that was the
our
whole
county does
point.
property tax different than other counties.
Yeah.
It's not something they can step in and do.
Okay, so
It's just not.
this brings us to the issue of collaboration, and I hope you're open to the idea. It sounds like you are. This is what collaboration looks like. So I just want you to understand from our perspective, we are trying to help you, and we feel like we're being refused at every corner. And that's the frustration on our part. Supervisor Williams, do you have any other
Well,
further
I
comment?
put my pen up when I heard that Auditor Controller was not aware of RGS, and further statements indicate there was a conversation. It seems like there is awareness. I think it's been half a year that service has been available and not utilized. And I'm not clear why. RGS is a JPA. We're a member. There is continuity. We can continue using their services. So it's not like you're going to bring them in and use your staff time to get them up to speed and then have them leave as a consultant. I think they're available for as long as we need them. So I guess the question I have is, is your office willing to use RGS? The board is contracted to make this resource available because we understand you're understaffed and you need more help. Here's help. Are you willing to accept it?
I contacted RGS myself when we were going through the payroll conversion process, and I spoke to them about payroll and getting internal support for payroll. And they told me they would have to do an assessment. We would need to pay them for a full assessment before they would be willing to even give me an estimate as to what the cost would be for their services. I also spoke with their director myself directly about other services that might be helpful to my office. At that time, I determined that it wasn't really going to be productive use of my time. That is the last conversation that I had with anybody about RGS. I was not made aware that the county contracted RGS for any services, nor did anybody ask me what services RGS might be able to provide for my office. So I was not aware that we contracted with RGS, was not aware anybody contacted RGS after I contacted them, which was probably in May of last year. So I'm willing to possibly consider it, but they may be able to provide some support, but you have to understand that takes time. That will take additional time from me to be able to get them onboarded. So I cannot onboard them while also being able to respond to constant demands for information that this office has never provided in the past. I understand it's painful. I understand you want lots of information, and moving forward, you'd really like to have this. but there are also many competing priorities, and that includes revenue generation. That includes getting through, and RGS would not have been able to help us get through supplemental billing any faster than we have with Momentum, and we already have a consultant that's been working with us with Momentum. So I don't think that would have helped us in any way. Some of the issues that we have with the property tax system are with the vendor. They are specific issues with the vendor. They are not because the county needs to learn how to do things. They are not because the county doesn't, you can't just bring somebody in that knows nothing about how our system actually works. Just because somebody knows Munis does not mean they know how the county does things. So I am open to considering it if it's going to add benefit, if it's actually going to add efficiency and save time. But I'm not opposed to considering it, but nobody made me aware that that resource had been contracted, or there's been no further discussion about what options they may be for our office.
Okay.
So I'm willing to consider it, but what I'm asking for is to not feel like every time I have a meeting, I need to worry about what is going to be then turned around and used as a weapon against me in public session. That is what I'm concerned about. No board member on the ad hoc or otherwise has made any arrangement to come and speak with me directly, other than Supervisor Mulhern, about the financial aspects of the county. The CEO's office has not made an effort to come over here and learn collaboratively about how certain things work. There is a demand for information, and it is not in a productive and helpful and respectful manner. I am open to some of those, situations of learning how to do things and learning how to collaborate and sharing information. But it can't be just handled in open session under a, hostile demand for information. I understand you're trying to create a record because you're trying to point out how I'm somehow not succeeding in what I need to do, but I am doing the best I can. And I have worked for this county for 15 years. I do have a degree in accounting and management, despite what some people want to think. And I understand that there's a desire to try to push for some other, version of this office. And whether you like it or not, you don't have to like me, but I have been dedicated more than anybody else would do for this job. So what you don't hear is the people who reach out to me after these board meetings and tell me they pray I don't quit, which I know is what some of you would like. But you have to realize that there are many people out there that hope I don't, because they know you're going to be far worse off, because the amount of knowledge left in the county is going to be very small. So you need to appreciate that I am willing. I have put up with this. I have been a dedicated county employee, put in incredible amounts of effort, and I will continue to do that if it is productive and respectful and collaborative with other people. That's why I'm still here. I care about the county. I care about my coworkers. I care about the other fiscal managers and department heads, and I care about my community. But it needs to not feel so hostile that I'm trying to make this work. I expressed my concern, and this has not happened like Yolo County, okay? Yolo County had at least 8 years of intentional planning, leadership, processes put in place, people trained, the buy-in from the auditor controller, because it was something that was done, very collaboratively, respectfully, planned out. It took, if I recall right, 3 votes of the public to get it through. But that was probably because they actually did it in a responsible, respectful, and well-planned manner. We are not Yolo County. You did not plan this out. And I am trying to make it work. And I have been set up. I was the person willing to take this on. You didn't have anybody else willing to take it on. So I need there to be some support and some recognition for the fact that we are working hard in unfavorable conditions. We worked through the pandemic. We worked through short staffing, the loss of over 100 years of institutional knowledge in our departments. There needs to be some grace and respect. And I will continue to fight and do well for this county. I am dedicated. That did not change because I went from an employee to an elected department head. but there needs to be collaboration. There needs to be understanding, and there needs to be equal effort. It's not all on me. Other people need to actually learn something instead of trying to find ways to undercut me and get me to quit, because that's what it feels like. That's the agenda for some board members, is to get me to quit or to find a way to get rid of me so you can appoint somebody. Well, you might not be able to find somebody willing to do the job. So
Chair.
let's try to work this out. And so rather than put forward items on the consent calendar, which in the past board members used to actually talk to department heads and this office before they put things forward or before they put out zingers in a public meeting. They'd actually say, hey, I'm planning on putting an item, or I'm planning on pulling that to talk about this. You know, just wanted you to be prepared. That's not how this is working.
Okay.
Nobody is giving me that benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, so let's continue the conversation. Sure.
Yeah, I just want to make sure before we move on, we have clarification and an agreement on item 3F. Is it clear what we're asking for? We just want to know our assets and liabilities for the last 3 fiscal years. Is that possible?
That would have been a simpler request because those other ACFRs have already been prepared. So depending on how you read that, we've already prepared the prior 2 years ACFRs. If you want the assets and liabilities according to how they're budgeted for, or you want them according to GAAP, which is very different. It's a conversation we should have.
To
so
be
that you can
collaborative,
understand.
what could you provide that would give us 3 years of assets and liabilities? So that we're not asking you to do extra work. What do you already have that you could provide the board?
The question is, if you want it according to GAAP, the way the financial statements are, they recognize revenue in a different time frame than we do on a budget basis. For instance, if we do not receive the revenue within 60 days of the end of the fiscal year, GAAP will take that revenue out. But the way we budget, we've recognized that revenue. So if we have not received the revenue yet from state and federal sources, it would be backed out and shown as a receivable, or it may be shown as a liability, whether we have earned that revenue or not. This is a more complicated question than what you're basically asking for. So that's why I'm saying you need to understand what you're asking for.
So through the chair, which form would be the easiest for your office to provide? We're not asking you to do extra work. We just want a copy of the assets and liabilities and related accounts.
I will try to get that information for you. It is not something that is just sitting as a report. You can push a button in the system.
Okay,
I understand that's hard for you to understand, but it is not that simple because there are many different ways that things are accounted for. So I will try to get that information. The trial balance that goes to the outside auditors is hundreds of thousands of lines long. So I will see what basic information we can provide. And when you say you want it for all accounts, that is not information we would normally provide. We wouldn't normally provide that for all of your special revenue accounts, for your non-general fund accounts. So if you're wanting to look at something that is, you know, you may have, I can't even prepared to answer that question right now. So I'll see about assets and liabilities.
Okay, it sounds like we need a little bit of further clarification on this, which I think that we can take offline in consultation with the executive office. We'll get this clarified so that you can understand and we can understand what it is that we want. Does that sound acceptable for now? And Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I'd like to see if that's acceptable to the auditor controller.
That's fine with me. I think that there needs to be a better understanding of what's asked for, but my concern is that there's particular board members that are asking for something. I'm not sure if that answers the question for the rest of the board members. So I think we can have a discussion with the executive office, but to be clear, whether you're asking for things that impact the general fund or whether you're asking for things that are for your special revenue funds that already have a dedicated source of funds or already have money in fund balance, you know, it's a greater question than just a piece of paper, I guess is what I'm saying. It's not quite that simple.
Okay, well, we'll work on that. So Supervisor Hashtag, anything before we move on to Supervisor Mulherin?
Well, I think that we do have a problem in communication and collaboration. And so, again, I think that, these issues around the budget are so important to the county and how we function. And we've had this ad hoc committee working for the last year and a half or whatever on these issues, and it's not providing greater transparency or collaboration or openness for how we're dealing with the budget.
Okay, so what do you suggest?
Well, I do suggest that we have a standing committee and that, these issues can be dealt with, they can be really out in the open, and we can see what's going on.
Okay, that's one proposal. Supervisor Mulherin.
I have a question for Supervisor Hashak. What would the standing committee take up specifically?
Well, all items concerning the budget.
Well, that's the job of the Board of Supervisors.
Well, we've had this ad hoc that's been kind of doing that for the last year and a half, and it hasn't been fruitful.
I agree. So I actually think that it shouldn't be a standing committee, and I also think it shouldn't be a budget ad hoc. I would look to the executive office. I've struggled getting the information that I need, not from the auditor's office, but from the executive office fiscal team. And I actually think that I know that Robert Bendorf, who has worked with CSAC, who was the former CAO of Yolo County, and is an excellent facilitator. I actually think that there are issues that he might be able to facilitate a collaboration. We've not been able to move forward with really taking a look at how the departments either should be restructured or not, what the best staffing needs are, and I understand that Ms. Covison has been, challenged with dividing her time and unable to really look into that. I actually think that it is time to bring in a consultant that could help us do that work, and I don't think that it should be the elected officials that are deciding that. We need an expert that's going to decide that. And I would move that items 3D and 3F be placed on the May 9th agenda to be part of the budget conversation, and hope that the executive office and the auditor controller would have time in between now and then to work together to come up with the talking points that would help the board hopefully be able to move forward with the information that Ms. Covison provided. And it was very clear at our last meeting that that information was going to be provided at the last minute. It was provided. And now in order to have an appropriate conversation with transparency in a public meeting, I think it should be moved to agenda for May 9th.
Second, in discussion?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I also support Supervisor Mulhern on, this is the most important thing this board does, the budget. I don't think it should be an ad hoc or a standing committee. I think it should be public spotlight, all 5 of us. There's no reason for 3 supervisors to be left out of the conversation.
Well, I'm glad you're seeing it that way.
And further clarification, Supervisor Haschek, budget ad hoc, I know you probably think there's more discussions that have been had and there's more information that we're sitting on. We're reporting out fully. There's nothing. You're seeing it. And I think it would be valuable to have it at a public meeting where the public's seeing it and all 5 supervisors are seeing it. We've been struggling. We've had conversation after conversation. I'm kind of at my wit's end. All I want to know is how much money does the county have and what are the liabilities? And if we can't answer that, I think it highlights we have a real structural problem. And I think Supervisor Mulhern is right. Let's bring in some financial experts who can help us straighten it out and take the blame out of it. I mean, everyone here is picking up a mess that was handed down from generations in this county. And there's probably a better way to maintain our books. Now would be a good time to make that transition.
Deputy CEO Pierce.
Yeah, good morning, Board of Supervisors, Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. The Executive Office would ask if we could move it to the May 23rd meeting, as the May 9th meeting is full with the Q3 results, and on the May 23rd meeting, we would be bringing back more information on the 23-24 budget. And also RGS, as we kind of discussed earlier, is on contract. We could bring them in to help too. So we were just requesting if it could be brought back on the 23rd.
So, Chair?
Go ahead.
So I'm fine having the discussion on the 23rd, but I am worried that we're about to start negotiations. It's not fair to labor that this is a board working without information, information being how much money do we have. And so I would like the answer to 3F to come back at the May 9th meeting. It can just be a report attached. And we can all read it, digest it, and come on the 23rd prepared to ask questions. I'm afraid if that information gets attached last minute on the 23rd, we won't be having a fruitful discussion. Is that reasonable to move 3F to consent on May 9th and actually have the discussion on the 23rd?
Auditor, Controller, Tax Collector, Treasurer Covison, how do you feel about this?
I can try. I'll have to see what that information looks like. I mean, I understand, like I said, this is not a push of the button out of the system to get the answer to your question. It's just not. So I will see what I can do. But what is a concern to me, and I understand, the problem is that there are competing needs for information and time. So the amount of time that I'm going to have to spend is likely going to continue to impact our ability to respond to ongoing audits and the issuance of the 21-22 financial statements. So there's a total catch-22. We are in the throes of the audit and the act for preparation right now for 21-22. So hopefully there'll be time to produce that information for you. And you're asking to go back 3 years. I'm not quite sure how that really is relevant to today. But I understand the last fiscal year makes sense, but I don't know about the previous 2 years.
Supervisor Williams.
I would like the last 3 so that we can look at the trend. We can't look at the slope of our liabilities increasing or decreasing if we don't have a few data points. If you have a better way to do it, I mean, I would love to ask for a 20-year. We were keeping it to 3 years to not put burden on the office. But this is a board that's kind of in the blind as to what's the trajectory of our liabilities and our assets.
Unfortunately, I beg to differ. You have to realize the last 3 years involved COVID. They involve very extreme swings in our normal operations that we don't even have now as of today. So I'm not sure that looking at the previous 2 years would necessarily give you an accurate reflection of what our normal liabilities would be. But, you know, I can take a look at it and see if that's something that can be done. But we're not talking about 5 funds. Okay, we're talking about multiple funds. You have asked, what you've said is for basically every fund. You know how many funds we have with grants and public health, environmental health, the general fund, the road fund? I mean, are you seriously asking for every fund? That's not something that's just a push of the button.
So is it, it was my assumption, maybe it was wrong, that someone in this organization of 1,000 employees is monitoring our account balances once a year. Is that not the case?
You have asked for assets and liabilities. That is different depending on whether you're asking for the ACFR versus what you're looking at a budget-based accounting. Those are not the same things. And that's what I'm saying. This is not the same thing. And yes, your department heads are looking at how much revenue they have. They are looking at how much receivables they have. But yes, if that's a path you want to go down, that is certainly something we can do. I am not sure that you're going to get all the way through that in the next 2 months. I'm not sure. So I get the need for that, but you have to realize that is a new ask. That is a new discussion you want to have that has not normally been part of this budget process. And I understand the desire for more information, but I am concerned that you are likely going to impact and delay other things that are also critical, whether it's on my own calendar or yours. So we need to be realistic about what's achievable in the next 2 months. So if you want to start looking at evaluating every possible program and fund you have, I don't know if that's going to be possible in the next 2 months. I understand that's an ask and that's something you'd like to do, but that may very well have to involve your department heads as well. So I can't promise that information I can just push the button to come out of Munis is actually going to be something that's going to produce a report and make sense. I've already told you, as I've told you in the past, that the system was not configured to actually push a button and produce a balance sheet. That it was not an exaggeration. When we looked at it with Client First on our quick run through of possible reports, it was clear that the system was not configured to do that. That is something that is done in collaboration with the outside auditors when we're preparing the ACFR.
Okay, Supervisor.
Yeah, Chair, so I just clarify, I support the motion, and I just also wanted to, on the sort of the tangent about whether or not we should have the ad hoc budget committee, I think it was a good move by the board to have a budget ad hoc committee. That request that we even have it actually came from county employees who wanted the board members over time to get better understanding of how the county departments present their budget to the executive office for the board's later approval in the budget hearings. And so I feel like it was in support of our county employees that the board created that budget ad hoc, because over time, it's only for one fiscal year, but by rotating the membership on that ad hoc each year, you're getting a better understanding from all of us on the board over time on how each department prepares their budget and presents it to the executive office for later approval. So I think it's actually in support of the employees, and I hope we do not abandon the budget ad hoc.
Well, I agree with you. It gives a chance for the chair and the vice chair to sit there to sit through all the budget presentations from the department heads, and gives us great familiarity with what's going on. We're able to tell which departments really have a great understanding and present it well, and others that maybe are struggling a bit, and kind of, you know, it becomes much more personal to us. The important part, which Supervisor Williams alluded to, is making sure the information gets to the rest of the board. So I kind of agree with you on that. I think that that's a good system and takes that level of detail. I don't think all 5 of us would want to sit through. Maybe we would, 3 days of listening to department heads talk about their budgets. Because that's what it would take if you're serious about the
Well, if I could just finally, you know, that process already existed prior to the ad hoc committee. They were already presenting to the executive office, because believe it or not every meeting a county employee or a city employee has is in a public venue like this. It's not every meeting takes place in public. What the issue is, under the public meeting laws, there are limited venues for elected officials to get those candid conversations with county employees that county employees can have amongst themselves. And the occasional use of an ad hoc, strategically in this case, allows for that candid, safe place for county employees to talk about things that they might not want to say in a public meeting. So I think it's important for elected officials to have some exposure to what those public employees have to say that they don't necessarily want to say on camera. And I think it's actually in support of everyone, including the auditor controller.
Supervisor Williams.
I think the other supervisors have been waiting.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I put my pen up when you said that it was the chair and the vice chair on the budget committee.
Yes.
So that's me. I'm the vice chair.
Well, it
What we
changes
have
with-
is the chair and the previous chair. So just for
Correct.
clarification in moving forward, it sounds like the budget ad hoc's original intention should be, and perhaps in the future needs to be, not multiple meetings monthly, but being in the room or virtual room, depending, with the department heads as they present to the executive office, and that is the scope of the budget ad hoc, and that it should further be clarified whom should be on it in future years. And then my other request, and what has been told to me, is that as board members, we can ask for any fiscal information that we want. So as a board member, my ability to see what departments are requesting is available to me. And that I should be able to receive that information when I ask for it, even if I'm not on the budget ad hoc. Correct? County Council, you're nodding, so I'm assuming I'm headed on the, yeah.
Right, so the ad hocs are aligned with the fiscal year budget, and it is the chair and vice chair at the time that the next fiscal year gets started. Right, so it switches in other words in July. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, one of the issues that we've talked about is like the structure and the support for the auditor controller. And so with the consolidated offices,
They're not consolidated, the position of auditor
okay,
controller
the
trust.
positions, consolidated 4 positions. You know, we have this contract with RGS to provide some kind of support or maybe even a new look. It seems like auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector is kind of dealing with a lot of issues right now, and it's how to take a step back and look at a global perspective of how we run this budget fiscal office. And at this time, it doesn't seem, you know, we've been at it for whatever, a year or so that you've been in that position, Ms. Covison. And it's very difficult to take that big perspective on, can things be reorganized? Can things be more efficient? We were hoping to have more efficiency and effectiveness from that consolidation, and yet we haven't seen that, and I know that you're overwhelmed. So maybe it's time that we ask RGS to provide some kind of perspective like that, because they've probably worked with many counties and have an overview of maybe the possibilities that we aren't seeing because we're in the forest. We can't see, we're looking at the trees and we can't see the forest. And so, Ms. Covison, I guess the question for you would be, would you be receptive to working with this outside consultant to maybe help take the big picture view of things? See how we can restructure or see what kind of help that you might need.
Supervisor Haschek, I appreciate your question. I'm willing to talk to them, but if they don't have directly related experience and awareness of what it means to be in a consolidated office as a treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, or director of finance, I'm going to be a little bit concerned about their ability to lead me in some way. You know, I have reached out to other colleagues that are in similar situations, and I will continue to do that. I would like to take advantage of that. I do think I could probably come up with some really good ideas myself. That's why I go to the state auditors meetings and the state treasurer tax collector meetings, so that I can meet those other consolidated offices and have conversations with them. But part of the problem is, you know, you've said, yes, it's been a year. Well, let's think about that. Actually, I was in the acting auditor role for almost a year before I had to take on the consolidated role, because the treasurer tax collector had retired early, as well as the assistant treasurer tax collector had retired early. So I wasn't actually supposed to start my term until January, but I did it in July because there was nobody else there to do the work. It was an impossible situation. So I would certainly love to have the ability to plan and lead and think about things and put processes in place that should be there. It's not that I don't have the information or the knowledge or the ability to even make some of those decisions. It's the time constraints. It is the piling up of work that has to be done. And unfortunately, like I mentioned, you had 100 years of institutional knowledge leave the building. And unfortunately, in many cases, I'm the only person left in this office that has the knowledge. It's in my head about how we do things or what we need to do or what pieces, you know, the county has done in the past or how to even look for the things that maybe we're not seeing right this moment. So it is a much bigger task than that. I appreciate the opportunity. I will take advantage of the contract and have a conversation with them. I'm not sure that they are the right organization to lead some, you know, planning aspects of it. I'm willing to consider that they may be, but there are definitely other really specific requirements, because whether you want to say we consolidated or we didn't consolidate, well, we did. You did effectively consolidate the chain of command. You did. And so whether we are consolidated or not, we still have certain things that we are required to maintain in certain ways because you did change the chain of command. So there are things that have to be taken into consideration that they may not necessarily be aware of, but maybe they are. I'm willing to have that conversation with RGS, but I'm not willing to commit that they are necessarily the right tool to help move this office forward.
So I look forward to having a conversation in a consultative manner where we can go over these issues, and sounds like we have two parties that are agreeing that we will have these conversations. Supervisor Williams, any last thoughts on this?
Yeah, last thought. I just got provoked by one of those statements. It seems we have institutional knowledge that's not memorialized. Our procedures are not in a written document. They're just in the head of one county employee. Is that right? That seems a bit concerning. Does GAP have any requirements as to procedures being memorialized in documents?
Supervisor, we are working to memorialize more specific processes and procedures by also looking at what other counties are doing, but that is going to take time.
Okay.
But yes, there is a considerable amount of information by previous employees that was not necessarily documented. We
Right.
will be working on documenting that, but that again takes time. We will be, and we are working on that.
I
But
understand.
there are other examples from other counties that I would like the benefit of having that research done to determine whether we should be incorporating some of those other policies and procedures. So that is an added task that is assigned to one of my staff members, but that is going to take time.
Thank you, and I understand that's not your making. But Chair, I wonder if this would be another opportunity to bring an RGS or a different appropriate consultant to guide the county in telling us what documentation we have today, what documentation we should have, and helping us create a roadmap to get there.
Yeah, I think it would be. So let's kind of sum this up a little bit so that we're ready to move on. Oh, before we go, Supervisor Mulhern, go ahead.
I just want to make sure the aura is there. I briefly looked at RGS's administrative staff, and I don't think that they have the expertise that I'm looking for, and I very specifically think that Robert Bendorf has it. I understand that there needs to be some work done by the executive office to flesh that out, but because of his county administrative experience, because he is a person that leads college level classes on county budgeting throughout the state, I believe that he is a person, also personality-wise, is a person that could facilitate this very challenging conversation, and I want to make sure the aura is there so we don't have to specifically go with somebody from RGS.
Yes, I fully support that. Is it possible to read the motion back?
Is it?
Restatement.
Can you restate it for me, please?
Supervisor Mulhern, what did I second?
Yeah, great question. So I'm looking for the original.
And while you look for that, Chair, my last comment, I guess a request to you is, I would like to know how much money the county has. And what's become clear to me is nobody knows. And I think the elected financial department just doesn't know, and it would take them a lot of effort to produce that. What do you see as next steps, and is it reasonable that I'm asking for that information?
Well, I think that no county knows exactly how much money they have, if I understand it correctly, because there's, an accrual of finances that come in over time. So you can only give a snapshot in time of where you stand, if I understand it correctly, and it's not an absolute. Perhaps Ms. Pierce can help clarify this for us.
Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. I can't help clarify that, but I do have a question regarding following public policy. Would we have to go out to bid for this, as we are contracted with Tyler and RGS with similar services?
I
guess
think
it's
that the
an answer to
executive
county
office,
council.
the executive office has authority to enter into contracts up to $50,000.
I think our competitive bidding thresholds are a little bit different than the limits on the executive office's authority, but there is authority to go ahead and enter into contracts without bidding up to a certain cap. There are also, we'd need to review a little bit more, but there may be bases for an exception to bid or a sole source here, based on the conversation that I'm hearing today.
Okay, thank you.
Are you ready for the motion?
We're ready for the motion.
Okay. To move items 3D and 3F to the May 23rd Board of Supervisors agenda for the Executive Office to work with the Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office on the reporting out of those items which we received just prior to the meeting, and to seek a consultant to facilitate budget conversations and department responsibilities between the Executive Office, Fiscal Services staff, and the Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office, and present that back to the board at a point in time in the future.
Second, but I had a concern about the report being attached sooner than the 23rd. Is it possible to get that information on the 9th for 3F so that we have time to digest it and work with staff?
Would you like for that information to come?
I would like the 3F
Consent
to
to
come
dis-
on consent on on the 9th, and
For
then have the
discussion
discussion on the 23rd.
That's fine with me.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any further conversation before we take a vote? Okay. Let's see, public comment at this point?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Shamice has her hand up.
Oh, Shamiz, sorry. Go ahead.
I would just like to clarify that that is likely going to come the same way that the information did this week, because the information for May 9th agenda items were due yesterday. There's no way that I'm going to have that information prepared probably before the 8th. I mean, you keep asking for information that is not a push of the button, and I cannot possibly agree that it's going to be well ahead of time. So is Supervisor Williams' intent to make sure that the information is on the May 9th so that it's available for consideration and review prior to the discussion on May 23rd? I'd just like that to be made clear that it is going to be a last minute addition, similar to how the information was attached yesterday to today's agenda item.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. I just have a comment. I kind of feel like this is a good conversation. I get a sense that there is a desire on the part of the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office to be collaborative, which is stated publicly, which I appreciate. And I think that we're making some progress and coming up with a plan to make things work better, because that's in the end what we're all here for. So with that, I think we can have a call for the vote. Yes, Supervisor?
So just for clarity, we're taking those two items separately and then going back to the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're still on the consent calendar. So, motion to approve?
Move approval.
Or unless, is there still a concern that we didn't discuss?
Well, it was brought up by Ms. Krog about the item 3G, and it's the termination of the local emergency for drought. And I think that that is a case of celebration for us. Reason that, we've been in it for a long time, and Chair McGordy and I, have worked on that ad hoc committee on drought for a long time, and then it's in a standing committee. There's been a lot of work done on it. It will need a lot of work still. That certainly we're not out of this cyclical cycle, or the cycle of drought. And I appreciate Ms. Krog bringing up the storage tank item. I hope to see that soon.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, roll call?
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Just a question, is this for all the items that haven't been dealt with?
Yes.
Is this
Yes,
for
this
whole
is the
consent
approval on the
calendar?
consent calendar.
Correct.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chairman Gordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Supervisor Mulhern is yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so it is 10:25. Does staff want to take a break before we enter into a much larger discussion? Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 10:35.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo, entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal, entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, welcomed her into our home.
And it was easier for me because, you know, she was still, you know, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, you know, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no tenía amigos. Desarrollé una depresión postparto, entonces como que lo pasé muy mal al principio, fue muy difícil y a veces incluso me costaba conectar con mi bebé, como jugar con él o tener más paciencia. Eso me costó un poco, pero con apoyo de terapeuta, apoyo de Gaby, apoyo de amigas, creo que pude superar eso y ya hoy en día soy como una mamá más dedicada, igual también más informada y más consciente y amable conmigo misma para poder desarrollar mi maternidad. Porque si yo estoy bien, mi bebé va a estar bien.
And then Gabriella started coming over and I realized I've got someone to talk to. It was a saving grace, really.
The thing for me that actually wraps everything together and makes me feel so complete is that the home visitor that we have, she has taught me so much about babies and the stages that their brain go through, mental, physical, everything about children, and it just totally made me feel like I was the best mom in the world.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Meeting back into order, and the next item of business is agenda item number 4A, a notice public hearing. Discussion and possible action including adoption of resolution amending Exhibit X, our master fee schedule effective June 24th, 2023, unless code or policy require longer, including but not limited to the animal care services, assessor clerk recorder, cannabis management unit, clerk of the board, cultural services agency, Department of Transportation, executive office, general services agency, planning and building services, sheriff's office, and social services. The sponsor is executive office. So, clerk, have we established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, then I will open the public hearing at this point and turn it over to staff.
Good morning. This is Stella Brutzi, Senior Administrative Analyst. Good morning, Supervisors, Chairman Gordy, Deputy CEO Duncliffe, and County Counsel Curtis. We are presenting today our semi-annual fee hearing of proposed fee changes for several departments under the guidelines of Policy Number 47 for full cost recovery. We will be sharing our screens for the proposed fee memo changes with a revision to the Assessor Clerk Recorder's Office and the Cannabis Management Unit after discussions with both departments. And there is an estimated potential impact with an increase in revenue to the county of approximately $600,000 annually if these fees are accepted as they appear. Staff is available for various departments to respond to concerns or questions regarding fee proposal changes for their departments. Right now, we'll go ahead and pull up the proposed fee change memo. So currently we have animal care services for review.
Supervisors, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. We would like to point out that the Animal Care Department Head, Rich Molinari, has brought forward a alternative chart for some of the fees involved. If you have any questions regarding that chart, please feel free to ask at this time.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, I've talked with Director Molinari about this. His proposal for the changes that reflect kind of the crisis that we're having in animal care of the kennels being full, that they don't have room, that they're overburdened already, and I think his concern that if we increase the rates for neutering and spaying of animals and some of the other activities on this list that he proposed, if we raise those fees too much, that people will not do them and we'll have a bigger problem, and we're just creating, so I think his suggested prices are reasonable. They're increases, but they're not drastic increases, and he thinks that people will still be able to accommodate, spaying and neutering their animals, which I think has a benefit to the county. So I would move that we recommend or that we accept Director Molinari's changes.
Supervisor Williams.
So, slightly different approach, although I think we're close. I would suggest we go for full cost recovery so that we're accurately representing costs, but then offer vouchers to bring the cost down to whatever the board deems of public benefit. Because the way we've done this over time, where we subsidize, it doesn't reflect the true costs to the county, right? We wonder, why don't we have any money left at the end of the day? And it's because we're losing money on all sorts of services that we're providing that should have cost recovery. So I think the end result would be the same. I would charge the actual cost and then in another column subsidize it as much as you'd like.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
I think that's a great idea, and I was thinking that because there are community members who want to see animals spayed and neutered and donate regularly to that cause, there may be some community members that would pay for those vouchers. They believe in this process. I also know that that Director Molinari has talked to the board in the past about strategies that other communities have deployed to reduce the birth of unwanted animals, and so I don't know if he has something coming forward to us at some future point, but it sounds like other communities have done more than Mendocino County by ordinance than we have. So I'd like to see that, because getting ahead of the problem is probably more fruitful than just constantly dealing with the disasters after the fact.
Well, I agree with you that healthcare for animals is expensive. I have an accident-prone dog who has run up bills as high as $5,000 for swallowing a cat toy, and so we all know that vet services are expensive. And I do like the idea of having the option to get full cost recovery when we can, but obviously for things that might be very cost effective, such as spay and neutering, to be able to subsidize that through public contribution to support it. So I think that's a good idea. Supervisor Haschak.
So I guess my motion would be to accept the full cost recovery, but then provide vouchers that would take it back down to the cost that Director Molinari states would be appropriate.
Second.
And that I would like to hear from Director Molinari to make sure that he can get the word out to people that these vouchers would be available, that it's not an undue burden on his department.
Can we bring Supervisor, Department Head Molinari into the meeting?
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman, we're contacting him now.
Okay.
So until then, we can move on, and
I see his hand is up.
Oh, okay.
This is Lillian Breeden, Deputy Clerk of the Board, through the Chair, if I may. Mr. Molinari, you are a panelist now, so you are free to mute and unmute yourself as you please.
Go ahead. We're not hearing you.
Let you know what we provide here in regards to spay and neuter services is very, very low in regards to what the veterinarian community charges. On the West Coast, just to get your animal spayed and neutered, the average cost is around $457. Currently, right now, that's around $95, and then with a proposal, if we didn't do full cost, what I proposed, it would have been about $113. But through vouchers, through some grants, through some participation, public contribution, I think we can make this happen.
And of all the services you offer, wouldn't you say that's one of the most cost-effective things that we do?
It is. And in reference to Board of Supervisor Williams and Board of Supervisor Jarity, in the past, I had flown up a mandatory spay and neuter when animal control was under the Sheriff's Department, and it didn't get any legs. And we are going to actually be doing that again in the future. I'm actually meeting with rescue groups on May 1st and May 8th in regards to proposing mandatory spay and neuter. It helps. I've done it in the past with other jurisdictions I've worked in. There are ways people can keep animals intact. And as long as people keep their nose clean, they can do that. It is not a money grab, very reasonable fees for permits to keep these animals intact and stuff like that. But the more surgeries that we can perform the trend is that we will have lower animals coming into this facility. And that's the goal. Less births out in the field taking place, less unwanted pets. And thus, it makes our shelter less crowded. We're not put in the situation that we're currently in and have been experiencing for quite a while in regards to overcrowding. So we are working to get there. The wheel is rolling.
Supervisor Williams.
I wonder if we could get a straw poll of the board so that staff knows whether to put in the effort on that initiative. I support it.
I support it.
Yeah, I think it's certainly worth pursuing.
Supervisor Mullen?
I support bringing it forward.
And I do as well.
I can give you some past experience numbers. When I was with the city of Las Vegas, all the municipalities implemented it. We were taking in 60,000 animals. Within 5 years, it brought it down to 35,000 animals. So it does work. It's kind of like, state of California telling you have to have insurance and a seatbelt and a registration for your car. It's just a requirement, but there's legal ways for people to keep their animals intact. And like I said before, you keep your nose out of trouble and we can accommodate.
Okay. Any other questions for Director Molinari? Okay.
Well, just while we have him on the line, our family now has a 4-month-old puppy who has been receiving care at a vet clinic, but we haven't been instructed. I don't know if you heard as you transitioned in about communication from the department. We haven't been instructed to get a dog license. I know that you've been able to work with the veterinarian offices to get rabies vaccine updates, I believe, on most dogs, but I think that we could continue to work on some strategies for outreach to pet owners that don't go through animal care services and instead use private industry. Her first round of shots were at the Tractor Supply in a veterinary office. And so again, I think there are other means through which pet owners access services, and if we could try to communicate what our needs are as the county, I think that would be helpful.
No problem. We will look into that. We can take care of that.
Okay, if there's no further questions, then I think we're done with Director Molinari. Thank you for joining our meeting.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, so point of clarification, do we have a motion on the table here?
Yes.
Okay.
In a second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would just, since this is a public hearing process, I would suggest going through the rest of the presentation and the comment before.
Okay, so that would be the proper procedure because we've got a long list. So how do we track the list? Would you suggest that we just keep a kind of a running tally of what we're supporting or asking to change?
Yes, it might be most efficient to use clerk of the board or the executive office staff that are presenting to track and then to be able to frame that as a motion as that comes back to the board, assuming the position remains the same after public comment.
Okay, all right. And should we go through the entire hearing and then public comment comes at the end? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Just want to be sure. All right, well, thank you for that. Let's move on to the next item.
Hey, Stella Bretzies, I'm Senior Administrative Analyst. Next we have up is the Assessor Clerk Recorder. There has been a revision from the initial proposed memo that will be presented shortly. There was, the revision entails verbiage to mimic exactly that which was on the last master fee schedule that was approved in December. So there was a correction to that. Slight difference in the research time for the minimum from $22 to $25 an hour. But the Assessor Clerk Recorder, Katrina Bartolome, is available if you have any questions.
Are there any questions from board members? Supervisor Williams?
Does this represent true cost recovery? Yes.
Okay, next after that, just one moment, we'll take a moment to pull up the next slide. Should be There was on the original proposed fee memo, there was the cannabis management unit. Since that time, the department has asked to pull the fees and to approach at a later date. So we would like to be pulling that cannabis management unit fees.
I'm sorry, would you please repeat what you said?
So on this original proposal for the cannabis management unit, since the posting of the item, we have now, there's been discussion with the department that at this time they would like to pull the proposed fees from the item and have further time to review it for the next fee hearing.
Okay, so you're not ready to go with this, is what you're saying, because things have changed?
Correct.
Okay.
For clarification, so the existing fees will remain in place until there is a new fee hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Those that were approved in December of 22.
Okay. All right.
Next, we should have the clerk of the board. There are 2 items added for the board chambers rental. Those are new, half-day and full-day. And then there's the Cultural Services Agency. All items are based on full cost recovery on the proposed fee memo. Any questions that you might want to direct to the department head, to Deborah?
Question on the board chamber rental. Is that for either county departments or sister agencies, or is that like a member of the public can rent the hall for $75 or $150 half day, full day?
I believe it's for the public, but if we could ask Atlas Pearson to address it.
So for example, I know that the retirement board for retirement agency, which is technically separate from the county, but it was birthed by the county. 98% of the members of the retirement system are former county employees or current county employees. It is currently renting this room for half a day for board meetings. This, in my estimation, is not full cost recovery for the cost of this room. But I think it's appropriate for essentially a sister agency to rent it for this price. I don't know if someone wanted to have, I don't know, a wedding reception here. I don't know why someone would want this room, but this doesn't have the greatest ambiance for most things. But I can't imagine the county's cost is literally $150 for the full day.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board, through the chair, if I may.
Yes.
So yeah, this cost is for sister agencies, county departments, so things like Planning Commission, the Retirement Board. This is all. This is considered full cost recovery. This is the cost that it required for Clerk of the Board staff to set up this room. We went through, we calculated it. So I will note that members of the public cannot use this room. In our board chambers use policy, it is set out that these can only be used for government meetings. So this is just a full cost recovery for our staff time to set up and break down the room, as well as the occasional extra cleaning that is required outside of the cleaning for board meetings.
Okay, thanks for clarification.
Okay, now I'll go back to the cultural
Sure.
services. Oh,
Sure.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
When we say full cost recovery, are we taking into account the utilities, vacuuming, taking the waste bin out, everything that goes into maintaining this space? Or is this only staff time? So I guess I'm a little bit confused when we say cost recovery on the other items that have been presented. Is it similar, that it's not capturing the total?
If I may.
What is included in total cost recovery?
If I may, through the board, this
Yes,
is
you may.
Stella Bertzies. In their calculation for the full cost recovery, it's not just the salaries, it does include within their budget unit, their supplies and services and any AA 87 costs that apply to that budget unit. It's all calculated in there. There's a formula that takes that into account
So for
each budget unit.
For the $75 for half day, what does that not take into account? Is that everything?
I would say, actually, we should check with,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the public attention is drawn and the board's attention is drawn. There's an agenda item attached to the to our agenda item today. There is an attachment that lists every department's justification for the fees that they brought forward, which includes what I believe we know as A87 charges, household expenses, that type of thing, are all listed out based on each department in the agenda item for today.
So
I could look up the clerk of the board for you if you'd like me to
go for it. I think 75 for a half day can't possibly capture true cost recovery for this space. And so, and I'm okay with it. It's a good cause, you know, it's sister agencies, but I just want to understand is that representational of everything we're seeing? Are we really, do we have studies to show that these line item fees are actual cost recovery? County Council, you look like you have an answer.
I actually don't have an answer. I've got a slightly different thing I want to make sure that the board is aware of, which is this process has generally been used for the fees to make sure that they're compliant with all the relevant legal requirements and that the county is not making a profit, that it's only recovering its costs. I just want to make sure the board is aware there is an exception for fees, rental fees. Essentially, if you're renting out county property, giving access to it, I believe it's in Prop 26, that is one of the few areas where you actually could make a profit if you so desired. You may still consider cost recovery to be relevant to your conversation, but on those particular fees, it's not a requirement that you be below that.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
So again, on the agenda item, it does have the weighted rate that includes the, not only the salaries, but the benefits and the services and supplies that go into the weighted rate and the time that would be anticipated to be used for a half day or for a full day. So I just want to be clear that the information was included in the agenda packet for the public if they're interested in taking a look, or of the board. And Supervisor Williams, for a half day, it's estimated that it would be 1 hour and 5 minutes. And for a full day, 2 hours and 5 minutes. Again, these are not our team members staffing the meeting. It's just simply opening the chambers, and the utility expenses and other office expenses are included in every department's weighted rate.
Right. Understood. So I would, and I want to hear from my colleagues, I would put the actual cost in there. What is the cost to maintain this building? What is the HVAC system over time, right? Whatever we think the actual cost for this, I would use that number, and then if you want to subsidize it because they're sister agencies and we support them, by all means. There's a good public policy reason for that. But I think it would be good if our fees captured actual cost recovery as a starting point, because otherwise when we ask why are the roads in bad shape, well, the answer is it's sort of this nickel diming in every direction that we're giving away. I mean, this is kind of a handout, and maybe it's justified, right? If sister agency is using this space and they're on the same mission we are, we can justify it. But the public and the board should understand it. If the actual cost is $500 and we're charging $75, let's be clear about what we're doing.
I'm sorry, did I miss when the clerk said that it was, the actual cost was 500?
Well, I'm saying that if you include the cost of maintaining, I know what the roof costs on this building and the HVAC system and the remodel, if you spread that out over the reasonable life of those improvements, it's not $75 for half a day. It's a lot more.
Sir, the weighted rate includes the maintenance and the housekeeping and the
Well,
utilities.
then I'm questioning it, because that math, 75 for half day.
But I'm
Imagine if it
saying
were rented every day of the year for the reasonable life, maybe 15, 20 years on the roof and the HVAC, you're not going to come out with $75.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I don't know if this is going to help or not, but one thing that I have noticed, my own department doesn't have a fee update at this time, although we will be coming in the fall. The weighted rates that we use, because we are an A87 department, we are a service department to others, the A87 costs are not captured in the weighted rates that are typically provided to the departments. So for example, when county council's time is being charged to a special district, That's only covering the costs of the employee's time. It's not covering the costs of the office space, the power, other things there. So it's possible that what you were describing might have to do with the weighted rate of an A87 department, although I would defer to the executive office on that issue.
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. As Supervisor Moharan had pointed out, there is an A87 cost involved with the clerk of the board. That is, in theory, the amount that is spread out by the Auditor Controller's Office for those overhead costs, including the office space, including use of certain buildings, and how it gets spread out amongst the rest of the county. I don't know specifically how much of that 87 cost is spread out from the cost of board chambers, but the administrative costs are included within the A87. That's why, you know, smaller departments tend to have smaller amounts, and those larger departments do have larger amounts of 87 costs that are in there. So it would increase their costs for full cost recovery.
Well, Supervisor Williams brings up a good point, which is about replacement costs, which we do for automobiles, but we typically don't do for buildings when we're calculating these things. So, because we expect to have to replace vehicles more frequently than we do buildings, so I don't know what the effective lifespan of a government building is, but certainly we have some in our community here that have been used for over 100 years. So I don't know that we have to. I guess it's a good philosophical question. Do you try to create a fund for repair and replacement, or do you subsidize this so that things are affordable for us to do business?
I think we should be honest. Maybe we subsidize it, but we should have a column showing how much we're subsidizing it over the actual cost. Otherwise, we're deceiving ourselves and the public that saying the actual cost is $75, we're breaking even. I know that that's not true. Without doing the math, it's ridiculously low. And not a criticism of staff. I think you're following previous board direction, including what the board asks you to include. I'm just thinking about going forward, perhaps we want to try to capture the actual cost for each of these items, and then maybe decide to subsidize some of them.
Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I can understand the principle behind it, but when you look at the reality of, okay, it costs $2 million to put the roof on, and then this is probably 1/10 of the building size, and divided by 30 years, and divided by 365 days, and divided by, half a day or 4 hours, you're talking an incredible amount of work for staff, and we'll probably end up back at the 75 and 150. And so I warn about going down these rabbit holes, and maybe the air conditioning, and we figure out how much air is in this room, and so forth. So I'm happy with the 75 and 150, and I don't want to put staff through a needless, workload just to figure out for our principal.
I think I can live with that, but I want to point out, when we looked at the county's telecommunication towers, we found that state and federal agencies were getting a free ride, right? Fish and Wildlife, CHP, were using our towers and not reimbursing the county. What the county has lost in that arrangement is millions of dollars. So maybe it's not millions in this case, maybe it's tens of thousands of dollars. But I think it's helpful to, in every direction, given that we can't pave the roads, we can't do public safety, make sure that we understand where our money is flowing. And I'm not really clear if we're getting full cost recovery in general. We go through these fee schedules, and I couldn't tell you. We don't have footnotes to a study. Maybe they're all right, for all I know. But, I couldn't tell you. We might be subsidizing everything, and that's why we're broke.
Through the chair, I think with the rentals, especially when you see 75 and 150, those are numbers that are it doesn't look like the analysis was really complete, right? And so they pulled out some numbers. There's some time, they have a time analysis, but really, if we're not talking about everything involved in it, I think that those numbers are just suitable. So.
Okay. Shall we continue with the presentation, please?
Stella Bertise, Administrative Analyst. Before I continue on the fee justification detail that was provided, those are through time studies through each of the departments and the costs involved. So this is how all the full cost recovery was calculated for each department by their departments and is presented to you. So next is the Cultural Services Agency, their proposed fee changes. If you have any questions, Director Deborah Bader Sampson is available. Okay, next is, if not, we're moving to the General Services Facilities for the Parks Department. And they have some revised proposed fee changes, proposed fee changes for the Parks Department. Any questions would be addressed to Janelle Rao, Director. After that, we have that you skipped too far.
Can we go back to
So
the
any
parks,
questions
please?
before we move on?
Supervisor Mulhern here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to go back to the parks. I want to go back to the museum. During our last pre-budget conversation, the utilities of the museum were raised as a concern. I believe the executive office was going to work with the director to discuss if there were any opportunities to reduce those costs. But I really do think that this conversation that just happened is important, and I don't want to just brush it off. The departments have used a fee schedule to create these fees based on the expenses that they have in their department. And if that spreadsheet is not correct, then I think that we have a concern. I believe that they have entered the information that they need to have. I don't know where the spreadsheet came from originally that went to them to enter their information, or if there are things that need to be added, but I don't want to just brush it off because all of the fees were based on this data that each department has provided based on which employee is spending how much time, and they're all very detailed. They took time to go through this effort. So I want to just pause before we continue to move forward and not brush off that conversation. I believe that staff has provided with the information that they have on this spreadsheet, the data. If it needs to be changed, then the board needs to talk about that.
Well, I would, Chair, may I?
Yes, you may.
I would like to revisit it. I think we're doing a good job capturing labor cost, but I don't think we're capturing facilities maintenance. And given that we have 75 buildings that are have deferred maintenance to the point that we probably couldn't give most of them away, they're more of a liability than the market value. I think it's important that we start looking at attributing that ongoing maintenance cost to the various uses. So I think it's kind of a fundamental shortcoming here that we're not capturing facilities in the fee hearing. Right, 2 hours of staff time, that's great, we're getting recouped on the labor. But what about a building that may cost $3 million, have a life of 30 or 40 years, and in the process have HVAC and windows and roof and everything else replaced?
So a question perhaps to the CEO's office is, do we have, within our budgets, do we take into account a maintenance fee for each building and department?
Steve Dunnicliff, Deputy CEO. So the executive office doesn't have backup material related to the A87 charges, the way that they're calculated, but we understand that it includes space associated with a staff member. And so in following this conversation, it's interesting thinking about the fee associated with the chamber, as an example, as a space, as opposed to a staff member associated with a service. I don't know that we've got enough information to fully resolve this question today, but I think that it's absolutely something that if direction were to be given, we can look into this and come back at a later date.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if Director Rao can update the board on the A87 costs, which were included in the department spreadsheet, to come up with their weighted rate, come up with the fees, and see if the building infrastructure is something that gets weighed into that. And then I don't know that I guess I'm looking at county council, does that need to be, could that be a board direction to have it included? Does that need to be a new agenda item? What's the process for updating the A87 charges?
So I think that actually may not be a general services issue, that may be an auditor issue. I think the board had previously asked for a copy of the breakdown from the auditor with respect to how the A87 was being calculated. I don't know that you would necessarily, because A87 is following a particular set of principles and has to be approved by the state. I don't know that you would necessarily be able to direct or determine exactly how that would get calculated, but what you can do is get that information and see if the way that it's being calculated is really the appropriate methodology for setting the fees that you're using, or whether that may be failing to capture the full costs relative to the particular types of fees you're adopting.
Supervisor Williams.
Could we scroll back to the museum? Okay. So I wonder how the cost recovery works on this, because the museum, as I understand, revenue minus, operating expense minus revenue is about $480,000 per year. We spend $480 running the museum after the revenue that's collected. That's not reflected in these ticket prices. And that building eventually will need significant maintenance. I don't think that's reflected here. It may be that if we had true cost recovery, nobody would attend the museum because it would be like $100 a ticket, right? And it may be that we choose to subsidize it, but it would be really helpful to understand what is the actual ticket price on a cost recovery basis. You know, is it $100 and we're collecting $6, for example?
Stella Bertzi to the board. I apologize, I'm not able to pull up the detail right now for what they submitted, but as they did include when they're calculating their costs, we're basing it off their calculations in the fee change detail for the time of staff, their supplies and services, if the A87 is applicable to their budget unit. So
Yeah.
if there's more, perhaps Director Deborah Bader-Sampson can address the issue even more so.
Yeah, so maybe to restate the question, I would take the $480,000 loss and divide it by the number of tickets or other services to figure out the cost recovery value. And there's no way that's $6, $9, and $12. I mean, we're in space use 125, you got $480,000 to divide through these uses. So I don't think I'm pretty confident that we're not seeing cost recovery reflected.
Well, we're seeing cost recovery for our immediate expenses, but not for the long-term ownership of
No, even operating expenses, $480,000 a year operating expense beyond the revenue that we bring in.
Mm-hmm.
That's not being divided on these line items. So we're subsidizing $480,000 from general fund, and then that aside, maybe we're getting cost recovery, but what does that mean, putting it aside?
Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure. So I will use the museum, and hopefully the department head is on the line and will be brought in. But for example, the museum does more than just tours. They have other responsibilities and obligations that they need to do to maintain the artifacts, to do their regular work in reporting. And we have an entire spreadsheet that shows how the weighted rates were calculated, and so I'm not sure why we're not believing staff when they use the weighted rates to come up with how long, who, for instance, in a specific tour of a guided tour, whom in the museum does that, how much time is spent, and then divide that out amongst their weighted rate to come up with a cost. I believe that the departments used the spreadsheet that they were provided to come up with these rates and these fees, and so I'm just not really sure why we're telling them they're wrong unless the spreadsheet needs to be
Well,
completely changed.
It's like you're operating a grocery store, and you're looking at your costs, and you're leaving out the building and the maintenance of the building. I think that's what we've done. And I'm suggesting maybe those should be included. If we want to call it total cost recovery, well, the facility is a substantial cost relative to the service. If all we're including is the hourly wages, well, I know we're including some other cleaning, and I don't think we're including the facility. And I think the facility is the big item that needs to be included. Do you Supervisor Mulhern, do you disagree that facilities should be included?
I don't disagree that facilities are an expense to the departments and should be included. As was stated, perhaps the 887 charges are already including a percentage of that expense, but I don't know the answer to that. And I don't know if ATTC Cubison is still on the line or if Director Rao can answer that question.
Well, Councilor Curtis, you have your hand up, so.
Yes. So this may get a little bit arcane, so please bear with me. But the process that's being used for this fee hearing is under a particular statutory process that governs many of the fee types. And one of the things, but not all of the fees that are in front of you now have to go through this particular process. This is a bit of a historical legacy, and this exists, from what I can tell, for convenience, essentially, to make sure that we lump all of them in together, get them done at once, and then we follow sort of the most stringent process for all of the fees, regardless of whether or not it's needed. My rough understanding, and this is, I think, a question you're probably going to have to pose to the auditor and to the executive office as well. But my rough understanding is that the methodology that we might be using in the spreadsheet with the data that's there may be for the most restrictive types of fees that you're able to charge, and not necessarily for others that may be able to be a bit higher in terms of structure. So I talked before about rental fees, right? You can actually make a profit on those. There are other areas that you can't make a profit, but where you're allowed to charge a fee that covers the full cost of a program. So for example, in a permitting context, your cost, the calculation that goes into the spreadsheet, there's two calculations you could do, right? One would be the amount of time that goes into reviewing the permit, the amount of time that goes into the back and forth with the person who comes through the door, and everything that it takes to get from permit application to permit issuance. The other calculation that you could do is the total cost of operating that program, including revoking the permits down the line, enforcing inspections, and all the other things that may be associated with that. So it's possible that just due to some historical reasons, by virtue of the fact that we've got one spreadsheet for everything and one methodology for everything, there is a possibility that you may be under-capturing on the fees. I don't think that that's, I think staff are working with the data they've been given and the process that they've inherited, but it's possible that you may be able to fine-tune this and get closer to true cost recovery in some types of fees and not where you may be further away from it.
Okay, Supervisor Jordy.
I know we have the Director of Cultural Services online and Director Rao from General Services, so if they have something they want to add, I'd like to hear it. But I just wanted to say, just because we are at the moment looking at the museum, big picture, I feel like the museum has never thrived the way it's thriving right now, and that it has very good management, very good staff there, and they are, as far as I can tell, they're working towards achieving financial sustainability. And we did see recently an email that came in that they received, I think, significant donation for an endowment to preserve artifacts there. I would love to see more of that, where community members, some who have significant wealth, who've donated artifacts to the museum for years, and in perpetuity would donate money for to in an endowment form so that those items can be preserved by their endowment rather than by the general taxpayers of Mendocino County. And you know, the lighting, I believe General Services, through the Will Down survey, looked at the lighting of several key buildings. I believe the museum was one of them, and that may be one of the buildings where it's a fairly quick cost recovery to retrofit with LED lighting. Again, it's a general funded department. So I'm hoping that Cultural Services, General Services can work together to develop additional strategies to make the museum even more cost effective and sustainable in the future. And I'd like to hear from both department heads if they have something else to say.
So let's hear from Director Fader first, and then Director Rao.
Hello, Board. I just wanted to state that we followed the directions as they were given to us, as Supervisor Mulherin suggested, and we weren't instructed to capture any of the facilities costs. This is just the cost for our services as calculated by the amount of time each person would have been devoting to it.
Hey, Director Rao.
Thank you. Through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. I think everyone has touched a little bit on the nuances to fees. There's staff time, and then there are different fees as referenced by Council Curtis that have to do with building use. So for example, if you're talking an easier rather than the museum board chambers, you have staff time associated with the setup, you have costs associated with the building, and you have the use of the room that has a cost associated with it. So I think in this approach, you were looking at staff time versus total building. I can't speak to A87 and how that's calculated. That is most certainly something under the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. But I can give cost per building as an annualized, here's your cost to operate, as well as our 20-year cost model to own it and to maintain it. With that, using the administration center as an example, you do have square footage of occupancy. There are common areas, and there's a calculation per each occupancy that we could assist with in coming up with a building use fee.
Okay, let's see, we have Supervisor Williams next, and then Supervisor.
So let's try it in the other direction. Presume that we're capturing most of the facilities costs using these fee schedules. We should be generating a large enough fund for the facilities crew to maintain the buildings. We see that that's not happening, right? They present that we're a couple $100 million behind in maintenance. So how can it be that we're capturing the true costs here? If that's the case, the money is just not flowing where it should be, right? If we're capturing, you know, $1 of the $6 ticket is for the facility, that dollar isn't making it to General Services to maintain the facility. So I see two possibilities. One is we're not capturing the actual cost. The other is we're capturing the actual cost, and we're not funneling the funds to maintain the facility like we should. Either way, this board's got a problem.
Supervisor Hasjock.
Well, I don't see it that we have a problem with that. Because obviously the admission price has been geared towards getting people into the museum and providing them with the educational opportunity that the museum and appreciation of the history of Mendocino County. The museum staff has been working on a strategic plan that they'll present to the board. And there a lot of, like Supervisor Jurdy said, you know, a lot of good administration and oversight and curation has gone into the museum. I think that if you start looking at the admission price and having to charge for the facility and all that, look at the parks. Are we going to charge every kid who comes into the park to run in the forest, you know, a fee to maintain that park and the millions of dollars? You know, it's just some things we have to provide as a benefit to the community, and I think that the museum and that price for the admission is just reflective, and to go down that, you know, spend hours talking about it is going to be fruitless.
So, my take on it is we're looking at what is it, we're trying to recover our costs for operations. We're not looking at replacement and maintenance of the facility. And you're probably right, Supervisor Williams, we probably structurally are not doing things correctly. I don't know that we could afford to operate anything if we put in the true cost. I wonder about that. So we've got a lot to get through here, so maybe we should make an agreement that it isn't really the true cost. What we're talking about here is the cost of operations, trying to recover the cost of whatever service we're providing, just as excludes the actual cost of replacement and value of the facility. And then the question is the board comfortable with that, or do you want something else? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, on the State of California website from October 31st, 2022 is the negotiated agreement for A87 costs for the County of Mendocino, which includes Schedule 1, building use depreciation for every county department. So it is in the A87 costs, and I'd be happy to forward this link to the board and to the clerk so that they could include it. So hopefully this is the document that describes the A87 costs that were approved by the state of California, and we're able to move forward with offering the spreadsheets that were included in our agenda packet. And then if there, I don't know if this fee hearing needs to be continued, but the information exists, it's available. It does include building use depreciation for the departments, and it's my understanding that this is negotiated with the auditor, treasurer, tax collector with the state. So perhaps that's in a future agenda item if we don't feel like it's capturing all of the costs that we're truly experiencing.
Deputy CEO Hallman, do you have something to add to the conversation?
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. I don't know how specific it's going to be to add to this. This is a legacy sheet, but it's also a certain amount of math is math. It doesn't change over time. It was designed to recapture the cost for the period of time in which a person or persons is performing an activity. So does that present certain flaws? Yes, it can present flaws in terms of full cost recovery for facilities if we're taking into account the period of time in which they are not performing that particular activity. If it is the direction of the board, that is something that we can come up with on a model. But part of all the reason that we do use this sheet is it has existed for some time. The math works well. It doesn't necessarily capture, as Supervisor Williams had stated, some of the downtime that is involved. But again, it is also providing a certain amount of uniformity when people are presenting their fees for each one of their divisions. So there are other ways that we can calculate this. This is how it has been done in the past. We can always come back with a different model if that is necessary and present it. This is just how we have been doing it for a while, and it does capture a portion of those costs, as Supervisor Mulholland had mentioned, within the A87. The A87 does carry a portion of the facilities costs, and those facility costs are generated based upon square footage and also by what method they can be put into the A87 as prescribed by the state. And that would be a closer question to ask the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector's office because they are the ones who do the determination.
And I see that Ms. Cubison is on the line. If we can go to her.
Good morning, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. I'm sorry I was not monitoring the meeting. I don't know exactly what the question was or was not. I would just caution the board to understand that you cannot necessarily apply all of the costs of that particular building to just one specific task or service or program. So the fee schedule, and as Deputy CEO Tim Hallman indicated, it's been in use for a long time, but I do believe it does cover the majority of the likely allowable costs, and that the utilities are paid directly or allocated directly to the museum. The auditor's office through the A87 does take into consideration all of the items that can be charged for buildings and grounds, utilities, internal service costs that have a reasonable allocation based on the different allocation methods to the A87. And then that amount in the A87 has to be netted with the amount that is directly billed by buildings and grounds to the museum. So you will see, if you look in the A87, I have actually emailed CEO Antle and let her know that the auditor's office has A87 information available to transfer to the CEO's office, but we need to confirm the mechanism to do that for them to be able to look at some of the historical information. But we essentially calculated entirely for all of the internal service funds, and that includes utilities, depreciation, building maintenance, and that is not paid through CI. And then we have to reverse out the amount that was directly billed. So buildings and grounds does directly bill for utilities, does directly bill for some things. So we have to net that from the A87 so that they're not being charged twice. So the fee schedule takes into account the items that were already in the 2000 series billed directly. And then when you add the A87, you're adding the A87 remaining costs that are part of the negotiated agreement with the state. So there are costs that are hitting that, but what you're looking at is that is in relation to the entire amount of salaries for that budget unit. And so for a particular fee, you can only include the portion that relates to that amount of hours worked for each classification for that particular service. So if you're only able to allocate an hour for somebody to do a tour, you're only able to allocate an hour. You can't allocate exponentially higher amount than what is spread across all of the salaries for that particular function in the county. So, it may not be exact, but that's not allowable. You can't heavily weight one activity higher because you can charge the public for it. Like that's not an acceptable method. It has to be reasonably applied and spread over the activities of that particular budget unit or fund or program that you're doing that cost for. So that's unfortunately why if it's not a huge amount of the time spent by all of the staff, and I don't mean to pick on the museum, but if that billable or chargeable fee is not the majority of the things they do, they're not going to be able to recover as much of all of those other costs. And that's just the reality. We can't heavily weight it on one end just so that we can get the public to pay for it, unfortunately.
So
was there some other question?
yes, so in your mind, Ms. Covison, is this a reasonable approach that we're taking and a legal approach?
I think that's what's going to be seen as acceptable. It has to be equal and fair and applied to across the board. We can't have specific things that we cannot substantiate why they take more or cost more. And so, we have to be careful and apply an even approach to how we do things. It's the same thing for planning and building or for any of the other, areas where we have fees. So unless the fee is specifically prescribed in code somewhere to be a specific dollar amount, then we have to be able to substantiate it. And we certainly can't charge more than the actual cost for that proportionate service of that item. So I do think it's reasonable. I can't speak to the time study aspect of it. I can't speak to whether the amount of time and the positions necessarily allocated to that particular task are exact. But there is a formula, there is a spreadsheet, all of those things for the departments to put in their costs, to put in their staff time, to add the A87. It is included in a weighted rate, even when it's calculated for billing purposes, other than through fee schedules, so that where possible, the A87 is still included in that weighted rate for our direct billings to the state as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Curtis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one additional nuance here, and I don't know whether this is worthwhile in terms of the amount of resources that it might take to sort of run this question to ground. But it may be that there could be significant differences between what is allowable for A87 purposes and what is allowable for fee purposes. In some cases, fees are explicitly tied to A87. So for example, under Government Code Section 54985, which is what the board may use to exceed a statutory fee. The only indirect costs that may be charged are those that are allowable under A87 as of January 1st, 1984. So it's based on an old A87, not the current A87. In other cases, it may not be tied to A87 at all. In some of those cases, there's, so under Prop 26, for example, there may be situations where you actually are allowed to make a profit. In other situations, there may be places that you're allowed to charge for the cost of a program rather than the cost of a service. So, for example, if we're looking at the museum, I actually think that's a pretty good example. The cost of the guided tour needs to be limited to the cost of the staff that are providing the tour and essentially the service that is being provided there. The cost of admission might be enough to cover the cost of the entire museum or program. In fact, because it's payment for entry, you could conceptually have it enough to actually subsidize other programs, right, to make a profit there. And this methodology may change based on the particular legal authority that we're looking at for the type of fee involved and what the board is able to do. There's sort of one methodology that's been used for everything here. If you want to get into a more nuanced discussion, there's room for that. I think I would agree with Supervisor Mulhern. That's probably a little bit too big to tackle today, and certainly I would not be able to fully research and provide you answers on all of that today. But if the board were interested, yes, you could sort of revisit your methodology here and see if there are areas that you might be able to charge more.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'm happy to table it for now. I hope it can come back. And what I'm looking at is we have a parallel discussion about 118 properties, 75 buildings that we have not maintained in decades. And how do you expect to maintain those now? Right? The way I would maintain them is every service that's provided in those buildings over the decades, you collect a small fee that goes into maintenance and eventual replacement. And then you have this sort of continuity of smooth operation over the years. A building wears out, you have a fund for that purpose that was collected from the services provided in the building. The way this county's been operating, we're ignoring the long-term building cost, waiting until the building it needs to be torn down, and then acting like, well, there's an emergency. What do? We have a building that needs a roof. It's leaking, and it's $2 million. Well, it's because we didn't calculate the actual cost of operation and plan for it. I'm not saying you charge every kid that goes into the park. Supervisor Haschek, you're not going to see me out there asking the kids to pay. But I think it is appropriate that we, in our accounting, we determine what that cost is, and then consciously decide we're going to subsidize it because that's public good. We want kids playing in parks. And decide we're going to take a little bit of money out of general fund every time a kid plays in the park so that we can ensure that we have parks decades into the future. That last step is what's missing today. We're not setting aside any money for the ongoing maintenance. And then we're acting like it's a crisis when something fails.
Well, thank you for that, Supervisor Williams. You're right, and building and replacement costs for equipment and facilities is a little bit complicated and something that hasn't been done historically. That we're getting to a crisis point, or we are at a crisis point, obviously, and it's something that we need to start planning on. And perhaps it should come back as another agenda item to talk about the real cost of some of these facilities. And also to Councilor Curtis's point about where we actually can go beyond what A87 would allow us. So that might be something for us to do for a future item as we work through our budget process this spring. Okay, so we are getting a little bit behind time, so we probably should keep moving, noting the concerns of Supervisor Williams, but let's look at it from the perspective of what are reasonable cost recoveries based on the expenses of delivering the service without taking into account replacement and maintenance of infrastructure. Okay.
Stella Bretzi, Senior Administrative Analyst. Next we have the Sheriff's Department for, excuse me, oops, oh, I'm sorry. Did we do the Executive Office? Facilities, General Services, Parks? I believe we already went through that. Next is the Sheriff's Office for fees for proposed fee changes for to carry concealed firearm. Any questions? Next is the
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to make sure the board is aware, the renewal fee on the concealed carry permit will also need to come forward as an ordinance, because that exceeds the statutory limit, but is below actual cost of the service. The board has the authority to increase it, but needs to take that action by ordinance. My office is working with the sheriff's office. I expect that something will be in front of the board to be effective by the date the resolution will be effective. I just want to make sure that the public understands that we're following the process there, and that the board understands why you're going to be seeing it twice.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions from board members before we move on?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
And can you explain on DOT tie down the second line under, it's gone from 40 to 120, and it shows a 200%. How does that work?
Excuse me, can we pull in, can we please ask for Jason Wise? I believe he can explain the Department of Transportation fees.
It's more the percentage that's confusing me, 40 to 120, 200%.
Also, we can see another tie down for multi-engine jet, 275%. Another one for tie down for single engine per month, 650%.
Yeah.
Those are rather massive increases.
Well, it's not just that they're massive. I don't understand how the 200% from calculation of 40 to 120.
Well,
Okay.
so we do know that some of the departments, and I don't know if this is the case here, but we know that some of the departments were reluctant to bring forward fees for many years. And one of the brilliant moves of this board about a year ago was to direct the CEO's office to force the departments to bring forward fees. And so I don't know if that's the case here, that this is a fee that has not been adjusted or seriously evaluated for a long time and is now finally coming to the board. But I do know that there is a change in that we are now seeing all fees are coming back to the board on a regular basis rather than 5, 10, 20 years between presentations to the board.
Yeah, we don't need to bring in DOT on my account. I can take it offline.
Okay. I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Stella Britzi, Senior Admin Analyst. If we can just go back to social services so we're not jumping back and forth. There is that one fee, and that is basically, it's for the public administrator is entitled to a minimum of $3,000 per their probate code, so there's just that one item. And then going back down to Department of Transportation, there's the airport use fees. After that, they have the land improvement for, land improvement for survey and, can you scroll a little bit? Some more. So there's the airports. There's land improvement, and then also for survey departments. And like as Supervisor Jordy mentioned, many of these fees that the departments brought forward are years old. And so there are large percentage increases just due to that fact, and they are trying to capture their full cost recovery.
Okay, that makes sense now. Supervisor
Yeah,
Williams.
so comment, when I see a lot of these 193, 64%, 113, I'm going to assume that that's based on a study. When I see 200% even, it's possible that the study showed that that's the amount that should be increased, but to my eyes, it looks more like a guess. I'm curious, is that the case, that we don't know, and so we're just kind of ballparking it?
The departments calculated their own fees based on the form that we included, their worksheet, particularly with the airport, which you may want to speak with Jason Wise, but with that one, he did contact other department or other airports nearby that were pretty much similar size and everything, and based it on an average of their fees and what he could reasonably charge with the
Got
county.
it.
But
So
that
those,
is more of a...
those are not cost recovery. Those are comparing to neighboring.
With the airport in particular, but that is more of a question for Jason West.
Yeah, I think that resolves it for me. If it's not cost recovery, question retracted.
All right. Any other questions before we move on? All right, let's go to the next item here.
Oh, so within the solid waste for the Department of Transportation, for solid waste, they are deleting items from the master fee schedule that are no longer applicable. So there is basically delete on those. And next, I believe we have planning and building services. And theirs were based on a full cost recovery using the fee calculation sheet that was provided. And of course, many of those fees are also, some of the fees are years old also that they're updating. Any questions, or if you'd like to call in Director Krog?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So if you look at the boundary line adjustment, it went up, and I can't see the percent it went up.
5%.
5%. But then the hourly rate from $90 an hour didn't go up. And with the increase in salary pay, it seems like that would go up too.
Would it be possible to ask Director Julia Krog to bring her in to explain? Thank you.
I'm sorry, it drops the audio a little bit when you get moved over. Could Supervisor Hashak just repeat his question?
Well, the fees go up a certain percent, whether it's 5% or 30%, but the hourly rate hasn't gone up. It remains the same. And with salary increases and everything, you'd think that that would go up too.
Thank you for that question. So we actually average between all the different classifications that would be touching this application. That's how we get to the $90 an hour. That's why we haven't seen that is modified with who we have on staff at present. We don't have a chief planner at this time, so that's why the $90 an hour stays the same. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Any other questions, Director Krog, before we leave?
Is $90 actual cost recovery? Seems like kind of a round figure that hasn't changed.
Thank you for that question. So yes, we have found that it is actual cost recovery. What we do with every application is an applicant signs a cost recovery agreement. So the proposed fee that you see in the example of the boundary line adjustment, the $1,439, that's a deposit. If during the processing we hit 80% of that, then we ask for another 50% deposit and we build down on that at $90 an hour.
Understood, but it's not 89.5 or 91.37. It's 90.00. So
I will say we do round. That way we're not essentially collecting at small cents.
Rounding to the nearest whole dollar or to the nearest 5, 10?
Nearest whole dollar.
Thank you.
Okay, let's continue.
That's pretty much it for all the departments for the proposed fee changes. I would like to clarify on the exhibit for the master fee schedule that to be certain, if the board does choose to approve these fees, that it will be based on the revised proposed fees from the assessor clerk recorder's office and also eliminating the cannabis management unit fees that were originally proposed.
Move approval as revised.
I'll second, and that includes the voucher program we
Yes.
adopted for the animal care.
Okay, any public comment?
Hi, Carrie Shattuck. I just wanted to say that I was glad that to see that the cannabis fees were removed from this agenda item, as they were quite excessive, considering we're trying to, help fix our cannabis program and, get people paying their taxes, that the fees were very excessive. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? Is there any public comment online? No public comment? Oh, Michael Katz. Okay, go ahead, Michael Katz.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to thank the Mendocino Cannabis Department leadership for reviewing the previously submitted materials by the previous director and pulling them to readdress based on data that they are collecting and more efficient efforts to manage processes within the department. So lots of gratitude to them for noting that concern, pulling that item, and working on more database solutions moving forward. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other public comments online? All right, well, if there's no further public comments, I think that we can close the hearing at this point. And it's kind of the, we'll go to any further comments from the board members. Otherwise, we have a motion on the floor. Okay, then I think we're ready to call for the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair McGorty?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so just a kind of point of discussion or order. We're way behind schedule here. We do have a closed session item. What is the pleasure of the board? We would like to move to closed session and take care of that.
Chair McGorty, Steve Dunnicliff, Deputy CEO. The Executive Office would like to request that the board delay closed session just slightly to allow the Probation Department to complete 2 presentations. It'll be fairly short. And it's my understanding that there will be an opportunity for a working lunch now during the closed session item, if your board's comfortable pushing that.
You okay with that? Okay. With that in mind, we will go to, is this agenda item 4B? Yes. Agenda item 4B, which is discussion and possible action, including approval of the recommended Community Corrections Partnership budget for fiscal year 23-24 in the amount of $6,877,827, excluding growth funds. Authorization for the Chief Probation Officer to update the approved budget by the amount of growth funds received, if any, less liquidated allocations to the local innovation subaccount by designating the funds as contingency or reserve and authorizing for the Chief Probation Officer to implement the CCP plan. So with that, we'd like to hear from the Probation Department. Recognize Chief Locatelli.
Yeah, good morning. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I believe my assistant chief is still trying to get into the meeting to share the slideshow, just like last presentation. But what I have for you today is I'm here to discuss the Community Corrections Partnership, also known as the CCP's budget for fiscal year 23-24. You have the regular agenda item. You also have a slideshow presentation that was prepared. It's for you, but it's also for the public to see for transparency reasons. I'm here because I chair the CCP by statute and therefore report to the board on the fiscal nature of the CCP. Not sure if we're going to get the slideshow put up, so I'll just quickly go through. You should have them in your packets. They're not necessary. It's just information that could trigger questions if you have them. Otherwise, you have the recommended action before you when we get there.
Just a sec. Clerk of the Board, are you able to bring that up? Here we go.
She's connecting.
Very good. We're in good shape.
All right, so that is the overview. And the next page just talks about the estimated funds available, the base funds that came in, the carryover from fiscal year 21-22, total funds available is the $6,877,827. There's some asterisks on the bottom that give you some explanation. So the total available funds is what we budget for, and that's the $6.8 million number. Moving forward, again, it's informational for you to understand where we're at, where we've been. base fund projections, growth fund projections, what we have, what we don't have. We're aware, the state came out with his projected budget January. The LAO's office, Legislative Analyst's office, talked about it being more dire than that. The May revision hasn't happened yet, but we expect that to be less positive than both of the previous analysis. So we don't actually have our growth projections yet. That'll come forward most likely at our May 4th CCP meeting. But in this county, we no longer budget with the growth because it's so unpredictable. We use the base funds. So moving forward to the next slideshow, you can see what the recommended proposed CCP expenditures are out of AB 109 for this fiscal year. It's by department and by program. So you can peruse that at your leisure. And moving to the next one, it just gives you a comparison from fiscal year 22-23 to fiscal year 23-24. It shows an increase in the majority of departments and programs. We are able to sustainably handle those increases with the board's 2% raise based on our budgeting strategies and what we've put into place since the 5 years that I've run the CCP. So you can see the increases, and as we go forward, there's some explanations as to why some of the increases are a little high. That would be the highlights. So some of the highlights that I wanted to mention: increased parole hold costs, reduced ankle monitoring costs from the sheriff's office. They've taken a different approach. We're able to calculate actual costs for parole holds. Previously, it was more of a guesstimate, and we were giving them some funds out of CCP to cover. So they're getting a much better handle on what the costs are to the actual parole holds. So we did some money exchanges there. Probation, as I've mentioned before, we're running a pretrial service program, and the CCP agreed to give us an additional 1.0 FTE as a probation officer for that, and including a 0.25 legal secretary for handling a lot of that pretrial work. And then some other things as we go down Ford Street. There was an increase to the cost for the SLE beds. That's a sober living environment. We didn't want to decrease that. That is a lot of the transient homeless population from the probation department that we're able to put into Ford Street, where they're given access to services and a long-term assistance plan on getting stable housing as they get back into the community. It's a reentry program in a partnership with one of our CBOs. Continuing on the highlights, the next page, still working with CDCR to use a funding source for CCP for some of our GEO beds. We have a principal agreement and a verbal, and now we're working on the actual contract. Again, in 2019-ish, we came up with a reserve fund formula. The growth that come in that we don't bill for, a percentage of that in our bylaws is directly put into the reserve fund. The current balance there is the $327,000. It takes more than a majority vote of the executive members to pull funds from that to be used as expenditures. Next. There's more notes there, but I don't need to read them to you. So the next page is just that's the, since 2011 when AB 109 happened, that's the base formula funds that have come in all the way through this year. Percentage changes, the growth funds that have come in, you can see that those are extremely volatile. Back in the early inceptions of CCP, prior to me being the chief here, they were building the growth into their base as an expenditure, and that's about when I got here in 2018. We were in a deficit and had to make reductions. We redid how we do the spending and the reserves, the contingencies, and now we have, as you saw, a contingency and a reserve. That way, if times are tight, we can actually make do with the programs we have without cutting services or laying folks off. So that is where we're at. That is the entire picture for you, the history. Challenges, opportunities. Again, the the way the budgets are built in this county, we didn't have actual salary projections in time for the budget build. It's difficult without having actual salaries to know exactly what to calculate for personnel costs, which, as you see, are 81% of our expenditures. All county bargaining units, as you're well aware, going back into negotiations, difficult for CCP to make projections if we don't know if raises are given. But that's why we have contingencies and reserves. I already mentioned the governors may revise. And then continuing to focus on data to evaluate funds and expenditures to make sure that we're actually doing our objective, which is to reduce recidivism and cover the costs of state realignment to the county. The last page is just more opportunities. So as you're well aware, the building that we used to occupy was given back by the board, and our GO or day reporting center is back across the street. And the CDC opportunity of partnering with them now that we have a bigger space is available to us again. And then, I already mentioned what we're doing with contingencies and reserves, why we have them. So that's the presentation. The recommended action is before you.
Okay, supervisor comments. Let's start with Supervisor Jurdy, and we'll go from right to left.
So, Chief Locatelli, I know you've been very concerned about trying to implement, sort of modern reforms in Mendocino County to kind of bring us up to date with the rest of the state. And one of those areas is to reduce recidivism for people returning back to county jail through improved programs through probation department, reestablishing programs that may have existed in the past, but also in diverting people through pretrial release programs, which we're finally implementing here in Mendocino County. I think we're one of the last counties to have that program, which reduces the total population in the jail, which saves the general fund money if it works. I'm seeing in the presentation here that there's been, up just 3-4 years ago, there was just under $3 million a year coming in from the state. It's now at $4 million, so it's a jump of about $1 million in 3 years. And I'm seeing a lot of highlights of issues that are facing your department in the criminal justice system, but I'm not really seeing, what specifically is the plan to spend that $1 million in growth in revenues? Is the best bang for our buck focused on, perfecting the pretrial release program? Is it other probation programs to reduce people coming back into the jail? Is it a combination of the two? What's the strategy? Because obviously we have multiple goals, but one of them would be to reduce the population in the jail, that people who don't need to be there, if there's other ways to supervise them and get them onto a more productive path. So, that's a lot of questions that I can try to break down for you into. The CCP is a piece of the pie. The probation department isn't solely funded from CCP. Pretrial is completely separate than CCP, other than we are getting CCP dollars to help cover pretrial. It's a global approach on criminal justice. So to specifically try to answer your question about the $4 million, you can see each of the departments has an increase in what that is. So the base funds, which is the $4 million that you're talking about, we're expending right up to around that $4 million. Then that's the, like I had mentioned, the attempt here is to take in the base and use the expenditure right around that, not to go over the growth, which is unknown. And that's what CCP had done in the past and how they got into a deficit. So we're trying to reduce recidivism by the day reporting center, and that's what we study. So everybody who graduates from the program, we do a calculation of if they're committing a misdemeanor or a felony offense 3 years after they graduate the program. So we have all of that data, and I want to say off the top of my head, it's around 65 to 70% success rate of no crimes after they graduate the program. Where if you flip that, the parole data was about, they recidivated about 60 to 70% of the time, and then they go back to prison. So it's a good trend. It's a good statistic for Mendocino County and the programs that we're operating. Pre-COVID, the jail numbers were around 300.
Today, I don't know if it's because of pretrial. I don't know if it's COVID. I don't know if it's some of the law changes that we have, but our average is between 235 and 245 inmates in the county jail. So as we get inmates out of the jail back into society and they're not committing crimes, we have better public safety and we have a better, healthier community if they're working, paying taxes, and not in the jail and a liability to the county as we have to pay for their medical expenses there. Medi-Cal doesn't work in jails. So the strategy is all of the above. It's far more complex than just the CCP funds. This is just one revenue stream. If the sheriff were here, which I think he was here earlier and had to leave, but he could tell you, if you look at the parole holds, you look at the correction officers, these are all impacts that we didn't have prior to AB 109. These inmates would have all been in a state prison. So it isn't just developing programs to stop recidivism or get people out of the jail. It's to have probation officers, corrections officers, DAs, public defenders to deal with the influx of what used to be state responsibility. So I'm trying to balance all of the state's responsibility at the county level, plus trying to reduce the total numbers, because if we don't reduce the numbers, they will overwhelm us and we won't be able to keep up.
Supervisor Williams, you have a question or comment?
Once again, a solid presentation by the chief instills confidence in the program. I'd like to move the recommended action to approve.
Second.
Further comments, Supervisor Hastra?
Well, I was going to appreciate Chief Locatelli for this presentation and the work that you're doing in this field. I really feel like we're in good hands and the community is better off because of it.
I'd like to echo that. So with that, we'll have a call for the question. Oh, public comments, I'm sorry. Any public comments in the room? Any public comments online? Okay, with that, we can call for the question.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we're on to item 4C, is discussion and possible action, including the acceptance of the Mendocino County Juvenile Justice Plan dated March 2023, representing Mendocino County's comprehensive multi-agency juvenile justice plan, approval of the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act budget for the fiscal year 2023 to 2024, and authorization for the Chief Probation Officer to implement the JJCPA budget. Director Locatelli, Chief.
Oh, well, good afternoon now. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. This presentation, I am the chair of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. And the previous, I was the chair of the CCP. So I guess by mentioning that, what I'm telling you is there's a committee. I'm their spokesperson. This work isn't done just by the chief or by my staff, although the presentations are. There's a lot that goes into this behind the scenes by all the committee members and the executive board. So I'm just their spokesperson, and I appreciate the collaboration of all the participating agencies. So jumping into this presentation, again, you have a recommended action before you. You have the summary, the agenda title, the summary of requests, all of the past board actions here. I'll remind the board, the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council is responsible for developing a comprehensive multi-agency juvenile justice plan. It's in the Welfare and Institutions Code. And there is some state funding. It comes from the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, the JJCPA. Also the YOBG Youthful Offender Block Grant. The JJCPA portion of the budget does come before the board. And we do come before the board now in April. When we used to show up, it was in June during the department's regular general fund portion, and it was complex doing it that way. I had asked for it to be broken out this way So the board gives authorization to the CCP and the JJCPA so that the departments know and can anticipate that you've approved this so they can build it into their departmental budgets. You can see on the next page who is, what representation we have and who makes up the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. Your own board chair is on the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council and was there in March when we developed this. I don't need to go through the list, but you can see it and the public has it. The Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council meets twice a year. Our March meeting is to develop the budget and review the plan. When I say the plan, I'm talking about the comprehensive plan, which is should be attached to this. We don't need to pull it up. It's a 28-page plan with lots of information, statistics, and data. And then the September meeting is a meeting about what we did with the dollars that we have, what the program's outcomes were, how many individuals were treated through the programming, or what issues we had. And then we submit an annual report to the state in October, and that's why we meet in September to approve that report to be submitted. Moving forward, so we met on the March 24th date, as I had mentioned. There was I prefer executive members to meet in person, but we do allow for Zoom for participation. But to vote, you need to be in person. And the program agreements were carried forward from last year. There was some increases to our impact program and the GREAT program. Those are acronyms, but the impact program essentially is a moral or cognitive therapy with physical activities for youth. It's an alternative to custody, builds their collaboration with the department. We've been trying to get it off the ground ever since COVID, but I'm told that we will actually run our first group through in a couple weeks. So I'm excited about that, and part of that is hiking to the U. For those who've ever done that, it's a community involvement and physical exercise that we'll put our youths through. And then the GREAT program is a prevention intervention strategy in collaboration with the Sheriff's Office, Ukiah Police Department, and the schools, particularly Ukiah Unified at first, to go into classrooms and develop relationships with youth as an intervention to gang and introduction to officers. So we're doing that at 4th and 6th grade levels, Pomalita, and numerous other elementary schools. Once my officers are fully trained, we envision taking it outside of the Ukiah Valley, into like Anderson Valley, Covelo, to name a couple. So the Juvenile Justice Consolidated Plan was unanimously approved by the JJCC. The budget is on the last page. It basically breaks down the FTEs that are funded from this, which is, it's a very small dollar amount of FTEs. CBO work, the majority of the CBO investment here is with GEO and MCYP, Mendocino County Youth Project, to do intervention work in the schools. Schools can do direct referrals for low-level crimes, drug offenses, provide success coaches counseling in an effort, again, to reduce the number of youth that come into juvenile halls or the justice system. And that is the presentation, and the recommended action is before you.
Okay, supervisor comments. So Supervisor Williams?
Move the recommended action to accept, approve, and authorize.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other board comment? I would just say the report, Chief Locatelli, was extremely well written. What I liked about it is very holistic and thinking about the entire environment that kids live in, and there's multiple points of intervention, which seems like a good way to go. And the idea of trying to build a more positive image of kids, expose them to different environments that they might otherwise not be exposed to, like the out of doors, and teaching them about gardening and you know, it's really well thought of, and it was interesting to attend your meeting because those are a group of county officials I don't normally interact with, and it's clear that there's some very good people working in your field. Supervisor Hasjak.
Thank you, Chair. In the report, it says that the youth represent a disproportionate amount of the violent offenses, the Hispanic youth. And I was just wondering, looking at the chart on page 11, it certainly looks like it's flipping around. And sometimes the Hispanic youth are majority of the offenses and then other times not. But I was just wondering what you're doing specifically for that community to outreach.
So again, it's a little probation. The probation department is generally a after the fact. Somebody's been arrested, they've been charged with the crime, they've been brought to juvenile hall. So we spend time working with our law enforcement partners. We spend time when you get to juvenile hall. That's where our programming really kicks in. Our boys council, our family maintenance, our family workshops, our moral recognitive therapy, our cognitive behavioral therapy. We do trauma informed care, as in we get an ACEs score for them. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the ACEs, but
right.
I think you are. So we do all of that work with them, and we outreach with the family. Because at some
so
point,
the family's being involved in this process quite a bit.
yes.
Right.
So we offer Zoom visits, which is new to COVID. We didn't have that previously. And of course, in-person visits with the kids, counseling services from MCYP, and also support for the family, because at some point the youth is going to be returned to the community, meaning going back to the family. And if there's family issues like substance abuse or neglect, those types of things are being addressed. We're pretty close to implementing that dual jurisdiction protocol with the courts and social services, so that we're able to take that more holistic approach with probation and CPS instead of it being a bifurcated system like it currently is today. So working with, it's culturally responsive programming that we're in the process of developing. Martin Martinez from the Rancheria, Redwood Valley, is the one who does our family engagement program.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Is there any way to generate a chart of maybe socioeconomic? Not that the ethnicity isn't interesting, but I'm wondering if it's a proxy for incomes, poverty.
Potentially it could, but youth aren't the most financial savvy to tell us what their parents are making. And
right.
we're talking of juveniles here, but I understand the theory here is it because they are coming from that background, and if they had the finances, what are we looking at? Is it so yeah, I understand that, and it's something we could try to get from them, but
maybe there's a way to ask besides, what's your parents' tax return? But is it food insecurity? Is there some other underlying issue that goes with poverty that might be catalyzing some of the increase?
That's something we can definitely consider for future reports.
And off topic, is there any chance you could help lead a class for other department heads on presentations? Because I think you have a lot of great ideas on how to present the information that, if we're spread around, might give us a better snapshot of other departments. And I see that we can direct Deputy CEO Dunicliffe today. Is that
Absolutely.
CEO? Is that something we might be able to look at? Just when time appropriate. I know the chief is busy, but if the occasion arises.
Well, and if nothing else, if I may, through the chair, we have department head meetings on a regular basis, and the chief attends those. So I think that there could be some information shared even in that forum.
He's pretty good at writing reports too, just for the record, so.
Yeah. Okay.
I have one follow-up question.
Sure.
So Chief Locatelli, under the youth offender block grant, it identifies about 8 different ways in which the funds will be used, and it says electronic monitoring, probation will use electronic monitoring. So is it something that the department's already using, and it will be using these funds for that purpose in part, or is that something that's, like I said, maybe new to the department as a way of diverting people from juvenile hall?
Yeah, electronic monitoring is not new to the department. There was actually a law change last year that makes me less inclined to use it. Essentially, every youth who's on an electronic monitor at this point, whether it's an enhanced supervision or in lieu of juvenile hall detention, gets a day off of their sentence. So in my mind, it needs to be a court order because it's a form of detention from this point forward based on the legislative law that was passed. But we've had this in use since 2015, 16, somewhere in there.
Can you restate that? Why would the department be less inclined to use it based on new law?
Enhanced supervision is what generally the probation department uses GPS for. So we know where they are in the community, not that they're on a detention status at home, which is like you can't leave your house, you're on electronic monitoring. That's not what we generally use it for juveniles. We used it for like stay away orders, so we know if they were going towards Walmart or their victim. But now the legislation doesn't care whether it's detention orders or an enhanced version of supervision. They're giving them time off of their sentence. So if you're getting time off just in the community, it's a, to me, it's a form of detention, and I'm not authorized by myself to just give detention orders. I need a juvenile judge to give a detention order because they're getting time off their sentence. So I'll still be using it, but only because a judge has authorized it. Whereas before, I would have put the bracelet on without the judge's authorization in lieu of taking them to juvenile hall. Now I'm going to do a petition, ask the judge for permission. The judge is going to give me a detention order, and then I'll use the bracelet.
Okay. And your department's in constant contact with the courts, I assume. So if you feel that that's a good application, then you can communicate to the courts how to apply that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, any public comment in the room? Don't see any. Is there any public comment online? No. If there's no public comment, we will go ahead and call for the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chairman Gordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so now we're going to move into closed session items, and I'm going to have County Counsel help us with this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, item 6A falls under Government Code Section 54956.9E2, which means we need to read into the record the circumstances giving rise to the exposure to litigation. In this case, this is related to the county's PRA fees ordinance. I believe it was about 2 meetings ago. There were some concerns raised about the possibility of a legal challenge in a test case brought against the county. It might be brought against the county, and this is the opportunity for the board to address that with counsel in more detail.
Okay. Is there any public comment in the room? Yes. Is there any public comment online?
Chair, if we are able to get through our closed session before 1:30, are we allowed to come back into open session at 1 o'clock?
Yes, I would just announce a time that you'd be back no sooner than. So if you want to announce 1 o'clock, that would give you, not a guarantee that you'll be back at 1, but the public would know there's a possibility of 1.
Okay, so I will say that we will be back no sooner than 1 o'clock. All right, and with that, we're going to adjourn the meeting to closed session.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's
here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free, there's some perks, they got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo, entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal, entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby, and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned, and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, welcomed her into our home, and it was easier for me because, she was still, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no tenía amigos. Desarrollé una depresión postparto, entonces como que lo pasé muy mal al principio, fue muy difícil y a veces incluso me costaba conectar con mi bebé, como jugar con él o tener más paciencia. Eso me costó un poco, pero con apoyo de terapeuta, apoyo de Gaby, apoyo de amigas, creo que pude superar eso y ya hoy en día soy como una mamá más dedicada, igual también más informada y más consciente y amable conmigo misma para poder desarrollar mi maternidad. Porque si yo estoy bien, mi bebé va a estar bien.
And then Gabriela started coming over and I realized I've got someone to talk to. It was a saving grace, really.
The thing for me that actually wraps everything together and makes me feel so complete is that the home visitor that we have, she has taught me so much about babies and the stages that their brain go through, mental, physical, everything about children, and it just totally made me feel like I was the best mom in the world.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres. What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo, entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal, entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby, and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned, and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, you know, welcomed her into our home, and it was easier for me because, you know, she was still, you know, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, you know, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no tenía amigos, desarrollé una depresión postparto, entonces como que lo pasé muy mal al principio, fue muy difícil y a veces incluso me costaba conectar con mi bebé, como jugar con él o tener más paciencia, eso me costó un poco, pero con apoyo de terapeuta, apoyo de Gaby, apoyo de amigas, creo que pude superar eso y ya hoy en día soy como una mamá más dedicada, igual también más informada y más consciente y amable conmigo misma para poder desarrollar mi maternidad. Porque si yo estoy bien, mi bebé va a estar bien.
And then Gabriella started coming over and I realized I've got someone to talk to. It was a saving grace, really.
The thing for me that actually wraps everything together and makes me feel so complete is that the home visitor that we have, she has taught me so much about babies and the stages that their brain go through, mental, physical, everything about children, and it just totally made me feel like I was the best mom in the world.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres. What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
I'm calling the meeting back to order, and we have out of closed session, we have no reportable action at this time. So with that, we're going to go on to agenda item 4D, which is discussion and possible action, including creation of a Board of Supervisors Standing Committee comprised of Supervisors McGordy and Hashjack on the topic of economic development. And with that, I would like to share a screen. Ted, on this, how do we just go directly to the slides in the PDF? Is that it? That's close enough. Yeah.
think it's your PDF.
Okay, sorry, everybody, we're trying to get this to look a little bit better. So Supervisor Haschak and I are going to kind of walk you through our little slide deck, which is short. So Supervisor Haschak?
Been looking at or overseeing the contract we have with the West Company for economic development. And during that time, we've done we've dealt with other issues with economic development. And so that's a concern for the county council about this mission creep and Brown Act. And we wanted to make sure that we were engaging the whole community in our activities. And so that's kind of why we came up with this standing committee idea. And it plays into the strategic plan for the county. The third pillar is a thriving economy and support a vibrant economy. That's what we're trying to do. And so Chair McGordy?
So the standing committee structure would be, we would have a standing committee status, which is Brown Act compliant. So we'd have to follow all the rules associated with that of public noticing and in a timely manner and everything associated with our regular board activities. And the supervisors would serve one-year terms, but they could be reappointed for more. We would meet quarterly. One of the things that would be new is we try to have a technical advisory committee to convene input from stakeholders, because there's a lot of people interested, and there are professional organizations that do economic development in Mendocino County. We want the opportunity to share with them. And we would have CEO office participation. We would have one of the deputy CEOs assigned as a liaison.
And so the committee responsibilities would be, certainly to advise the full board on economic development strategies, implementation planning, grant applications, assessment and development, managing this technical advisory committee, convene the stakeholders, and BOS advisors for economic development contracts, and work with other agencies and government entities on policy and grant funding. So we're looking at this as, we either engage in economic development and engage the community and be that entity in the county that really is a focal point of economic development, because we feel like we're in a time where there's funds available, there's grants out there, and if we don't do anything, we're going to be behind the eight ball. We got to be at the table for all of these activities.
That's exactly right. And I'd also bring up the issue that economic development is ongoing. It's not something you do for a year and then drop out. And unfortunately, that's been kind of the case of where we've let economic development sort of fall by the wayside. There's been things that have happened that are good in the last 10 years, probably longer than that, since Tony Shaw was here. But since that position was vacated, we've never replaced it. So it's time for us to kind of think about this on a long-term basis. This ad hoc has worked a lot, and these are things that are reoccurring themes that we would like to continue to work on. One is the blue economy of Fort Bragg, of taking a look at the former GP site and what could be done with that to bring about a change in the economy of Fort Bragg that would focus on taking advantage of a unique opportunity of a large undeveloped piece of property that could do things like aquaculture and marine studies. We also are really interested in renewable energy, the hydrogen highway concept of biofuel, syngas, green hydrogen, and biochar, and Sonoma Clean Power as possible collaborator of that with other issues as well. We also have focused some on workforce development, trying to figure out what are the jobs of the future and what do we do to get ready for them. And we've had Mendocino College definitely involved in our conversations. We are working on streamlining business permitting. We think that's really critical, is that when people come here that they're not discouraged because it takes too long to get a permit or it's too expensive. representation at Community Economic Resilience Fund and the Sonoma-Mendocino Economic Development District are really critical because those are gateways into grant programs, and we need to have a place at the table. We don't really have staff, probably would do that with a contractor, but it's something that, especially with some of the funding coming from the feds, we want to be involved with. And in the back of our minds always, broadband and internet connectivity is very, very important for us to go forward. We see that as, you know, a key ingredient to make all this work.
And then willing partners. You know, in this process, we've had meetings, we've reached out to different sectors of the county, and we just feel like, you know, we've been working with the West Business Development Center, and then there's also the RGS, Regional Government Services, and RCRC, but also we've found support from the cities themselves that they feel like this is worthwhile, and they're willing to, they want representation from staff and their electeds, and the community foundation, and then there's just numerous stakeholders in the business and the NGO community, non-government organizations, that feel that this would be a worthwhile endeavor, and they want to be part of it. And I think that when we highlight these issues that we're talking about and have a structured format for them, it will help the county in recognizing what we're dealing with and moving forward economically.
Okay, with that, I think this is an opportunity for us to also report out from our activities with West Company. So at this point, I would like to have Marianne Petrillo come forward and work with us.
That I could share my slides?
Can't hear you.
Oh.
I don't know what the problem is.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. If somebody could allow me access into this. Well, that is coming up. I just want to say thank you, Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliffe, Council, Board of Supervisors, of course, Chairman McGordy, and the County Economic Executive Staff for allowing me to be here today to speak about this. I will say that it has been a pleasure and an honor to work with both Supervisor McGordy and Haschek directly on helping to sort of form and prioritize a lot of the work that we engaged in over the last 10 months. Okay, in May of 2022, 2 years after the Move 2030 plan was created, the county adopted its own strategic plan with a specific pillar focused on building a thriving economy. This is a great sign, and we're really very excited that the county took that effort and spent that time to do that. Our contract, in turn, was focused on 3 primary areas. I'm going to go into depth about 2 of them. But the first one to talk about is the economic development capacity building, which really took a substantial amount of our time over the past 10 months. The county invested $175K in us to do our work, and we delivered back almost $7.4 million in funding. In 2014, the county allowed Sonoma to drive the direction of its economic development district, but we at West Center worked to change that. We worked very closely with EDA to make sure that our SMED board was now in compliance, and it was fully autonomous board with bilateral support.
Marianne, who is EDA, for the record?
Sorry. EDA is the Economic Development Administration. Okay. It's a federal agency. And they are the ones that allow economic development districts to be created. And I'll talk a little bit more on that in later slides. But what's exciting about the restructuring of SMED and why it's so important is that now that we have a new district service representative, we are now able to do more innovative things, like talking about potentially bringing in an ag innovation hub, or really looking at the SEDS document and diving into the projects that will impact both Mendocino and Sonoma County. We engage every single day in building bridges with our local, regional, state, and federal representatives to seek out ways to place Mendocino County first in their investments. Remember, all of those agencies have funding opportunities, but we want to make sure that Mendocino County is seen first and foremost to get some of those funds. And we've brought together key employers to share on how they can also support the county. Capacity, awareness, and momentum have all been improved over the past 10 months. It's now vitally important that we sustain and increase that momentum. Within business retention, we have created engaging website, newsletter, and social content, again, to bring awareness about why people should be investing in Mendocino County. A grant portal has been created to be used by all community members seeking funds for their projects. And we have often become the point of contact, not only for large industries who are looking for site selections, but also for our small businesses and our nonprofits seeking out grant opportunities. And your funds have also gone in to support some of the 800 businesses that West Center has supported with technical assistance over the past year, and also our new first all-Spanish business training program and the innovators of Startup Mendocino. Even with the heavy lift that came from both building capacity and business retention, we found time to begin the conversation for what begins the next generation of training that's needed so that our economy can flourish. Details of the monthly activities can be found in your packet. So I'm going to highlight two areas of interest. One is the funding that we brought in. We worked diligently to research the grants, gather the teams, submit the proposals. We did not encumber any county departments and burden them with this work. We administered the Noyo Ocean Collective so that we can now have a platform to acquire further funds for our blue economy. We contributed to securing we directly contributed to securing $7.4 million in partnerships with local jurisdictions and NGOs for county and regional economic development initiatives. $5.7 million are pending, and we have another $2 million in the queue of grant applications we intend to do. Funding outside of disaster relief will not come into this county unless there's established partnerships that can work together to strategize, prioritize, and implement the programs. Grant writing is an art and a science. You need to know what people need. You need to have all the proof for that, and then you need to write the grant. So it takes a team, more than a village. In March of 2023, West Center convened 2 meetings, inland and coastal, with business leaders from the county. They came together to collect information that we provided you in the board meeting today. And that's also in your packet, by the way, the outcomes of these convenings. The notes you have clearly convey that many frustrations are experienced by these businesses, and the county relies on for significant contributions to local economy. These are the type of businesses that are large employers that give back to the economy in taxes and such. We must pay close attention to our key employers. Their consensus is that the current intermittent approach will not work to meet the economic development needs of Mendocino County. And I'm powering you through this. I hope to answer questions afterwards. Regional collaboration. Supervisor McGordy touched upon this. This is one of many. Right now, state, local, regional, federal, they're all working form collaboratives so that we can access funds. These two entities for us are vehicles to access transformative, once-in-a-generation state and federal funding for economic recovery and resiliency. Maintaining engagement with these and other collaboratives will be critical if the county wants to participate in those funding opportunities in the future. SURF is a state fund. At the end of a regional planning cycle, we would then be able to access $500 million in infrastructure. The SMED board is a portal specifically for EDA funding. It's important that we have a seat at the table and are active participants in where the funding is going and direct that support so that the whole region becomes successful. We applaud the executive office for creating a grants division. However, the grants they have secured have been, for now, focused on disaster. What we want to see is the economic development grants secured that will require ongoing convenings with people at all levels. It requires more bridge building and demonstrating the value that Mendocino has to offer. That's key. We constantly have to demonstrate our value. However, it's evident through a quick comparison with our other regional county neighbors that Mendocino County's efforts in economic development are woefully behind other counties. Inadequate attention to economic development has reduced tax collection, which has a direct impact not only on the county's ability to provide basic services, but it also limits the county's attraction as a place where new businesses can incubate and thrive. Everyone has a role to play in improving the economy. Local government agencies can lower barriers and policies and permits so that new, sustainable, and innovative industries can flourish. Federal agencies can provide pre-development and infrastructure funding for projects that we need here in Mendocino County. Associations provide the guidelines and the framework on how to implement programs successfully and collaboratively. And local community leaders like Robert and Megan and Katrina know the people in their community and how to serve them best. These public agencies and organizations are individually working towards continual improvement in economic conditions. What's missing is a stable, formal, collaborative effort to coordinate, convene, advocate, and lead a long-term economic recovery and resiliency effort. Since April of 2020, at the height of the pandemic, when Supervisor Williams asked us to step into the ring and help the county get the economy back on track, West Center has done everything possible to bring numerous benefits to this county. We've learned a great deal since that time, as I'm sure all of you have. But our county needs to invest with partners in the blue economy, in the green economy, in renewables, in ways in which we can advance economic prosperity. We need to honor our natural resources, foster regenerative industries, and preserve our cultural heritage. Today, a permanent standing committee on economic development is a small first step in economic recovery. The once-in-a-generation funding will be available for those who are prepared to work together, act swiftly, and make change happen. I urge you to find the resources you need to continue this momentum we have created. And I don't know if has Josh joined? No, I don't think he has. So just as a note, Josh Metz from RGS, we hired to advise us, especially on the county and government and work, and he has been working alongside us through this whole 10 months as well to make sure that these things are on track. So we've expanded our horizons. So not only do we have our 9 staff members, but we have the benefit and expertise of RGS, and he's just come on. That's perfect timing, Josh. I just went through the presentation, so if you'd like to share maybe for a minute or two your perspective, especially on the county. I would say that all of us just attended another state surf meeting, so we're kind of full of a lot of new ideas and information. But go ahead, Josh, I'll turn it over to you.
There, and having worked with you, I just want to say that, you know, Mary Ann and the West Company are doing great work on behalf of the county. You know, what she's talking about here, keeping Mendocino at the table with these significant funding opportunities and building the partnerships and keeping them vital and fresh is critical. I'm here in Sacramento today, meeting with the Office of Planning and Research and others involved with kind of guiding how these state and federal funds will be coming to local jurisdictions. And the message that she's just presented here is consistent with what they are rolling out. And I think it's, you know, we're lucky to have Mary Ann working on behalf of Mendocino County, frankly, simple as that. I have had the chance to work with Mary Ann over the last year or so, and you know, with you all on various projects for a longer period of time. And you know, the momentum is building with blue economy activities, with stuff in the inland around biomass, energy, and you know, these are statewide big deals. So you know, I think it's critical for Mendocino's future to keep this program going. I know there's some discussions around various adjustments that might be able to be made with regard to transient occupancy tax and other things. And I think the industries, you know, that generate those revenues for the county will benefit significantly by having this work continue. So I support what Mary Ann has presented and encourage you all to consider that and to make the decisions to continue supporting this work. And I'm glad to answer questions if they come up.
So, are there any questions for our, yes, I see Supervisor Williams.
Not a question per se, but I move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I was unclear about the actual role of West Company in the ad hoc. I also have questions about the contract with West to provide economic development, which is our first opportunity as a full board to, I believe, hear updates. West hasn't come before us since that contract for economic development was implemented. And I certainly believe that we do need an economic development, I won't say officer, I might say some type of key individual within the county system. My concerns remain the same as they have been since this initial contract went out. The ideas proposed and implementing them tend to be internal county functions for IT development, for planning department functions, for coordination with the executive office. A lot of what the county has done for economic development, including approving 171 units of housing, approving coastal development permits for housing, trying to get a correction path forward for our cannabis economy, are not articulated out to the public, and I think that each of us as supervisors recognizes that that's a barrier. So I'm just wondering, I haven't seen in my email the quarterly reports from West. I haven't seen the Mendocino's a great place to work marketing campaign. Somehow there was like one random invoice that got on an agenda that was a mistake, and then it was taken off. And I'm just not sure. The two of you have been on this economic development ad hoc since May, and I'm just not sure how today's process is going to change the information that I'm getting as a supervisor. My other concern continues to remain the same, even with the creation of an ad hoc. As a board representative, I sit on the West Company Board, I sit on EDFC's board, I sit on the North Bay Alliance, Workforce Alliance of the North Bay, Inland Water Power Commission. There's still going to be a lot of overlapping functions. So I'd like to hear from the two of you how you anticipate that your work is going to be different moving forward than what hasn't happened since May of last year.
Meaning me and Supervisor Hasjack?
Correct.
Well, so what I see happening is a much more formal process where we're reporting out on a regular basis, like standing committees do, and coming with items that come directly to the board. We haven't done that probably as efficiently as we should have, but that's our plan going forward. The way that we're structuring this would be that, yes, we do have a consulting firm to work with us. We don't know specifically who that's going to be. We probably will have to go out for an RFP. And that's kind of my initial take. Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, I think that the West Company has presented updates on their activities, and where have those gone?
I'm happy to answer all those questions.
And then I'll just say that the idea with the standing committee is to have this point of contact for overall economic development, because that's what the community has been asking for. They say, we don't know in the county where to go if we have an idea, and we need to be at the table for all of these grant opportunities. I think this standing committee will be the opportunity to make sure that we're somehow at the table in each of these grant opportunities, and that people know where to go if they've got an issue. Certainly when we talk about housing or cannabis rules or those kind of issues that are part of the fabric of the economic development in Mendocino County, people need to know where to go. And that's what I think we're looking at is, the point of contact, getting the cities together, getting the industries together, and making sure that people have this open forum to discuss these issues.
And that's something that came out loud and clear with our 2 hearing sessions that we did both on the coast and in the interior, is that they really wanted a place to be able to go to, because right now, you're right, we do have a lot of involvement in economic development and different departments and areas. It's not necessarily all coordinated. It's not necessarily all articulated. We're hoping we can improve that.
Just a point of clarification, West Contracts item number 7 was to be the point of contact for businesses. So it's confusing to me that, so it wasn't working with West, and now we're going to have a committee of 2 members of the Board of Supervisors that are going to be the initial point of contact?
I don't think that's correct. Let's let Mary Ann weigh in on it.
Yeah, I hope I can clarify this for you, Supervisor Mulhern. So I'm going to take you back a little bit and then bring you up to today. In March of 2021, we actually came to the board after the Move 2030 completed and made a proposal. Outside agencies, people from the 200 who gathered for that, made a proposal for the need for economic development and what we thought at the time it should be. Again, we were just all coming out of the pandemic. That proposal languished for about 10 months in various iterations of what we needed to do. It finally came to fruition at the end of May, beginning of June of last year. And at that time, the scope of work narrowed to be into 3 specific entities that you see and that you're looking at. We met with the ad hoc committee, and because we knew that we couldn't do everything in the scope of, not in the scope of work, everything outside of the scope of work, they prioritized, and they did a good job. We said it was going to be on, permitting, building capacity, blue economy, things that we felt that there was already a foundation there, and we dove into it. On August 16th, we came to this board, and we presented a 3-month update because that was one of the requirements. And I know all the board members were at that meeting, and you asked some very good questions about jobs, about training, about things that were going on in the county at that time. Every month, I send a monthly report that is reviewed by the ad hoc supervisors, and we send that out, and we send it to Atlas in the hopes that it then lands on your desks. What you have in today's meeting is a compilation of all 10 months of that work. So you can look at any time to see what it is that we did. And we divided it up into convenings, grants, things that we knew were kind of moving the ball forward. I absolutely agree with you 100%. I think the county personally is doing a lot more good in many areas. Like you mentioned, housing and the work that's being done in Ukiah and the work that's being done in the cities. I think those need to come to the forefront. The work I was slated to do, though, was to specifically not in any way burden county departments with questions, work, things like that. So we took this stance for 10 months to try to glean wherever we could and make sure people knew why it was beneficial to invest in Mendocino County. And that last directive about working in Mendocino County, that's what we plan to roll out over the next 2 months. But the way we roll things out is we definitely run it by a whole host of people, including cities, including organizations, and that part takes time. We don't come to you and say, hey, we're going to see this person or that person. We go and make sure that before we come out with something, we've at least vetted it across some communities that we have. We have a very passionate, diverse group here who has passion around economic development. We want to always include them. When it comes to grants, though, sometimes, no, I'm going to restate that. When it comes to federal and state grants, there is no longer time to do some of that. What I mean by that is that you have to be ready. We just got off a call with SURF about the potential for those implementation grants. That means when you submit a request to get access to those funds, you're going to have all your permits, you're going to have all your feasibility, you're going to have you have to have all ready, and they're only going to give you 18 months to finish the project. So what we do a lot of, and what we've done a lot of in this last 10 months, is learn about that, is understand truly what federal, state, and regional agencies are now looking for. Now, our job, or the next job of a committee, it could be a group of people, it could be as many, the more people, the better, I say. But you have to understand what framework you're working in. And that, I think, is the purpose of a standing committee, is so that you can convene a larger group working on these priorities and understanding how to get around the barriers, because there will be. And for Mendocino County, we're a little bit behind. Does that help? I hope. Does that help?
Yes, I hope so. Supervisor Williams?
So I support it. Depending what lens you look through, the standing committee is more onerous or more transparent. One of the differences will be with the ad hoc, the two supervisors could go to West, whether in person, on the telephone, Zoom, could join at an event and participate about economic development. Under the standing committee model, that won't be the case. The conversations will happen here in board chambers, streamed to the public. There won't be calling the two supervisors and having a serial meeting about an issue. It'll have to happen here live every time. So I want to make sure all parties understand this dynamic, because I think it'll be a dramatic shift from what you have today, where you can call the two of them either together or one after the next and ask, what do you think about blank? You're not going to want to be lobbying them that way. It should happen at board chambers at a scheduled standing committee meeting. I see County Council has his pen up. You're going to rebut me?
No, I was actually going to address a different
Okay.
point. So I don't want to.
So I'm almost done. So so everybody's in agreement that this is how it'll work because it's the rule of the standing committee?
Yes.
No, I still have concerns. If my board assignment is to work with West, I don't know whether or not I can attend Redwood Surf meetings. I don't know whether or not I could attend SMED meetings. And I think that as a business owner in the largest incorporated city in Ukiah, I have a really key role to play in economic development. So I do need to understand from county council what my role is and what my abilities are if this were to move forward today.
If I may, Mr. Chair, that was the item I had my pen up for. I do want to make sure that the board has an opportunity to address the potential overlap issues, because there are these questions about the other assignments, both just board membership generally, but also it sounds like the membership on, and I'm sorry, Supervisor Mulhern, I didn't catch all of the items, but I think I heard West Board, EDFC Board, and
well, Workforce Alliance of the North Bay, and
Yeah.
also I would like to attend Redwood Surf meetings. I've attended some, checked the participant list. If I don't see these two guys, I stay. If I see them, I bounce. Like, I don't know what the plan is.
And so just a few, there's a few different things I need to touch on here. One is, in terms of the potential overlap, I do think you need to clarify sort of where the line will be between, say, the standing committee and, say, West Board, or it may also be worthwhile to revisit whether some of those board assignments, I don't know the history on all of them, but if you're restructuring, it might be a good idea to take the moment to look at whether all those assignments should still exist, or whether some of them should be consolidated. In terms of participating at other public events, so Supervisor Mulhern, you can under the Brown Act, attend the meeting of a different standing committee. So I believe you're on the General Government Committee. If you wanted to be on the Public Health Safety Resources, if you wanted to watch the Public Health Safety Resources Committee, you could attend as long as you don't comment. The same rule applies in the meetings of other Brown Act bodies. So you can go, even if there's a member of the board who's appointed onto that body, or if you could have a quorum potentially in the audience, as long as you don't talk among each other. In fact, if you want to avoid any insinuation of impropriety, you could, sit separately from each other at those events. As long as you don't talk amongst yourselves about the county business, then it's not considered to be a meeting for Brown Act purposes. And then I could develop just a brief memo, maybe that might help explain that. But I would suggest, for the potential overlap issues, that the board take a little bit of time, and whether that's as part of deciding to create the item, or whether that's as a separate item to look at possibly rescinding or restructuring some of the others, look at how those are going to fit together. And then there's just one other thing that I wanted to make sure that the board was aware of. There was a mention about creating and managing a TAC. I just want to remind the board, similar to what happened with the Public Health or Public Health Safety Resources Committee, if you create a technical advisory committee, if you appoint the members or take formal action, either of your standing committee or of the board, then that advisory committee becomes a Brown Act body. I don't know if that was the intent here or not. You also have the option. What was done in that case was essentially the board decided not to create it, but allowed a contractor to assemble a TAC, to get the input, and to bring it forward. In that case, you're not selecting who the individual members are, you're not dictating the composition, but that does allow them to meet in a less formal manner if that was the goal. So I just want to make sure that I'd flagged that for the board.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Jordy?
Well, I just wanted to comment that we've seen a number of economic development initiatives in Mendocino County over 2-3 decades. I think this is the most energetic effort that we've seen in Mendocino County, and the most connected with partners outside of Mendocino County. There's a couple other entities that we're partners with that weren't on that list, but that wasn't an exhaustive list. I would suggest that I think for this to be truly successful, probably even more important than the standing committee, is that we have a full-time staff person in the executive office, because there are problems, I would say, from my experience, from community partners that have contracts with the county, getting those contracts routed, approved, and interacted with the county, unless they're have a direct conduit in the executive office. And I think until we do that, I think the standing committee by itself is not going to solve the problems that we have right now. So, and I've suggested the executive office a way to fund that, and I think we could actually save money in the process. So hopefully that'll happen in the budget process.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I have a little concern. Well, I'll support whatever the two of you want to do. You don't hear that very often. But I don't think West should want to be on a technical committee and be subject to the Brown Act. I think if you start putting partners on that committee, it'll be really hard to get any business done, that they're going to have to come here to conduct the business between each other. As it relates to...
I think the way that Councilor Curtis described it, of where we don't really have a formal TAC where people are actually appointed, rather it's convening.
It's like a TAC that subverts the Brown Act. Is that what we're...
I think what County Council said is if the contractor identifies community partners in a variety of industries and feels that it's representative of those industries, it's an advisory to West Company and anybody getting information from West Company. But if the board appoints the technical advisory committee, then it's Brown Act. Is that?
Yep. Yeah. So I'm comfortable with the recommended action of just creating the standing committee. What will the name be? The Economic Development Standing Committee?
I think so. Yeah. Marianne.
I just want to say that, thank you for pointing that out. I think I'm a little bit too much of a private sector gal, so Brown Act is sometimes hard, but I understand.
Not against transparency, but I'm for getting stuff done, which can be really hard.
Right.
I wonder if the board could refer to the new standing committee as the first item to take up Supervisor Jurdy's concept of a county staff member, maybe in the executive office assigned to economic development.
I think there's several next steps in terms of structure and how we're going to finance this, that it'll need to come back as a board item after we've had a chance to put our heads together. Marianne.
The point I want to make about the standing committee is you're not going to change the trajectory of the economy with one group of people meeting 4 times a year. What's going to change the trajectory of the economy is a group of people rolling up their sleeves and working to prioritize, analyze, implement, and bring that back so that whatever the county is able to do, they can do to further that along, because that's what you want. You want to keep pushing this ball up the hill so that you can get the momentum that you need to make the economy start to come back to life. And so it's really those actions, and as Christian Curtis had said, whether it's a separate advisory group, it needs to be something so that it's free enough to do that analysis, to make those recommendations, to have the community or the cities, the counties, the unincorporated areas working together to make that done. We're not going to solve everything in the first year or in the first 10 years, but we could certainly prioritize and try to leverage funds so that we are implementing the right things in the right way. And so the two of those working together well, I think will work.
Question for the 2 potential committee members. What will your meeting cycle be? Every week, every other week?
Quarterly.
You think that's enough? Marianne has a topic to discuss with the 2 of you. She has to wait for the next quarter?
Well, that's why I was thinking the advisory, or whatever you call this other group, would be working together, and then we would bring things. I still do think that a contact or a connection to the county office is going to be important to have in that
Yeah, I wouldn't think
group.
I wouldn't think quarterly would be frequent enough to accomplish the goals. I think it's at least a monthly.
Through the chair, we talked about monthly meetings, and we didn't know if it was too much of a burden on the county to have these Brown Act compliant meetings every month. And so what we kind of settled on was this model of having quarterly meetings and also having this kind of semi-technical advisory committee. But I think that what Supervisor Jurdy said is having a point of contact in the executive office would probably be more effective too, and help kind of work together and shepherd those ideas.
And that, in fact, is how it used to be years ago, when we did have an analyst in the executive office that worked exclusively on economic development issues. So, in fact, if that person was effective, we might not even need a standing committee. So that's something that we have to take into consideration.
Well, again, I support you, but I would recommend more frequent, at least in the beginning.
Okay.
And there is a cost. What does this meeting cost? Something like $8,000. There is a significant cost to holding a public meeting here, but we also want this to be a success. And so, you know, what's worse is to meet too frequent to be a success and just burn the money.
Sure. So the feedback I got from the executive office was that it would be about $6,000 to do 4 quarterly meetings. Does that sound right to you, Steve?
Yes, that's correct. I believe 5,600 is the number that I'd heard.
Last question. Is it possible to schedule this standing committee meeting for the same day as the others? Do you think we can fit 3 into a day?
I think that would be pretty killer for the staff. I don't know if they could pull it off. We could certainly ask that question.
We could rotate staff, but it's easier to set up for the
I
day.
agree. Yeah. I think that's a good idea if the staff can make it work, but that's something we'll take into consideration.
I think the General Government Committee would have difficulty because we're meeting every month. The other,
and you talk about cannabis, so it's the whole day, right?
well, it certainly takes the time allotted.
We could have the economy take the whole day.
Yes.
So Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliffe, I believe that at one point in this conversation, Supervisor Jurdy had noted that he had an idea for funding a position, and I just wanted to remind the board that we're in an incredibly tight budget situation this year and into next, and so if there's going to be an additional commitment of resources, we will need creative ideas for funding and potentially holding that discussion for the budget conference or the budget hearings coming up.
My idea does not cost the county anything. It eliminates one position in one department and creates a new position in another department at cost savings to the taxpayers.
Okay. So at this point, if there's anyone in the audience who would like to make comments on this, this would be the time.
Hello, Pamela Patterson, EDFC Board, and former CEO of West Company. Some of you recognize me from that role. Good afternoon. So as EDFC was created in 1995, the Board of Supervisors named them as the Economic Development Service Provider for Mendocino County. And as a result of that, our bylaws require that we have Brown Act meetings, and we do that once a month. It'd be very easy to incorporate this standing committee as an EDFC meeting opportunity. So you could do special things in a quarter and then monthly revisit the things that you want to revisit. As well as 2 Board of Supervisors sitting on EDFC, we have 1 elected official from each jurisdiction. So you would have the opportunity to speak with everyone in the county and get feedback coming back from the different jurisdictions. Now, we're known for doing loans, but our name is Economic Development and Financing Corporation. And in the past, we have carried on a lot of the things you're talking about. When we were having a full board and a full place to meet, we would hold regular meetings around like the meat processing plant. We wrote grants, we had got grants funded for the meat processing plant. We looked at a feasibility study for them. We did that for biochar. So it's not like you don't have a resource already available to you, and it probably won't cost $6,000 a month to hold a meeting, or a quarter. I mean, maybe we could have a quarter meeting in the chambers here, and then monthly meetings to do the follow-up. We can bring people in, whoever has an interest in whatever project is that's been identified, and invite them to come into the meeting and participate. Your technical advisory committee could be, volunteers or community members, depending on what you're looking at. So it's not like you don't have other solutions, and you have somewhat funded EDFC is that my countdown, 21 seconds? I thought I got 3 minutes, but anyway. You at $30,000 a year. So that's not a lot of money. It's the same amount of money that you awarded them in 1995. So it's hard to move a ball up a hill, down a hill, or in any direction, or do a good kickoff when you're not fully funded. Thank you.
So I just have a quick question for you. We seem to have drifted apart. We don't have a close relationship with your board anymore in the area of economic development. What happened?
Well, you know, like every nonprofit, you know, things change. We went through an executive director change, but also the work that you're asking to have done requires to be funded, and EDFC has not been funded at any kind of substantial amount. When Tony Shaw was here, now I've been around here for quite a while, and Tony Shaw was here, he made sure that we got some funding for different things. We also as a group, we would work together on a grant application for the MEAT study, for instance. NCO had a lot of interest in that. They took a lead in it, and they helped facilitate getting that grant written. The feasibility study, we made connections with the, I can't remember which government agencies, but, you know, so we've been there before. But we do need to have enough staff to pull it off. And you can't cut off the oxygen and expect anything to breathe, right? And I think that's how EDFC has been thought of. That's part of why. We do have 2 board members, Ms. Mulhern and John Hashak, that sit on our board now from the Board of Supervisors. And yeah, you were sitting on it for a little while.
Well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got involved in the water issue, which I guess we got enough rain. Maybe you're not as involved anymore.
It's still not over.
No, water will never be over. So, I mean, and in the past, we've worked closely with, who was Tony Shaw at the time.
Well, we'll certainly re-examine our relationship and try to involve you if we can.
Try to involve us again. Oh, how kind.
So, Chair, if I could, you know, we all probably have slightly different perspectives on this. You know, I kind of look at the joke in Mendocino County that why have one nonprofit do something if you could have 2 or 3 do the same thing? And I think that's kind of the case with economic development. You know, from my perspective, the lane that EDFC has succeeded at is at business loans, but really, in my opinion, West Company has been more successful in expanding into economic development, job training, et cetera. And I think that, in my opinion, is the better partner for the broader economic development, and let EDFC focus on the business loans, support businesses in that way. And I think if we try to fund both entities to do the same things, neither will have enough money to succeed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think having Supervisors Mulhern and Haschak on the EDFC board and McGordy and Haschak on the standing committee might create a conflict.
That's true. And then we have 2 Board of Supervisors on the West Company board that could
Yeah.
create a conflict too.
So before we're done here, I mean, my recommendation would be supervisors get off boards of our partners.
So if you choose to get off the EDFC board, you'll basically destroy it. Because it's in our bylaws, it's created. You created it.
So another possibility might be to have the standing committee board members on instead of a mismatch, except county council. Won't that be a problem, and that our standing committee is meeting at EDFC's nonprofit board meeting, which isn't Brown?
So my understanding is the EDFC meeting is Brown Act compliant.
Yes, that's correct.
And so we just need to make sure we notice it correctly.
Okay. So the problem is that we have Supervisor Mulhern, I'm sorry, not on the standing committee, but on EDFC's board.
Well, we'll look into all these things and try to get them squared away.
Today?
I think I want a little bit more time to investigate this and be sure that the structure we're proposing is going to work, primarily from the perspective of Brown Act and everything that is.
So you have a motion on the floor, though. If we do it, if we pass it, we're creating this today.
Yes. Okay, well, details to be worked out.
Chair.
Yes.
So the way I look at it is that EDFC is dealing with small loans, and it's got a specific purpose. West Company has their purpose as an entity, but the standing committee is going to be this umbrella looking at economic development for the county, which I think, and county council tell me when I'm wrong, it is different. It's a different focus than these different entities. And so I don't see how there's a conflict in itself.
Yeah, and if I may respond through the chair, I think the concern would be not so much that they'd have exactly identical subject matters, but rather there's sort of a Venn diagram and that there'd be an area of overlap. And then the potential Brown Act issues come up essentially when there's an issue that is being discussed both by the Economic Development Committee and by the board of EDFC or West. So I think what you need is, and you've got to, there's a few different ways you can do this, right? You can change the composition, as Supervisor Williams was saying. You could change the scope so that there's no overlap. You could look at whether you need to have representation on these boards. It sounds like there's some more complicated issues there. I want to make sure that I'm flagging this, and to Supervisor Williams' point, it might be prudent, if you want a little bit more time to look at it, to maybe just continue the item on terms of the creation until you're able to have a plan, and then sort of do that all at once. Because that is going to be again, there's more than one way to do this, but you are going to need to sort of decide which way you go.
Well, then if EDFC is carrying on a discussion about something that is before the standing committee, and they have both Board of Supervisors and representatives from the jurisdictions, and is Brown acted, is that going to be a problem? If EDFC is going to take on, one of the projects or do something that is important to this, how is that going to work?
If I may,
Go ahead.
the potentially is a problem. If they're all Brown Act compliant, that doesn't in and of itself mean that it's allowed. You'd effectively need to be noticing them all as meetings of the full boards of supervisors, because you'd have a serial meeting issue, and then that would give the opportunity for all the board members of the board of supervisors to attend. So there's a few ways this may get a bit complicated or intertwined. Again, there's a few options. There's also a few pitfalls. There's just some complications if you have two different Brown Act bodies with a subset of this board that have overlapping jurisdiction, then you potentially run into problems.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, recommendation would be to resolve it today or postpone it to another meeting. But I don't think you're going to be able to work out the details of how to avoid the conflict outside of our meeting, because you have 3 supervisors that will be in contact with county council over the same issue.
Okay.
So this is the opportunity.
More public comment?
Chairman McGordy, members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Paul Garza. I think most of you know me. I am the immediate past chair of West Business Development Center and your appointee to the Sonoma-Mendocino Economic Development District. In addition to that, I've been working very diligently recently with the Community Economic Resiliency Fund, the RISE group in our 4 counties, to help them develop a governance structure that's going to be critical to how these funds from SURF, the potential funds from SURF, can implement it into the counties. First of all, I want to congratulate you on this initiative of forming this committee. I think it's great. I think some of you at least have heard me preach time and time again that economic development is a we business. No one does it on their own. And it's essential in economic development that you have a strong tie between the community organizations, the business, and government. Without that, you can't be successful. And I come very close to achieving that with this standing committee, so I'm very pleased. I want to just comment a little bit about the experience with West. I think you entrusted us with for this county, a significant amount of funding, $175,000. I'd like to observe, because I don't think Mary Ann made, while the number looked good, she didn't quite make the point. We have now, in 10 months, been able to achieve $7.4 million in new funding into this county. That's already a return of 42 to 1. You don't get too many deals like that. And I think we have the potential, done right, to expand that, to even do better. I'm quite surprised that we were that effective in this year, but we had some good fortune. But going forward, the combination of the money available through the U.S. Economic Development Administration and the aggressive kind of stance that they're taking, with the potential for the Community Economic Resiliency Fund from the state, we can really put something together very powerfully if we can stay together. We have great respect for our partners, the Community Foundation. We're really pleased to be working closely with the Economic Development and Funding Group. They're great, and they've resolved the problems that they had in the past, which is great news for all of us. I know that the businesses that we provide services to through our Small Business Development Center have benefited greatly because it's been much easier to access capital for them. So again, I just want to reiterate how glad I am that you're moving in this direction. If there's any way I can be of any help to you at any time, please let me know. But congratulations and thank you.
Any other comments from the room? Okay, if not, we have some folks online. So Peter McNamee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am speaking on behalf of the Grassroots Institute, which I think it's important for me to define who we are. We're an all-volunteer organization. We have about 200 active members throughout the county and a list of about 500 people that we regularly have subscribed to the information that we distribute. We're an educational organization, and we're an advocacy organization. We advocate for the common good in the county. We have invested quite a bit of energy and time in the last 2 years looking at the county's economic development initiatives. And I can say this, if the previous discussion sounded a little confused and vague and foggy, I can confirm that's the same impression that we have as well. We have a really hard time understanding who's doing what and how we measure progress in any of the areas that we're concerned about. And that's what I wanted to comment about today. We would support the creation of a standing committee if it's what's really going to bring some clarity to this situation. We think that the standing committee will only be successful if the entire community is engaged and at the table helping to shape that agenda. And to that end, we'd like to see a much greater level of community-wide engagement. When I mean community-wide, I mean what we're not seeing at the table in a lot of these discussions is labor and our workforce representatives. Consumers are not being adequately represented in these discussions, and particularly the environmentalist community. As you know, we've been advocating for solar as an alternative to fossil fuels, wind and geothermal as alternatives to fossil fuel. We think that's the future for Mendocino County, and that providing a stable electrical grid that's reliable and safe is critical to attracting the kind of clean industries that we want to see in this county. I know I've only got 3 minutes, so I'll stop there, but I would hope that whatever action you take, you focus on really broadening who's at the table making that agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so we also have online, I think it's Jim Mayfield from Rainbow Ag.
Hey, this is Jim Mayfield. And I am speaking for myself. Unfortunately, the Rainbow Ag using their Zoom link, so it has me associated with the company, but these are just my own personal opinions. I think I'm in support of this motion in terms of the standing committee. I also would say that multiple counties and jurisdictions, in fact, in West Company's proposal, or at least their report, show that have figured out this process. In other words, let's not get the Brown Act process or whatever in the way of trying to move this forward. I'd like to see approve the committee structure and work out the details. Perhaps the committee just sits there with 2 people on it, and that becomes, and then you have an associated group that's around it that is the big tent. And I think that's the piece we're missing. So if you move this forward today, I think it's an important, critical move. Supervisor Jurdy's concept of needing an economic development coordinator as part of the executive staff is also incredibly important, but this at least would be a first step, or even that structure could be discussed within that economic development committee. Economic development has a component in every single decision you make in your representative situation, and I think it'd be great to have this committee there to be able to refer and grab that input from a large tent and a large collaboration of people to try to bring an economic development focus to your discussions. So that's it. I appreciate you moving forward with the motion.
Okay. Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, those 2 previous comments really hit the nail on the head, because what we're trying to do is bring a focus to economic development and open it up to the community and make sure that the forum is open for everyone. And we certainly would welcome, the environmental groups, the labor, everyone else who wants to participate in these discussions about economic development. Instead of having them as ad hoc meeting off in a room, let's bring them out into the forum and show the county that we're serious about these issues and we want to make progress.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and the question at this point, do we continue with the motion that we have, or do we bring it back with some modification? Supervisor Williams.
I'd like to continue and just clean up the aftermath as it comes.
Okay. Any other further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote. Oh, Supervisor Bullhorn.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm going to vote no on this item. I believe strongly that we need economic development in our community. I reviewed the item that was mentioned about August 16th. I've reviewed all of the contracts with West Company that the board committee members have signed up with to work on over the last year, and those projects have not been implemented, in my opinion, and so I have a lot of concerns about moving forward at this point. I think economic development is too important to have a false start, and I think it would be more prudent to take a step back, find the way to fund an internal county employee, and move forward really to get the ball rolling uphill instead of just rolling the ball all kinds of sideways.
Supervisor Williams.
Do you think this could be a step towards that, Supervisor Mulhern? That moving from, like Supervisor Haschek said, unannounced room off in the corner to a public setting on video for every meeting, would that get us closer? I guess what I'm saying is I don't know.
Please prove me wrong. I'm just stating why I think economic development is incredibly important. I've reviewed the contracts. I've reviewed the agenda items. I have not seen movement. I want to see the ball move forward quickly and appropriately, and I don't think that this is the path to get us there. I understand the concept behind it. I am expressing my concerns, and it's fine with me if I'm the one off.
Well, I would rather have all 5. Is there a way to transform the proposal into one that you could accept? Or can we put a time box on this, like try it for 3 months, 6 months, and if it doesn't work, then move on to the next idea?
I'm just one person. We can keep trying it until I get 3 other people. I mean, if you're not paying attention to the contracts and what's happening, then I can't do anything with that. So I'm happy to vote. We have really important agenda items. I'd like to move forward, but I just wanted to express my concerns.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I guess the issue is we're not approving a contract right now. We're looking at the structure for economic development. And that's what I'm voting on.
Myself as well. Okay, I think we're ready to call for the question.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
and Supervisor Mulhern.
No.
The motion passes with Supervisor Mulhern dissenting.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to move on to agenda item 4F, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of the update of the status of property adjacent to the Fort Bragg Branch Library and direction to staff regarding a memorandum of understanding with the Fort Bragg Friends of the Library and the transfer and merging of property to prepare for the branch expansion project at no cost to the general fund.
This might be the one agenda item of the day that's ahead of schedule, or it takes less time than scheduled.
Interesting sidebar. Okay, so with that, we're going to hear from the Cultural Services Agency.
Chair, would you like me to share my screen?
Yes, that'd be great.
I'm Deb Fader, the library director, and I just wanted to start because the last time this was discussed in depth was 2016, and Supervisor Jurdy was the only person who was on the committee then. So I wanted to bring everybody up to date. If you're not aware, the Fort Bragg branch of the library was built in 1913, and originally it was on North Main Street or West Main Street. There was a fire in 1987. Next slide. And it was closed for a year. And then it opened in 1988 at its current location on East Laurel Street. Next slide. That is the floor plan of the building as it currently stands. This is after a renovation that took place in 2007. Next. This is a map so that you can wrap your head around where it's actually located. The white square in the middle with the L is 499 East Laurel, in addition to the one just north of it, the Whipple Street address that has been purchased by the Friends and that we're talking about here today. That's the park across the street. West is that way. Next. This is an aerial view. The library is on the left, south of the lot, which is over on the right. It had a house and a couple of outbuildings on it when it was purchased. So the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library paid to have them demolished and removed. Next. And that's a picture of the house and some of the outbuildings along with some of the friends and the staff of the Fort Bragg branch. Next. This is a picture that shows the current situation of the lot. There's nothing on it. The Friends of the Library, at their own expense, have fenced it in. There's a wooden fence was erected, and then the chain link fence as well. And the Friends are currently paying a landscaping company to keep it nice and under control. Next. And then in December of 2020, I think it was, the Friends accepted a large bequest of over $500,000 from a patron of that branch. And they have pledged to put that $500,000 towards the expansion that we're working on today. Next. And that is a list of 87 people who are on the $1,000 club. That means that they have donated at least $1,000 each. Since this slide was created, there are 7 more people in that club, and so $92,000 just from these individuals. What we're asking for today is just to move forward with the transfer of the property. Does anybody have any questions?
So I don't have any questions, but I want to just sort of summarize my interactions with the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library and some of the other Friends of the Libraries throughout the county. I think they're a tremendous asset to our library system. In every community that we have a library, the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library, have done some incredible work. They've been involved with all three the remodels of that building, well, the first two and the third one that's proposed, including the expansion. And they've also worked with some professional contractors and designers who understand how to kind of economize with an addition. So Marie Jones has recently been working with them, and they've scaled back a little bit the footprint of the expansion, but they've made better use of the space from the earlier designs that was prepared by a different architect. And so what they have proposed is a building that will be more energy efficient, more cost effective to maintain in perpetuity, and yet still achieve the same service to the community that the larger addition had in mind. And they've identified, as the staff report mentions, they're seeking a state library grant. They look like they've got a pretty good shot at getting that. Their cash match should get us really close to the cost of building this addition, which means that the voter-approved quarter-cent sales tax for the libraries, hopefully very little of that will be needed for this addition and remodel. So that means there'll be more money available for all the other libraries. And so, again, this is really a model for what I hope can happen at all the libraries. We know the Point Arena Library down there has, it wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the community down in the South Coast. And so if we can see this continuing this support at the Friends of the Library level for each of the libraries, we should see all of the libraries remodeled, expanded, and not rely entirely on the sales tax to pay for it, because the sales tax is only going to generate so much.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Any further discussion? Deputy CEO Dunnacliff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve Dunnacliff, Deputy CEO. Just to convey on behalf of the Executive Office here, as a reminder, and recognizing that this action today is not moving forward with the project, the Facilities and Fleet Division of the county does have a long list of priority funded projects with no staff capacity to complete. Whether it's the PUF, the jail, the social services, the washing machine, I think, in a social services building, Bower Park. So I just want to convey and reiterate that the county's primary obstacle in getting projects completed, unfortunately, has not been lack of funding. It's been lack of staff capacity to spend the funding. So with that noted, I'm okay.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, and I think you raised a point about long-term maintenance, that we're adding to the list of 75 buildings that we can barely maintain. I hope there's some thought going into a long-term plan that we're putting aside money every year for the inevitable. Where do we direct that? Deputy CEO Dunnacliff?
So if I may, through the chair, your library director is here with comment, and again, I don't know that today's action is directly relevant, but my concern is just that not setting up expectations that we can't ultimately fulfill as we start down this path.
And then the other concern, if friends and supporters were to prepare the site, do some of the construction, and then transfer it to the county, it would be a much lower cost than having the county take on a project. Has that been given any contemplation before we go down this path?
What I've been told is that can't happen. It has to be transferred first. That's the very first step.
I believe that's related to the grant eligibility and the use of the grant funds, that because this would be grant funded, the county would need to have control of the project, which means that we are looking at a public works project.
Right. So when we built what looks like it was a 4-bedroom house, it became a multi-million-dollar project. My worry is as soon as the county begins a construction project, it'll be a multiple of what it would be otherwise.
I just wanted to let you know that in conjunction with the expansion, the project was to take on also the HVAC and some of the older systems that are in the already standing part of the building and update them so that you would not need to be spending maintenance facility costs on them.
Okay. What about long-term maintenance? Roof, groundskeeping, I don't know. There's a lot that goes into maintaining buildings, and the county hasn't been very good at it. And this will be building number 76 in the queue.
Well, it's an addition to an existing building.
It's still a maintenance project.
I think overall it'll be less maintenance after the project is complete than it is now.
I see that we have Director Rao with us, if she cares to weigh in and help us address some of these questions we're concerned about.
Thank you. Through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, and I appreciate Deputy CEO Donacliffe's comments and also Supervisor Williams. This would be expanding your own footprint, which would be expanding your need for maintenance, custodial, and landscaping. Primarily, we also have, as mentioned, a resource deficiency with the current approved projects, which this isn't included in that list, nor was it on our horizon. We did assist the library staff with preparing what we felt was a process by which they could acquire the property and approach this project should it be approved by the board. But most definitely, we have a priority list that we're working on. I've been working really closely with the CEO on methods by which we can reallocate GSA staff in order to really focus on some of our core mandated functions and projects such as social services and that where we've seen some projects that have had to be deferred. But right now our approved project list, we have also grant timelines and deadlines that we're working on. And this will be expanding our owned real property. As it is right now, we have 1.0 FTE on the coast. We've for the last 2 years struggled with retaining custodial staff. We have no landscaping staff on the coast. We are currently outsourcing that to a third party. And I've been in recruitment for custodial services for the last few years. As mentioned, we send right now we're sending staff from from Ukiah over to the area. So, in talking with CEO Antle and Deputy CEO Johnson, it was just I wanted to convey some caution with how we proceed with these projects. There is a cost of ownership. There is a lifetime cost of ownership, and not just what may be on our forefront. And that's where GSA is trying to come from with cost models. Thank you.
So we're also going to have the additional funding from Measure O. How does that fit into the picture? So, and as we address these kind of thorny issues of maintenance, which comes up over and over again, because it's more than just creating something, it's also the maintenance, which we've noted today we're not particularly skilled at. And I just wondered how you're thinking if Measure O can play a role in addressing some of these issues.
Absolutely. 40% of Measure O is supposed to go towards capital improvements anyway. We have the grant from the state, which is 75% of the cost. We have $500,000 from the Friends of the Library that they are pledging to put into the pot in addition to the lot and the maintenance that has already gone into the demolition of the homes. And then the other 60% of Measure O can go towards some of the facilities costs.
So I'm impressed with the way that the community has subscribed to this. I mean, you can't overlook that. But we of course are always concerned about taking on yet another project for the county when we've had some troubles in the past. So that kind of tempers our enthusiasm a little bit, but it shouldn't, in my opinion, stop us from looking at this real seriously.
If all of our county departments had this much community support, we would have fantastic buildings and fantastic services.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So certainly Supervisor Jordy has a lot of faith in this project. So Supervisor Williams.
And we should clarify that the comments about maintenance do not reflect the dedication of our facilities crew. It's more an issue of the board hasn't funded facilities adequate to maintain the number of buildings we have. But I don't want anyone to feel unappreciated who's involved in maintaining our buildings. We just recognize more resources.
No, you're absolutely right, because numerous times when I was working in a county facility as a UC farm advisor, we'd have guests come in and they'd say, wow, this is pretty nice. You guys take good care of your stuff. So I know that our work crew is pretty awesome, given the resources they have to work with. Okay, any comments in the room? I see we have a couple of online comments. First, we'll hear from Marie Jones.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time to consider this important project. I just wanted to emphasize a couple of things about the project that's important for your consideration. The first is that the state is going through a challenging budget time right now, and I think we can't rely on this grant funding coming around again soon. I think it's now, or we're probably going to wait for another 10 years. Right now, Friends of the Library is helping to pay for my time to help prepare the grant application. The grant application itself is already 75% completed. The grant funds can be spent through the end of 2027. So that allows construction on this project to start in 2025 or 2026. In addition, the grant funds include over $400,000 for project management. So there's plenty of money there for the county to either hire staff or to hire a consultant to manage this project. And with that, I will cede the remainder of my time.
Okay, so let's see, who else is on our list? Carolyn Schneider.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a member of the Fort Bragg Friends of the Library, and I'm also chair of the Library Advisory Board, which is looking at how to use the Measure O money in an appropriate, fair way. So here's something that doesn't require a lot of Measure O money, but there is a reminder that the library funds are what are used, I believe, through A87 charges for any maintenance. So that it might not be the big problem or concern that's being stated. And I also want to say that Marie Jones, who is working on this project, is really the head of the project for the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library, would be willing to be the project manager, at least to start this off, and work with the county facilities in order to do that. And that could be something that could be addressed in the memo of understanding.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, public works project, I imagine we're going to have to go out to bid.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, next on the list we have Janice Marcel.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you so much for hearing about what we want to be doing. We, back in 2016, a former member who's now deceased came to the Board of Supervisors meeting and let you know that we were working on this project. And since then, we have done a lot. A lot has happened, and Deb just showed you that in her visual presentation and verbal presentation. And I just wanted to remind you that this is a gift that we planned at that time, and we still are of the same mind to have that project, have the lot gifted to the county. So please take that into consideration when you're thinking about doing this project or considering this project. Libraries are really thriving right now. We thrived even through COVID. And we have a lot of plans for continuing to thrive in our community. We have tremendous community support, as you can see by what's been presented today and what we will what we are implementing for the future for our expansion project. We are so grateful to have Marie Jones helping us with this. It's really been a great catalyst in moving things further along. And I think that there's got to be a way. I'm an optimist, as some of you know, and it's really helped me throughout my life. And I believe that there is a way that we can find a way to work with facilities on moving this project forward. Thank you so much.
Okay, next is Don Hess.
Hello, I'm the Fort Bragg branch librarian, and I have a few points to raise. First of all, maybe this building project should be looked at as an exception to the other buildings that need constant attention and are not being maintained properly. This is a building that's associated with the services it provides, and libraries are only expanding at this time. They're not going into retreat. I would love to tell you what the benefits of the new building would be. First of all, we need to expand the area for children and teen to offer them more space. And we need a community meeting and media space, including drop-ins for special needs adults. We need the benefit of high-tech wired quiet rooms. This is a constant request from our patrons. And in those quiet rooms, we could provide telemedicine, we could provide lawyer in the library appointments, and we could also provide rooms for high school students to do team projects with the wiring, the high tech that's in the room. These are all in the designs that Marie Jones has created. We have an important need for more book processing and office space. We have very cramped quarters right now. Any new staff that we hire, we have to put in another little corner of the library. Let's see, we need to replace the kerosene heating system with a heat pump for safety and environmental benefits. We need to install solar panels and backup batteries, and Dan Jurdy has been working with that. To reduce operating costs and showcase responsible climate positive actions. We also have a community garden to demonstrate sustainable stormwater practices and native plants and bee-friendly gardens. We have a seed library at this library, and we plan to expand that and showcase sustainability. And also with the new expansion, we would be able to expand parking and ADA accessibility for our patrons. Thank you.
Is Marie Jones' hand still up? All right, is there any further online comment? No, okay. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the motion that was made was the recommended action, but the recommended action on this one was just provide direction to staff. So we might need slightly different phrasing. The other thing is, so back in 2016, when this item came before the board, there was a request that the staff develop an MOU with the Friends of the Library group. We can certainly do that. And I realize we're talking about direction that predates most of the people on this board now. But if there's anything in particular this board would like in the MOU, or any terms that you want to make sure that we're getting, I'd like to make sure my office can capture that and just make sure that we're following the board direction appropriately.
What we can say is with 100% accuracy, no money will come from the general fund for this.
Supervisor Williams.
So no money from the general fund, but also no staff from the general fund. This will have to go out to bid. I don't think we have staff to manage the project.
Well, and if I may, through the chair, even when you do contract out for the work, you still have people managing the contract.
And I think that itself needs to be contracted out, the management of the, seriously, if CEO were here, I think she would be telling us she doesn't have any staff available. So I don't want to get this project started and then have an expectation that the executive office has staff to manage the consultant or the contractor. That itself, I think, will have to be contracted out. Deputy CEO Dunnacliff, would you agree? Would you firmly agree?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about the resource? I don't want any surprises that the board said do this, and then we have the executive office come back and say, but with what resources? So if that's the case, now would be the time to tell us what will the plan look like?
Well, so if I may, through the chair, I think that the big thing is, as I communicated initially, the county so far, additional money for the Facilities and Fleet Department or division was brought up as one possible approach forward. Really, they've had a difficult time even filling funded positions, right? So this has come down to it's a lack of staff. It's not that staff aren't qualified or able to manage these projects. It's just that we've had funded projects on the books, sometimes for a number of years, that haven't come forward. So clearly there's a lot of community support for this project. These comments aren't about the merits of the project. It's just about trying to manage expectations.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I think the concerns have been duly noted. What we did hear is that if the state library grant is funded, and there's an if, that there's approximately $400,000 for project management in the grant. If that happens, and I think there should be a contingency for that to happen, then it seems to me that we should have a plan in place where the county, if they don't feel that they can hire additional staff in the General Services Department, then we have a backup plan, which is for the county to have an RFP or RFQ for professional services to hire someone with the grant funding for the project management.
Can we incorporate that into the motion?
As part of our direction to staff?
Yeah, what Jordy said.
So this would be contingent on having funding for contracting out our construction services.
Completely, to the point that the county is not even managing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Devin,
Supervisor Jordy, would you like to restate my motion?
Well, I think Director Rao could probably explain. There will inevitably be some staff time involved, but I believe General Services, my conversation with Director Rao, that there is a way for the county to contract for professional services. There still would be some staff time by General Services and other county employees, but I think that would address the bulk of the concern. Is that not right?
If I might, through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency, and Supervisor Judy is correct. I've been working with CEO Antle on various models by which you could hire 1.0 FTE project specialists. It's 100% cost allocated. That was one model. You are adding additional staffing then. And then again, as Deputy CEO Dunnacliff mentioned, recruitment becomes a problem. We can also do a solicitation for construction project management early on in the project. You do still have staff time at the county that have to at least administer the contract and work with the construction project manager to some degree. We're lowering that degree though to the minimum required on some of these projects that are non-general fund, so that our staff can then be devoted to these that are operationally mandated or critical safety issues. So I hope that answers the question. There is a model. I do believe that this will be tied to an MOU, so that might be something with council we've been discussing that could be built into that MOU as well.
Deb, is this acceptable to you if we move forward like this?
Yes, I just want to make sure that it's known. One of the stipulations for the grant, to get the grant, is that the county already owns the property that we're going to put the expansion on. And so that's why it's important. We can't even apply for it unless the property is transferred.
Okay. So how does that affect our motion?
I think the motion covers that case, doesn't it? It starts staff working on a transition plan.
Yeah, if you're just directing staff to begin working on this, that's fine. There's formal action still need to happen, to acquire the property later, but those will have to come back.
Okay. All right, so do we have sufficient direction with our motion here? Okay, well, if that's the case, then let's call for the question.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Shall we take a break for 10 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, we'll be back here at 3:25. next item for us to consider is agenda item number 4E, which is a noticed public hearing, a planning appeal. Discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission adoption of resolution number PC 2022-0018, which clarified interpretation of Mendocino County Code as it relates to occupancy of an entire dwelling unit as transient habitation, and consider whether the resolution is exempt from CEQA under the common sense exemption. And the sponsor is Planning and Building Services. So, has the clerk established proper notice?
Hey, Chair,
Yes.
before you open, I have a couple comments. Is that allowed before we open the public hearing?
It is, it's a bit unusual. Is it something that could wait till after the staff
Well,
presentation?
no, just as a matter of process here, I'm afraid once we open the public hearing, we're really in it. I'm concerned the way this has come to us, that the first opportunity for the board to be involved in what looks like a very substantial policy decision is we're taking up a planning commission appeal. And I can't help but wonder if there's a better path here than having a public hearing to decide on this appeal. Like, this resolution, although the planning commission has the authority to interpret, it probably wasn't, it's like they have the authority and they can do it. It probably shouldn't have happened. There's a better way to take up this issue in the broadest sense, and it really is policy. And I think the public expects policy decisions to be here. And, you know, maybe go to the planning commission, but come to the board for approval. This is over a resolution that this board never approved. So, you know, my personal take is I feel like it's, you know, quasi-abusive process the way that this has gone down so far.
County Council, can you weigh in for us?
Yeah. Just briefly, Mr. Chair, what you have in front of you is an appeal from a planning decision determination, or a planning commission determination regarding interpretation of the inland zoning code. Under the inland zoning code, unlike the coastal zoning code, the coastal zoning code explicitly calls out vacation home rentals or these sorts of short-term rentals as a particular use type and clarifies what zones they're allowed in, et cetera. Under the inland zoning code, this simply isn't explicitly discussed. Under the rules in your ordinance, if a use type is not explicitly called out in the code, the director has the ability to make a determination over what is essentially the closest and the most analogous use, and therefore how it is to be treated under the zoning code. That same code also allows that decision to be appealed to the Planning Commission, and then if the Planning Commission renders the decision, ultimately to be appealed to the board. As it stands right now, the Planning Commission would be binding unless reversed by this board, and to reverse it, you do need to open the public hearing and go through that process. The unusual component about this is that there wasn't an aggrieved party that appealed the decision of the director. The Planning Commission took it up on its own. The ordinance is silent on that. That component is unusual. We did ultimately believe that was allowed under the code, although you could certainly amend it later to change that process. I would also note, really, the decision they're going to be asked to be made, it isn't to be made and shouldn't be made on policy grounds. The decision that you're going to be asked to be made is what's the right interpretation of the code that is currently enacted in Mendocino County. And the director will get to that as part of her presentation and discussing sort of the history here, et cetera. However, I do want this board to be aware that the policy decision as to how this gets treated going forward, regardless of what the right reading of the code is now, that policy decision will be coming in front of this board as part of the zoning code update, which I expect will be specifically addressing short-term rentals and how they are to be classified under that code. And at that time, you're actually going to have a lot more freedom, not only to make a decision as to how they should be treated on policy grounds, but to be able to craft whatever particular rules, et cetera, may be appropriate under the land use ordinances.
All right, so with that in mind, we'll continue with our instructions here. Has there been any correspondence or telephone calls received on this issue?
I've received a whole lot of calls, mostly rather angry the way this has gone down, and that's part of why I'm raising the concern early on.
Okay.
I've had conversations with a member of the Planning Commission and also Director Krog.
Okay. Anything, emails or other correspondence? Nope. Okay. All right, so at this point, we're going to go to the staff presentation, which will cover a summary from the staff report presented and any additions to the written report. All staff comments are going to be received first, and the Board of Supervisors' questions regarding the staff report will be presented at this time. So go ahead, Ms. Krog.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So I'm going to start with a little bit of background on how we got here, and then we'll discuss some of the issues that are raised in the appeal. So for the background, in 2010, the Director of Planning and Building Services classified vacation home rentals or short-term rentals as room and board, which is an accessory use type in the zoning code. So accessory to any, accessory uses are permitted in all zones where residential and agricultural use types are permitted. Under room and board, if an owner is wishing to rent out either up to 2 rooms in their home or the entire home to transient guests, they could do so as an accessory use. And then the permitting was really based upon their location the location of the property in regards to a publicly maintained road. So if you had frontage on a publicly maintained road, you just required a business license. If you did not have frontage on a publicly maintained road, meaning you're on a private road, then you were subject to both a major use permit and a business license to operate. And I do want to note that past direction from the board required that the department charge a minor use permit fee for those major use permits for short-term rentals. So the fee was lessened, but they were under the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. So room and board, as I said, is permissible in all zoning districts except for industrial and open space. After reviewing this and discussing this with the Planning Commission in 2021, on December 2nd, Chair Purnell of the Planning Commission created an ad hoc committee to review the interpretation of the director. And the created ad hoc committee consisted of Commissioners Wiedemann and Jones, who prepared a draft resolution for consideration of the full Planning Commission. There were numerous iterations, went through multiple hearings, and you see those recitals within Attachment E, the draft resolution for the board. On November 17th, 2022, the Planning Commission did ultimately adopt resolution number PC 2022-0018, which is Attachment A to the packet today, and the subject of this appeal. The adopted Planning Commission resolution makes several findings and determinations. First, it determines that the occupancy of an entire dwelling unit for transient habitation is not room and board. Second, it classifies that the occupancy of an entire dwelling unit being used as transient habitation is transient habitation lodging limited, which is a commercial use type. Under this interpretation, a major use permit would be required for all entire home transient habitation use. This interpretation also affects some of the zoning districts in which this use is permissible. Primarily, it affects the general commercial, the C2 zoning district, where transient habitation lodging limited is not permissible, whereas room and board was. There is mapping provided as Attachment D to today's packet that shows the general depiction of those C2 zoned areas. And you have them in various communities. They're not large blocks of land, but really some smaller areas, usually along major corridors. The Planning Commission determined that the renting of no more than 2 rooms within a dwelling unit for transient habitation remains unchanged, and that is continued as an allowable accessory use as room and board. So for instance, if you had a 3-bedroom house, you're staying in one of the bedrooms and you're providing short-term transient occupancy in the other 2 bedrooms. That's still considered an accessory use under room and board. And the standard permitting requirements in regards to your location on a publicly maintained road remain. So if you do not have frontage on a publicly maintained road, you would still require the major use permit at the minor use permit fee cost. So then what led us here to today, on November 23rd, 2022, Colin Morrow, on behalf of the Friends of Coastal Access, and Paul Clark appealed the adopted resolution to the board, and that's pursuant to County Chapter 20.208. So I want to make sure that this is clear throughout the presentation, and Council Curtis already alluded to this as well, that both the Planning Commission and staff acknowledge that this interpretation provided by the resolution is a temporary measure pending the adoption of updated zoning regulations, which is forecasted to occur later this summer. So I just want to have you have that frame in mind as we're going through today. So now to talk about the appeal. So appeal issue 1 really was addressing inconsistency with the general plan. Page 4 of the appeal discusses the principles and policies within the general plan that the appellant felt that the Planning Commission resolution was contrary to. The appeal cited general plan general plan principles 2-1A and 2-2A, housing element policies 1.4, 3.2, 3.5, and coastal element policy 3.7-5. I have reviewed those listed policies and provided a response within the memorandum for today's item. I do not plan to walk through each one of those, but if there's any questions about those, I'm happy to address those at the end of my presentation. The second appeal issue was inadequate analysis pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. The adopted resolution was categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Section 15060C2 of the state CEQA guidelines because it will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change to the environment. And also Section 15060C3 of the state CEQA guidelines because it is not a project within the meaning of CEQA since it has no potential for resulting in physical changes to the environment. Technically, the resolution adopted by the Planning Commission misstated the effect of the cited CEQA provisions. Projects found to be within paragraphs C2 and C3 of Section 15060 of the CEQA guidelines are technically determined not to be a project under CEQA. A proposed activity is a project if it is capable of causing reasonably foreseeable indirect effects on the environment. However, an indirect effect on the environment is not reasonably foreseeable if there is no causal connection between the activity and the suggested environmental change, or if the asserted causal mechanism connecting the activity and the effect is so attenuated so as to be speculative. Separately, while not specified in the Planning Commission resolution, the change in determination made by the resolution could also reasonably be considered as exempt from CEQA pursuant to the common sense exemption, provided in CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3. This section provides that a project is exempt from CEQA where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question may have a significant effect on the environment. Pages 4 and 5 of the memorandum for today's item contains the rationales as to why the resolution was not a project or was exempt from CEQA. Page 5 of the memorandum includes a detailed discussion of the potential impact associated with the Planning Commission's interpretation of the code as it relates to C2 properties, where under the Planning Commission's interpretation, the renting of an entire dwelling unit for transient habitation would become prohibited, and transient habitation would only be allowed at the higher intensity of transient habitation lodging, which is what you think of as larger hotels. Those are typically 7+ rooms. The appeal implies that by requiring a higher permit level, a major use permit in this instance, for entire dwelling unit short-term rentals, that it will direct development to centralized hotel development, which would result in more intense and focused impacts, or that travelers wishing to visit inland Mendocino County will necessarily stay in the coastal zone and drive inland. The appeal references incorporation of prior comment letters to the Planning Commission dated November 1st, 2022, which included reference to a publication by Jenkins and King titled Unequal Access, Protecting Affordable Accommodations Along the California Coast. I conducted a review of the publication, which is directed primarily at the coastal zone. The publication speaks to the benefit of short-term rentals in providing an affordable option to access the coast, while also providing competition to hotels resulting in reduced hotel rates, rather than speaking to the environmental impacts of additional hotel development. Under CEQA, economic and social effects of a project are not treated as significant impacts on the environment, but a chain of cause and effect from anticipated economic changes to physical changes may be traced. These physical impacts must be significant, and the decision as to whether they are significant must be based on substantial evidence. State CEQA guidelines provide guidance on determining the significance of environmental effects caused by a project, and subsection F5 of section 15064 and 15384 state that argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion, or narrative or evidence that is clearly inaccurate or erroneous or that is not credible shall not constitute substantial evidence. Substantial evidence shall include facts, reasonable assumptions predicated upon facts, and expert opinions supported by facts. Staff did not see any factual evidence provided in the appeal or the reference publication to support the statement that restricting short-term rentals will result in more intense and focused impacts as a result of future hotel development. The appeal does contain statements from certain members of the public regarding concerns of the time and cost in obtaining a use permit, but it is not clear that these statements constitute substantial evidence showing that a significant change in development or traffic patterns is reasonably foreseeable. The appeal also states that the Planning Commission action is likely to increase traffic and vehicle miles driven. The appeal notes that by restricting inland short-term rentals and not those in the coastal zone, that travelers will have to drive further to the coastal zone and stay in a short-term rental. The appeal asserts that this would increase vehicle miles traveled and expend more greenhouse gas emissions. The appeal incorporates previously submitted correspondence from the Planning Commission, and the public comment dated November 1st from the appellant referenced a paper prepared by Associated Transportation Engineers, which reviews the traffic effects of providing short-term rentals within residential neighborhoods in Ventura County with a specific focus on the Ojai Valley area. Staff is concerned about using a document for a more urban county, Ventura County, as data to support potential conditions within Mendocino County. State CEQA guidelines provide that generally vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, is the most appropriate measure of transportation impacts. The paper referenced did not analyze VMT, but rather average daily traffic and traffic generated during peak hour periods. It is unclear to staff how the above referenced paper provides evidence to support the appellant's statement that the differential application of restrictions limiting only inland and not coastal short-term rentals will increase vehicle miles traveled by requiring travelers wishing to visit Mendocino County to drive further and expend more greenhouse gases traveling to the coastal zone where short-term rentals will remain protected. So I have noted too in the memorandum that we do have some local guidance to look at. The Mendocino Council of Governments had a study prepared for compliance with Senate Bill 743, and that provides guidance to local agencies such as our office when processing discretionary permits on how to analyze VMT for projects. So if the Planning Commission resolution is upheld, then the requirement for a major use permit would require that each project coming forward for a short-term rental would be required to go through this VMT analysis, so providing more site-specific data. So, and then finally, I just want to close with noting that it's important to note that the resolution adopted by the Planning Commission does not affect existing legally operating short-term rentals. Rather, it will only impact new short-term rentals or those that have been operating without the proper licensure. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Supervisor Williams.
What was the catalyst for authoring the interpretation?
Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I'll do my best, but since I am not one of the planning commissioners, my understanding from the discussions were concerns that commissioners had seen over impacts that short-term rentals have on neighborhoods and kind of the residential environment.
Yeah.
And then there was also discussion about concern of taking away housing stock,
Yeah.
but that's the best I can give, and it's speculative.
So I guess that's my concern here is, and I hate to hijack this public hearing, but there's a conversation that needs to be had about the impacts of short-term rentals on neighborhoods as far as nuisance and on housing stock. And personally, I support the concern about the impact on neighborhoods. And I think there can be a nuisance element, and I think this board has a role in addressing it. But the problem I have today is this reinterpreting code has a substantial policy change. The public is vested in understanding of what's allowed. This substantially shifts it. and in a way, that really should be board action, not planning commission and director catalyzed. And I know there's been a focus, because I've been hounded with people saying we don't have any housing stock because of short-term vacation rentals. So for context, I woke up in Copenhagen, Denmark this morning, and my breakfast was a Danish on a train so that I could get to this meeting. The day before, I stayed in Stockholm with my kids, and we stayed at a vacation rental that I booked through Airbnb. And I took photos thinking, this would not be allowed in Mendocino County, and it wouldn't meet our building code, right? And I come back wondering, why do the Swedes have more freedom than I have as an American? And I think that's the overarching concern here, that we have an economy, we've lost resource extraction, we don't have fishing, we don't have logging. Cannabis has been legalized, right? It's moving closer to zero like legal economies do. The visitor economy is one of the few revenue sources we have to the county. And we're juxtaposing that positive economic impact with a loss of housing stock for people who desperately need to be housed. I flew in this tube through the sky where I could still see my daughter on this thing, right? Americans put this together. The same Americans should be able to figure out how to build houses. And what I see is we, as government, and the public sees local, city, county, state, federal, it's all government. The public sees government has created such a barrier for housing to be developed. The government has intruded to the point that we don't have housing stock. And the answer we come up with is, let's intrude some more. And last, in the abstract, the way I see this item is California has made it difficult to grow food and import food. And we're saying, let's stop feeding the visitors. We don't have enough food for everyone. Rather than the obvious answer is, let's roll back regulations so that there can be more food. This county is huge, 3,800 square miles. There can be enough hotel rooms, houses for people to live here, houses for traveling nurses, houses for very short-term occupancy. And we need to get away from the scarcity mindset that who gets the house. And the reason these houses are so valuable is they couldn't be built today. The houses of the 1970s, the 1980s, you couldn't construct today legally. And so we're all fighting, and county council is going to tell me I'm getting off topic. But it's not off topic, because what we're talking about is a substantial policy change that's disguised as an interpretation of existing code.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment's actually a little bit different, which is that I think what I'm hearing is a concern about essentially the appeal process being used to enact effective policy changes, which may be more appropriate to do. And really, any policy changes, any policy considerations, any change in how you're going to handle this really ought to be through the ordinance process. And there's certain notice requirements that go as part of that. There are certain steps that the county is already in the process of going through to be able to bring that forward and to be able to let the planning commission will have a chance to weigh in, and then the board will ultimately get to make the decision on that. The question in front of you now, and I think there may be concern that I'm hearing from Supervisor Williams that maybe the Planning Commission didn't appropriately address this as an interpretive item rather than as a policy item. If that's the case, the remedy is for this board to now look at this as an interpretation of the code, decide what you believe is correct, and then leave the policy changes to be brought forward later. And I just want to be a little bit careful that if the discussion starts to go into more of the policy realm and more of what would be the policy that you would want, that would potentially have a negative impact on the integrity of this process and the decision that this board is going to make. So my recommendation is that the board, and I recognize there are strong opinions on the underlying policies, but the board focus on the factors related to the particular ordinance in question, how this can be categorized under that, and then maybe save the policy discussion for later this summer when this will be coming back to you.
And that is exactly my concern. I've seen this on forecasting for the Board of Supervisors. I think before the director wrote the interpretation. And so I can't help but wonder, there wasn't support on this board potentially, and so we took a different route to accomplish the same. That concerns me.
Well, just to be clear, I think the director's interpretation was written in 2010.
And we're just now applying it?
No, it's been applied since 2010. That's how the department's operated. The Planning Commission was concerned with how the department had, or how the director had interpreted and classified the use. And therefore, essentially, they took it up to provide a new interpretation.
And that was the interpretation I was getting at, the new interpretation. Why was this on board forecasting? Why was the short-term vacation rentals on, off, kick down meetings, and then finally we have this appeal as the first item heard?
Thank you for that question. I can answer that. So what happened over time was competing priorities. At one point, it was brought forward with ADUs for discussion, and then it was punted. And the board at that time, and this is, I'm tapping my memory, I know I have it in some of the attachments for what we took to the Planning Commission, but I think it was around 2016, 2017 that it got punted. And there's been competing priorities for the department over the years, as you all are well aware, such that it hasn't come back forward yet. And at this point, and I just want to be clear too about the zoning code update. So our zoning code update is LEAP grant funded. It is a focus on housing and ensuring that you're reducing barriers to housing. So I intend to bring forward vacation home rentals with that. However, if those become complex and politically charged, they may have to be split out into their own separate ordinance amendment because it is a complex issue, and we understand there's a lot of public interest in that as well. So I just want to make sure that stage is clearly set so expectations are managed.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Thank you, Chair McGorty. Since we can't talk about policy on this and policy concerning short-term rentals, let's deal with the issue at hand. It seems like we're talking about a limited number of situations for a limited amount of time. Right? So whatever we do today is just in effect until the end of the summer, more or less, when we deal with this policy issue.
As I said, I just want to make sure there is a potential if the vacation home rentals item or aspect of the zoning ordinance becomes too contentious, we may need to split that out to a separate ordinance amendment to come forward at a future time. But I think the momentum is happening now, so it would be something that the department would be working on sort of in tandem with that zoning code update as well. So I just don't want to say for sure late summer. That's our intention, but like I said, I just don't know how much politically charged that may be from the public as well.
And this interpretation, my understanding is that it will only affect those that do not have business licenses already for short-term rentals and that are on public roads, and that would require, that will be the, what'd you call it, the transient habitation lodging. And so more than 2 rooms are being rented, and it has to be on a public road, and they don't have a permit at this point or a license, and that it will be just that cohort that's here from now until the summer or until this ordinance is happening. So with this specific case and the appeal, is that, how many situations do you have like this? Are we talking, I've heard 100, I've heard it could be 500, it could be 5.
Unfortunately, because we're talking about future short-term rentals that could be established, it'd be very speculative for me to suggest a number as what could potentially come forward within the county.
But the case we're dealing with is one that's on a public road, that they don't have a business license yet.
There is no specific case for this Planning Commission resolution because it was just an interpretation related to the county code. So we're not looking at a specific example necessarily, but talking about what the requirements would be. And you were correct in stating that who is most impacted by this are folks that do not currently have a short-term rental, they don't have an active business license, and that they are located on a publicly maintained road, because their requirements will jump from just a business license to requiring the major use permit and a business license.
So the ones we're dealing with are these, in theory, anyone who wants to come forward in the next 5 months who have that condition.
Correct,
Right.
because the ones that are already on a private road, they require it underneath the director's interpretation as it is. They already require that major use permit, so it's really no change to them, other than it's classified as a commercial use now. So,
So we could be dealing with 4, we could be dealing with 40.
it's really hard for me to guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern, then Supervisor Williams.
What would the timeline have been if there hadn't been an appeal to the Planning Commission's decision, which was in November?
It would have become effective 10 days after the adoption, so it would have been effective, at the very end of November.
Supervisor Williams?
Are vacation business licenses transferable? If there's one that's operating that's 3 bedrooms on a public road, operating legally, paying TOT, and they decide it's time to sell, does the new owner need to get a new license?
Typically, and this is where it'd be helpful to have our treasurer tax collector as well about how they handle that, because oftentimes my understanding is if it's just a change of the name on a business license, the treasurer tax collector may not re-refer that to planning and building because the use is assumed to still be legal. It's the same activity, so.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think that the question that Supervisor Williams might be getting at is not so much whether the business license is transferable, but rather if the use is pre-existing at that location and the owner changes hands, would the planning department require a use permit under those circumstances?
Exactly.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. Paragraph E of the Planning Commission resolution speaks to that, and it said that the interpretation applies to all vacation rentals, provided that all vacation rentals that have received a business license, including but not limited to a use permit, prior to the date of the resolution shall be considered legal non-conforming uses. So the use would remain going forward as a non-conforming use if they've already gotten their business license.
Indefinitely.
There's no cutoff.
If I may, the only requirement for non-conforming uses is if you abandon it for over 1 year, then it's considered essentially abandoned and you would be back to requiring a major use permit. But that's unlikely in the event that somebody is selling the property because it's likely going to happen immediately.
Not necessarily. They're selling the property. They're not operating it. The new owner, it takes time before they can start operating. So you're saying if a year goes by without operations?
No, just having the active business license. Like applying for the business license in your new name as an owner.
Okay, any further questions from the board? If not, we will move on to the next part of our hearing, which is the appellant presentation. There are 20 minutes maximum, and the clerk will time the presentation.
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors, and staff. If you're in agreement, I'd like to make a brief comment and then ask our attorney.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Paul Clark, sorry. And then I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Morrow, our attorney. First, I'd like to apologize for your having to deal with this meeting, but the Planning Commission left us no choice. We asked them not to take this action, but obviously they did anyway. This appeal is all about process and lack of procedures to protect property rights. The right to use one's property as they wish is taken away with this new definition. No public hearings on changing the uses or the changes the Planning Department has already made to limit short-term rentals, STRs. I hope that the board will be asking what has and is being done to our citizens who desire to comply with STR bed tax collection and other regulations. I would think, but doubt, the board has given its blessing to the changing rules already being enforced. It's hard to separate this action from housing concerns, as that was a stated purpose for taking these rights away. But for today, it's all about the process and how it does not follow any normal procedure. I personally have several properties that will be affected should I desire to rent them out on a short-term basis, and do believe I also have a standing in this matter, as do many others that will speak today and have written letters. We ask that you uphold the appeal and direct the Planning Commission to continue updating their inland general plan and direct staff to come up with a reasonable way to process STR permits in and out of the coastal zone. Note the term reasonable. A major use permit is not reasonable and perhaps not enforceable as well. The current SDR permit has some strict enforcement in it now as for the abusive properties. However, with Airbnb and most operators, there are very few issues. As the booking agents know the past record of the renters, we have gone a long way with the technology since Mendocino County began SDRs, or what we mostly know as vacation rentals. Planning Commission meetings I watched were quite amazing, really. It was obvious that the goal was to eliminate all STRs in the county in time, and this was the fastest method to accomplish that. Only timing is they were wrong on their assessment of opposition. This process is flat out wrong and not what you would expect from your representatives as elected officials. Back to the housing issue for a moment. I and many of us here today, including the Coastal Mendocino Association of Realtors, would be happy to help. The reality is that the county is not going to provide much in the way of housing other than single-family dwellings and maybe ADUs, with the exception in the Ukiah Valley where there's water systems and elsewhere. Fort Bragg doesn't have that outside the city. Fort Bragg is operating under a general plan that Supervisor Jurdy helped put into place. And it is, in my opinion, very opposed to housing especially, and we're hoping that some changes will be made. I'm happy to discuss at length anytime with anybody about what I've observed since that plan was put into place. It's either 2002, 4, or maybe 8, I can't remember, Supervisor Jurdy. I also sent a short letter about this. I'm in a pretty strong position to know what's going on locally. Fort Bragg, I have 2 real estate offices, a property management company, and we see it every day, the effects of the difficulties to provide housing. Unfortunately, the private sector, courtesy state, federal, and every other agency known to man, is pretty much out of the business. It's not worth it. It's very sad to see that, because the residential 1 to 4 units nationwide are like 70 to 80% of the housing that's provided. I'll be the first one to admit I would enjoy building some more units, but I'm not going to do it, and I'm competing with subsidized housing. It's just very frustrating, but thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Colin Morrow. I was asked to speak on behalf of this appeal by quite a number of people. Preliminarily, I just want to comment as a matter of procedure. My reading of the county code is that this board has quite broad discretion to grant the appeal on pretty much any basis, including matters of policy. So I would just make that clear on the outset, based on what county council had to say. This was a major policy decision that was made fairly surreptitiously by the Planning Commission. As I understand it, it was motivated primarily by an attempt to preserve housing stock for workers at the expense of economic development. I know I've already submitted a bit of written correspondence, and I won't rehash that too much. I do want to just touch upon 3 or 4 points, however. The first point, I think Supervisor Williams spoke about this in terms of the scarcity mindset, is that this is a very pessimistic approach. It's saying that we only have this much housing stock, and that instead of trying to grow our way into more housing stock, that we should just hoard what little we have. I think we're better than that as a county. I think there's lots of opportunity to grow, and the path to economic growth is by permitting more economic activity. Second comment I would highlight is that assuming the motivation of the Planning Commission was to create housing stock for workers and other locals, this resolution isn't going to accomplish that. Having lived and practiced in this county for a decade now, I know that a large chunk of those short-term rentals are second homes that are subsidized by the second homeowners, renting them out when they're not there. If they're not allowed to rent out those homes anymore, they're not, or on short-term basis, they're not going to rent it out on a long-term basis. They're just going to leave it empty, and that's going to be a house that's empty 60, 70, 80% of the time. That empty house isn't going to have tourists in it. Those tourists aren't going to be going to wineries. They're not going to be spending money at restaurants. They're not going to be spending money on the skunk train or whatever tourist attractions they might go to. It's an economic loss to this county. I would also point out that there's quite a number of short-term vacation rentals that simply wouldn't function as long-term housing stock. California has quite a few tenant protections, and residential units need to meet quite a few standards that a short-term vacation rental wouldn't necessarily need to meet. A guest cottage that doesn't have a kitchen, a property that has intermittent access because of seasonal issues. Those are good short-term vacation rentals, but they just can't function as long-term residential units. A third point I would make is that short-term vacation rentals are, they're very strong in their ability to protect the rural character of this county. You know, coming out here today, I drove along the 128, and I thought about how much uglier the drive would be with a couple new hotels in Boonville or Philo or something like that. Short-term vacation rentals tucked in on Philo or Mountain View Road function well in preserving the rural character of this county, which is a priority of the general plan. It would be inconsistent with the general plan to curb them. And fourth, this resolution could have, strike that. What I would say is the substantive goals of what the Planning Commission might have been trying to do here could probably be accomplished by less restrictive means. For example, in Sonoma County, to avoid absentee property owners buying up properties, there's a limitation that only individuals, not corporations or LLCs, can rent out short-term vacation rentals. Something like that would prevent too much absentee ownership, if that's a concern of the board, while still allowing economic growth of short-term vacation rentals in this county. As Mr. Clark alluded to, as well as to the perceived issues of nuisance or noise that might be created by short-term vacation rentals, the private sector and companies like Airbnb and VRBO have done quite a good job at actually ferreting out who are the bad apples and labeling and making sure that they're not coming back into that market. As also has been pointed out here, this matter is going to be before the board in a much broader and holistic manner in the very near future. The Planning Commission has limited power. The board obviously has quite a bit more power and can craft something that's much more holistic, and if there are concerns, can address those concerns when they're crafting something more holistically. So for those reasons, I would ask that the appeal be granted and the decision of the Planning Commission vacated, and that you take this thing as an issue and cut it, approach it anew and really make some serious policy decisions on it. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Any questions from board?
I'll wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll hear from the appellant. And they, or the applicant rather, they have 20 minutes maximum. The clerk will again watch the timing.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think, I'm sorry, I think you may have a script for a different type of appeal in front of you. I believe this would be the appropriate time for comment from the public on this matter.
You're absolutely right, because I'm following the script as you directed me. So let's hear from the public then.
Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Deputy CEO Dunnacliff, County Counsel Curtis, my name is Patrick Hickey. I'm the field representative with SEIU Local 1021. We represent over 1,000 workers here in Mendocino County, including county employees, Superior Court employees, Mendocino College employees, and City of Fort Bragg employees. We support the Planning Commission's determination requiring a use permit to approve new short-term rentals of residences here in Mendocino County. In the past 5 to 10 years, we've seen an explosion in the number of corporate entities that are buying up homes across the country and converting them into short-term vacation rentals. This is putting particular strains on tourist areas like coastal Mendocino. The determination does not bar conversions, but sets up a process for residents to have input and for the county to have cost recovery. It's reasonable to apply a cost for individuals wanting to open a business in a neighborhood. Currently, many of your own employees are not able to live here in Mendocino County because there's a critical housing shortage. This is a common sense step for the county to take to protect our housing stock. The City of Fort Bragg and the town of Mendocino have already acted to limit the conversion of residential units to vacation rentals. Other counties across the state have also moved to do so. This has created a disparity in how various sectors in the lodging industry are treated. It's not fair to hotels, motels, and bed and breakfast to have to compete against this sector that is not held to the same level of regulation and review. We need more homes for our local residents, not fewer. In many instances, the children of our long-term residents are forced to leave the county because they just can't find anywhere to live. We have zoning regulations for a reason. It really does improve quality of life. People living in residential areas should be protected from a hotel suddenly popping up next door. Uphold the Commission's finding today, and if further work and fine-tuning needs to be done going forward, the board can certainly deal with that, and you'll have that opportunity when the Planning Commission comes forward. The priority now should be to protect our housing stock and to preserve our zoning code. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Ian Roth, and I have a house in the incorporated area of Ukiah with an Airbnb short-term rental. I also have an inn on the coast with 9 short-term rentals as well. My glasses, sorry. Although neither will be affected, I am in support of this appeal. With regard to housing shortages, there are 171 units coming online in the Ukiah Valley, new subdivision approved, and 4 large low-income buildings in Ukiah. This will improve the housing stock available inland. With the housing stock coming online and formal hearing of code in the near future, why would we spend time working on this resolution change right now? With the assistance of Visit Mendocino County, I was informed that in the unincorporated areas, the number of whole house STRs include in Hopland 21, Ukiah 46, Redwood Valley 11, Potter Valley 5, Willits 12, Covelo 2, Laytonville 2, and Leggett 1, for a total of 100. And those are whole house short-term rentals. Planning Commission's adoption of Resolution PC 2022-0018, in my opinion, was short-sighted. It puts an unreasonable burden and overkill of requiring major use permit for whole house STRs. Additionally, there's no thought as to the replacement of lost TOT and secondary and tertiary revenues from short-term guest visits. I'm supportive of your oversight of short-term rentals, but oppose the current resolution before you. Thank you for your consideration.
Question from Supervisor
I have a question
Moran.
for the speaker, and you don't have to answer this question. It's rather personal, but just for community education. Oftentimes, individuals will create a corporation to protect their properties and their individual assets. Do you own all of your properties as an individual, or have you incorporated?
For the inn, I have incorporated. From my residence, I have a family trust. Sure.
Supervisor Hasjock?
Yeah, another question. So you cited that there's 100 short-term rentals in the inland area. So how many of those will be affected by this?
These, I believe, are all licensed, but
Right.
we have someone who actually, I requested some information, so I don't know all the full background of it. That might be better for Visit Mendocino County to respond to that.
So my understanding is that if they're all licensed, they won't be affected by this change.
I'm not sure if they are licensed or not. I know.
Director Krog?
You are correct. If they are properly licensed, they will not be affected by this change.
Okay. So we're just talking about moving forward for the next few months, right?
Correct.
So out of those 100, there's no change to how they're doing business.
If they are licensed, I understand that the county has employed one firm to go through and research via the internet all of the short-term rentals that are listed and to turn the ones that aren't licensed over to the county. So I know that they're in the process of keeping up on the number of unlicensed short-term rentals. So I couldn't for sure say that these are all in compliance or not. I believe the majority of them are.
Yeah, I
So
think
it's-
that's for tax purposes.
And it's a lot of chasing your tail over something that's very small.
Yeah.
And you guys will have the opportunity to form the policy that you want to form in the next few months.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Hi, thank you. My name is Don Shanley. I've been a resident of the county for 55-plus years, and I'm not going to stick to the very brief comments I've made. I'm going to make even more brief comments, but I don't understand this fear from real estate lobbyists about a use permit. I mean, a use permit is for the purpose of informing a neighborhood, addressing fire consideration, safety, ability, all the basic considerations that you would want from any neighbor or building permit. So that I don't get, but now I'll read a brief statement. My wife, Laura Quattrochi, and I write to oppose the appeal of Resolution PC 0018. On November 21st, 2019, Laura and I presented a 25-page document herein to the Planning Commission hearing in opposition to the use permit for a short-term rental on the private road passing through our property off Highway 128 near Navarro. We, along with our neighbors, devoted hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars to oppose a use permit application that never should have been considered if county planning had completed basic due diligence. I.e., later on, it was determined and proved that there was already an illegal structure. There were 3 kitchens on the property, and the whole thing never even should have come before the Planning Commission. So we got to spend $5,000 and get our neighbors together. Every single person on our road opposed it. Anyhow, I'll go on. In the words of former county counsel Terry Gross, a major use permit for a short-term rental application allows those individuals most affected, the neighbors, to voice their concerns: fire safety, invasion of privacy, liability, disruption of the quality of life, nuisance, and not meeting the requirements of Mendocino County Code 20.196.020C were all specific reasons the planning commissioners voted unanimously 5-0 to deny the permit. We urge you to watch the November 21st, 2019 hearing video to understand the details of our opposition. We're not suggesting short-term rentals never be approved, which we keep hearing shrill references to, oh my God, property rights, you know, they can't possibly have one on, you know, please, may be approved in a residential neighborhood. We submit that individuals do not move to a rural zip code to wake up to a commercial motel operation next door where perhaps there isn't even an owner or manager on site to attend to transient renters' needs and safety. One need only look at the real estate ads posted in office windows to understand that the proliferation of short-term rentals on private rural roads is a sales pitch to wannabe absentee owners who needn't even be present to manage the renters paying their mortgages. We appreciate local residents' need to supplement their incomes, but not at the expense of their neighbors. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Callie Dim. I'm the owner-operator of Little River Inn and the chair of the marketing committee for Visit Mendocino County. I'm going to throw out some numbers from AirDNA. AirDNA is a program that scours the web for STR listings. Part of what it reports are reservations and the revenue generated by STRs in Mendocino County. Booking information we can see by zip code, while revenue info is only countywide. As of April 20th, month-to-date STR revenue was just shy of $3.9 million. Roughly 40%, or $1.5 million, is in the unincorporated areas of the county, which amounts to about $150,000 in TOT from vacation rentals just in the first 20 days of April. In addition, a recent ROI study shows that for every $800 spent on lodging, an additional $1,000 is spent in community businesses, contributing both to the local economy and to sales tax. Also, as of April 20th, inland STR supply was down 15% and demand was down 10% over 2022. The travel trends are moving away from vacation rentals. Somewhat ironically, reasons cited are neighborhood restrictions, nasty neighbors, and overall rules and regulations. In other words, market forces are already causing the attrition of STRs, of inland STRs, without any further work or spending of Mendocino County government. The only demographic to buck this trend is generational travel, as families tend to prefer houses with kitchens, and generational travel is expanding. On April 20th, there were only 100 whole house listings along the entire 101 corridor. From an economic development standpoint, one could say that inland Mendocino tourism infrastructure is not poised to benefit from the current travel trends. VMC's mothership, Visit California, has two main campaigns right now: family travel and road trips. Few destinations are better fit these campaigns than Mendocino County. It would be a shame if inland businesses could not ride the wave of these travel spending patterns. For this, I hope that you accept this appeal and search for a more balanced approach to the housing shortage and the economic well-being of the county and its citizens. I can maybe answer a little bit more of your questions. They came from AirDNA, which county staff does have access to. Visit Mendocino uses it a lot. We're looking more at trends for marketing purposes, but we're also looking for non-compliance. So we don't know if any of those 100 houses, they don't necessarily have permits. All we know from AirDNA is that they are on Airbnb or VRBO or some other platform. So that's how AirDNA picks them up, if that makes sense.
Any other questions for our speaker? Supervisor Williams.
Kelly, what percentage of the county's housing stock do you think is short-term rentals?
Oh, that's such an unfair question. I can't answer that. I can say, as a business owner, I struggle with employees not being able to find housing. I house them in my own rooms, taking away revenue from our business. It is that important. Having said that, I do not believe that limiting STRs is going to solve any of our housing problems.
So as maybe my information is dated, but perhaps 4% on the coast? When you look countywide, I think it's probably even less inland.
Yeah, it's minuscule inland.
2%?
It's tiny.
1%?
Yeah, and what AirDNA doesn't tell us is it's just by zip code. But if you look on a map and see all the pinpoints, most of what we're talking about are in the incorporated areas, which this resolution doesn't even address. So you're jumping through a bunch of hoops for not a lot.
And anyone here able to talk about what it's like to go through a major use permit?
Not for an STR, I can't.
Would you like me to speak to what the process entails?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Cost, timeline, and approval rate?
So as it is, approval rate, that will be having to go back through time, but I will say more recently we've seen very limited vacation home rentals approved through major use permits in front of the Planning Commission. I can only think of, maybe one that was approved out of 3 that I can think of in recent memory.
So 25% success rate on getting approval. And so when I see this as a ban, it's effectively a ban for the most part. A few may get through, but most will not.
If I can comment, I think one of the concerns that were expressed in some of those use permits were because of the location on these private roads and impacts that may be associated with fire hazards, nuisances to those neighborhoods. So I don't want to go so far to say that that trend for private roads would be applicable to the entirety of the county if you did uphold the Planning Commission's resolution and deny the appeal. But then I just want to add, so in terms of fees, as I noted, the board had directed our office to charge minor use permit fees, but process the permit as a major use permit. So right now that fee is just about $4,000 to file for that. And then if you require CEQA compliance, which would be an initial study and a neg deck or mitigated neg deck, there is an additional fee on top of that. So, you know, otherwise, a major use permit, truly major use permit, you're looking at closer to the $7,000 range.
7,000. So hypothetically, a gentleman named Glenn, not Supervisor McGordy, just a nice guy named Glenn, has an outbuilding, and his kid comes and uses it periodically. It's not available as a long-term rental. He decides he wants to do short-term. He's going to rent it one weekend every summer for a little extra money. He would be looking at a $7,000 permit process, and he might get a denial.
Again, the current direction that we have from the board is to charge minor use permit fees. So it wouldn't be the $7,000; it would be more in the $4,000 range.
Plus a CEQA
range. And then we would really have to look at also the circumstances. I want to be clear: not all accessory structures can be rented transient habitation. I know that the appellant mentioned guest cottages. By definition, those are prohibited from being short-term rented. Same with junior accessory dwelling units.
Good afternoon. Down further. Thank you for providing the opportunity to address this resolution. My husband Don and I purchased our property in 1990 near the town of Navarro. We have lived on the property for about 30 years, and we adamantly reject the appeal of the resolution 2022-0018. Don mentioned that back on November 21st, 2019, the Mendocino County Planning Commission voted 5-0, refusing permit number 20170032 for an inland vacation rental at the end of our private road. We appreciate that the commissioners understood the extraordinary burden a vacation rental exposes all neighboring landowners, and in our case, on a private road. A major use permit must be required for all vacation rentals, especially for those that do not have frontage on a publicly maintained road. The major use permit fee is thoughtfully reduced for a vacation rental, and it's a reasonable fee for a commercial business. It also provides an essential examination of the property and the rental structure to help ensure the use and the safety of the rental unit and the surrounding properties. Additionally, and critically, it notifies and alerts all neighboring property owners and allows them to voice their concerns. Don and I spent over $5,000 in legal fees and devoted months of time to oppose the use permit on the vacation rental. At that time, the county did not perform a thorough evaluation of the property, which would have uncovered that the owner had built an illegal rental structure on the property. Every neighboring property owner must have the right to voice their concerns prior to a residential property becoming a commercial rental. For us, a commercial rental would have been a nuisance. It would have decreased the value of all neighboring properties and would have threatened our privacy, security, safety, and peace of mind. I respectfully ask the supervisors to reject the appeal and adopt the resolution for the health and safety of our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I have a question, and I understand that that particular project is not what we're considering today, but did you just say that they were built an additional structure? So was it their intention to stay on the property whilst renting out another
No, they were
piece of
going
property?
to, they weren't going, well, I believe they were going to stay on the property, but they said they were going to leave the property because they didn't want to admit that there was an illegal structure, another illegal structure on the property. So they wanted the board to believe there were only 2 legal residents, but there were really 3. So they claimed they were going to leave, shot themselves in the foot, and the board decided that because there wasn't going to be an owner on the property, that would be a very bad idea to have transient renters in a home without somebody on the property. Thank you.
Could you please state your name for the record, too? I don't know if you did.
Laura Quattrochi, Quatrochi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hasjock.
Yeah, just a question for Director Krog. Is that if this were to be denied, the appeal to be granted, and we didn't have this in place, and the person said, oh, I can go get a business license for my place on a public road, and then late summer, whenever we adopt a new kind of ordinance for short-term rentals, then would that person be grandfathered in and there's no way to deal with those situations, or how would that work?
Thank you for that question. There is a variety of ways that could be worked out within the ordinance. What I've seen is typically if you have the proper licensure at the time that an ordinance is adopted that may require something different, or in a discretionary permit, that you are grandfathered in. But like what we saw in the town of Mendocino was there was a desire to reduce vacation home rentals through attrition. So as you sold the properties, then those became non-transferable licenses. So that would really be something that would be discussed in an ordinance, though. It's not something currently in our inland code. That would be something that would really have to be directed by, probably draft by the Planning Commission and then ultimately approved by the board if that was a desire to see that type of change happen. But generally, they would be considered legal non-conforming and subject to the similar requirements I noted before. If they continue to legally operate, they don't abandon the use for a period of 1 year or more, then they would continue unless the board adopts regulations otherwise.
Yeah. So just looking at this, if we have 100 inland and a lot of those are in incorporated areas, then say we have 50 that are outside of that, and this is over the past, how many years have we been doing this?
Well, I can speak to the director's interpretation was in 2010, and I'm sorry, I don't have the historical knowledge in the department to know how much longer prior to that. But as you know, I think vacation home rentals have been a more recent trend that we've seen come about, so I'm not sure this was really an issue prior to 2010 or possibly a few years prior to that.
So in 13 years, we have maybe 50 that we're dealing with in the unincorporated areas.
Potentially. I can't verify. I haven't looked at the data, so I can't give an absolute yes, that's the number.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Jordan and Supervisor Williams.
Go ahead.
So we sometimes use terms here that may not make a lot of sense to each other or to the audience, but we've been talking about this applying to the inland code. The inland code covers much of the Mendocino coast. So the coastal zone of the county is not a straight line, exactly a half a mile from the ocean. It's a zigzag line up and down the coast. Sometimes it's everything. Sometimes the inland code is applying to everything east of Highway 1. Sometimes it's a mile or 2 or 3 miles east of Highway 1. But there's a significant amount of the Mendocino coast that is in the inland area. So in the testimony we heard earlier, there was reference to something like 100 whole house vacation rentals, short-term rentals in these inland zip codes. That's not all that would be in the inland zoning code, because they did not talk about the vacation rentals on the Mendocino coast that are not in the coastal zone. So just thinking, going down this rabbit hole, we're kind of wasting time.
Well, thank you for that clarification.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, it may not be very many that are affected, especially if a new ordinance is coming before us. But even if one is affected, what I think about is it's true, we don't have enough housing stock, and we don't want to see out-of-area corporations buying up the stock we have to make hotels. But there's also individuals who have houses where their kids come periodically, the space is not available year-round. They're bringing in extra revenue to the area. They're bringing in customers to other businesses. Space that would otherwise be unutilized. It's not available year-round. There are people who are seasonal. Same thing. They rent it out, brings in revenue to the area, revenue that we desperately need. We've spent the afternoon talking about economic development. This is anti-economic development. This is removing folks who are coming to our community and spending cash. I know people who have had to get medical treatment out of the area. Imagine having cancer, needing to go to Stanford for 6 weeks, and being told you can't rent your house out when you're gone, how that feels. Even if it's a small, and then you have the case where somebody built the house themselves. They formed the foundation, they put every nail in the house. They want to rent it for a weekend, and government comes along and says, no, you're an outlaw, you can't do that. There's a personal property rights are big in Mendocino County, and telling somebody that they don't have the right to choose how to rent their house, I don't think that's the best policy, even if it only affects a few at this point.
So it would be helpful if we all had the same facts. So the government code stipulates that you rent your house out for less than 14 days. There is no TOT anywhere in the United States of America. 14 days is what triggers it being subject in the IRS code.
So that's subject to the TOT, that's the taxation, right? But that's not, that doesn't get you out of needing the major use permit.
Or a business license.
You still need a business license. So, say Supervisor McGuarty has an outbuilding, he wants to rent it for 1 weekend, he's looking at a major use permit that's several $1,000s.
I think that's an absurd example. I don't think anybody's going to be required to get a business license if they rented it.
That is the letter of the law in Mendocino County. You're saying people will ignore it, and that may be true.
Well, because the IRS code accepts 14 days. There's no requirement to pay taxes if
it's not a tax issue. It's a zoning and licensing issue. So yeah, there's a lot of people who, most housing in this county is illegal, right? It was built before there were permits. It's not to code. It was built after. It's the third or fourth house on a parcel. If we want to start applying the letter of the law, most housing in this county doesn't meet code and probably isn't legal, and much of it we know is not on the tax rolls. So to me, this is the ultimate in NIMBYism. And it's anti-economic development. And this is after, you can hear I'm a little bit uptight about it, this is after requiring CDPs to remove dead trees next to houses, right? We've gone so overboard that we don't see anybody building in this county, and then our answer is, well, let's further restrict activity as a solution. I think what we need to do is open up. We need to reduce regulation. And yeah, we need to address nuisance. I just don't think a major use permit is the way to address the nuisance. I have neighbors that run dozers, large D8s, late at night, right? Some people would think that's a nuisance. I figure I live in Mendocino County. They're good people. I was born here. I accept that's the neighborhood dynamic. It's a sort of a live and let live attitude. There's all sorts of activities. I raised wild boars, right? I didn't mean to. I meant to buy domestic pigs. Turns out they were wild boars. The guy came totally stoned with these 2 piglets in potting soil bags. I just wanted him off the property, so I paid him. And next thing I know, they're full, they actually bred, and we had 23 wild boars. So my neighbors could say, I should have a major use permit for that it's a nuisance, right? So if you care about economic development and you want to see money flowing into this county, you can't be against everything. If you just keep ratcheting down more red tape, more rules, what do you expect as far as an economy?
Of course, it begs the question, what is your solution to housing?
My solution to housing is fix the general plan, fix zoning, allow more density, interpret the rules as loose as we can, lobby the state to allow more relaxed rules in rural Mendocino County. Don't enforce sprinkler regulations that on I'm a firefighter. I'd much rather pull somebody from a building where there's sprinklers. But if it's adding tens of thousands of dollars and they can't afford housing otherwise, I'm okay relaxing that rule. There's too many rules. The government has created the housing shortage. Policymakers like the 5 of us up here are responsible for the lack of housing in our county. You want more housing, you have to make the rules reasonable. If we had the 1980s building code, we would see people building. The current building codes, MAP Act, subdivision, sprinklers, state certified wells, advanced septic systems, the cost of an encroachment, you add it all up, you're looking at $800,000 for a 1,200 square foot shack on a small parcel. And we wonder why there isn't housing for our residents or for our county employees. We've regulated this county to the point that developers don't build. There isn't a market for the houses. They can't rent them. They can't sell them to recover the cost, even at break even. And here we are, as a result, treating it as a scarcity market that there's only so many. Imagine there's 100 houses in this county. One of them is a vacation rental. You think that banning vacation rentals, you're going to create housing for the demand of 20 to 30 houses. It's short-sighted. So I do support the individuals who spoke about nuisance. And, that's not a project that I would have supported. I do think we need a way to address those particular issues. I just don't think a $4,000 major use permit is the right means. And I think it's really opening the door to NIMBYism. I think those will get denied in most cases. Last, before I came in as a supervisor, when I was still fire chief, Fire Academy is mostly held inland. So you're on the coast. You have volunteer firefighters. You're not paying them, and you're asking them to go to a couple hundred calls a year and train every week. It's incredible that this model still works. If it weren't for vacation rentals through Airbnb, I don't know how we would have housed them over here. You don't have enough hotel rooms, and frankly, a volunteer fire department can't afford to house people, each one in a room. Whereas you rent a large house, and you can make the numbers work. So I'm thankful that the code allowed that. I think that it's very short-sighted to assume this change won't affect the market.
Well, thank you for that. Is there anyone else in the room who cares to make a comment before we go to online? Okay, with that, we're going to go to online comments. So first on our list, we have Anne-Marie Weibel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. I'm in favor of PC 2022-0018 and very strongly opposed to the appeal. I sent you 2 written comments, one which resulted based on my experience participating at Planning Commission meetings about a request for a short-term rental in a rural setting in Albion, which I believe prompted the creation of that subcommittee. And I support the comments made by Mr. Hickey, Don Shanley, and Laura Quattrochi. And I hope that you had a chance to read my comments. My second comment was based on what Sonoma County Board of Supervisors just voted on yesterday, and the article is in the online version of the Anderson Valley Advertiser. They voted to change vacation rental regulations, create caps and exclusion zones for vacation rentals, and to define fractionally owned housing as timeshares. The first action involved creating a business license program that standardizes operating requirements for vacation rentals to protect neighbors from nuisances, while the second action placed caps and exclusion zones in specific neighborhoods and also to reduce overconcentration of vacation rentals in these areas. And a third vote will be amended zoning code to clarify regulations for timeshare and short-term use of fractionally owned residential properties. Why are we not copying what Sonoma County does? And in terms of what I submitted to you, I also wanted to remind you that the North Coast Mendocino County Housing Action Team submitted a petition to the Planning Commission and to you, and asking for a short-term rental ordinance by limiting the number of commercial short-time rentals when there are more than 2% of the area housing. They say there are currently 500 short-term rentals in the county, which would be 4% of the coastal housing. And they also mentioned that other counties across California have implemented short-term rental ordinances to limit them. I don't know if you discussed this ordinance or not, or when it will happen. I understand you're saying that, you know, by summer or late summer, there will be new regulations. But my experience based on that local permit.
Anne-Marie,
where
please wrap it up. You're
people with
going over your
foreign
time.
money
Anne-Marie, please wrap it up.
came and invested, and they're doing it all over California. That is scary, and it's not fire safe, and it's not community friendly. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Okay. Next, we're going to go to Gail Beecham.
Hi, this is Gail. I have a question for Julia Krog. Whether cannabis growers with inland zoning are required to obtain major use permits.
Are we discussing phase 3 or phase 1 or 2?
Oh, I'm not familiar with any of that, but it is something that I think should be.
I think we're not relevant here with this conversation, so thank you, Gail, but we need to move on. So next we have Suzanne and Glenn. Suzanne and Glenn, are you there?
This is Lily Burden, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Through the chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Suzanne and Glenn, I can see that you have a microphone. However, it's not indicating that you are speaking, so possibly leaving the Zoom and coming back will fix that issue, or it may be an issue of audio with whatever you're using.
Supervisor Mulhern, while we're waiting for Suzanne and Glenn to try to come back.
So I don't think that this process has lent, in my opinion, what I feel like as a policymaker to be able to provide the important feedback for what really is a policy change here. And I understand the county council is saying, technically it's not, but it really is. So, you know, this is a conversation that has been going on for quite some time. And as times change, as policymakers change, I don't think that this process has really given us an opportunity to be able to implement things that we would want to, for instance, for nuisance control and, you know, neighbor notification. I do not believe that a major use permit is warranted to rent out your home. And I also would really like to advocate for those would have been cannabis cultivators in the 3rd district to have an opportunity to do something else with their properties. And I've said this repeatedly over and over again. I don't know what else those properties can be used for except for vacation home rentals. And that might look like somebody is going to have to go and stay with a friend for a week while they rent their home out for a week so that they can pay their mortgage so that they can keep their generational property. And so we're not currently being allowed in this process to have these important conversations. Again, I've mentioned many, many times about NIMBYism and about assumptions that are made about people that are renting vacation homes. I've rented vacation homes in Austin, Texas. I've rented a vacation home in Hawaii. My family and I are quite lovely and very kind to the neighbors. I actually accidentally delivered sparkling waters to the wrong neighbor. They had a very lovely gift, but our family was not noisy, not disruptive to the neighborhood, etc. So we're not supposed to be having these conversations right now, but they really do matter. And I don't think that what happened at the Planning Commission with the item moving forward was a process that, as a policymaker, I think should have happened in the way that it did. And I did watch both Planning Commission hearings from the last year. I did not watch the one from 2019. But at the end of the November one, it was kind of this conversation about, you know, we have a consultant working, staff is watching. Everybody's kind of watching with what happens today, what happened with the Planning Commission bringing the item forward. And I disagree with the process. I disagree with the assumptions that have made about individuals that need to maybe rent out their home. Maybe they're a single mother and they need to make a little bit of extra money to pay their mortgage. And also about the assumptions that are being made of people that are using these homes. And I can assure you that nuisances exist in neighborhoods all over the place, whether those neighbors are homeowners or renters. So I would vote to uphold the appeal. I think it's important that the board, as policymakers, is able to consider all of the challenges that face our community. And certainly, I'm an advocate for private property owners' rights. I'm an advocate for economic development and for inland tourism. And I can certainly appreciate that the coast is beautiful and they have higher housing challenges than we do inland. But for inland Mendocino County, our economic development, as far as I can tell, is going to be tourism. And without the opportunity to increase tourism, I don't know what else we have for industry. Perhaps the new economic development ad hoc is gonna come up with that. The other thing that I really want to mention is that the costs of a major use permit are sometimes prohibitive, but it's not always even about the cost. It's about the ability to jump through the hoops to get through the process. And really what we're talking about is, can I rent my home out for a week so that I can pay my mortgage? I'm gonna go with my kid and couch surf. And to me, I think we're just limiting private property owners' rights way too much. And I do.
Second.
I do appreciate that a considerable amount of time was put in by the planning commissioners that worked on this. I'm also concerned about the fact that, you know, these folks that are appointed by us are not elected to be making these decisions. And at the end of the day, they're not held accountable by the voters. That is our job and our role. So I'm not talking about the policy decisions. I'm just saying, you know, I think that the entire process has been a waste of resources and a waste of money. And it's been a very challenging thing to wait, again, for it to come to the full board because of the Brown Act, because we can't have these discussions without it coming in a public meeting.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I do want to clarify. I think any concerns about the process are completely legitimate in terms of the context of this appeal, right? So one of the things, and the concern that I raised before is really that an appeal process is not supposed to be a mechanism to change what the law is, right? It's a way to address disputes over interpretation. It's a way to get you know, some clarification, some certainty, et cetera. But if the goal really is to change the rules, to rewrite the ordinance, there's a different process. And that's a process that requires certain notice to members of the public. It's also a process that would come to this board automatically. It's not something that would have to be appealed to this board. The Planning Commission's role at that point is only advisory. You know, they can recommend that you make changes to the zoning code. They can't do that. It's only this board that has that ability. So certainly if the board has concerns that this was an overreach, that would be an entirely legitimate reason to restore the original director's opinion and interpretation and to overrule the Planning Commission.
Second is on the Mulhern motion. And I would like to add, I'm somebody who doesn't operate a vacation rental, nor will I ever. I have no interest in having the public in my house. But it really gets to me, the idea that government is going to tell me I'm an outlaw if I rent my house for one day without going through a $4,000 major use permit. You know, maybe it's just I just came back through border control and I really feel like I'm an American, but the problem here is too much government intrusion. And so this interpretation puts the government back in my house. I'll tell you, one day I was sitting in the conference room in the back with Carmel, and we were talking about all the complaints I hear from the public about business licenses in this county, how hard it is to operate. And I said, well, why don't I take out one, just a fictitious business, to see what the process is like? And so I'm sitting back there with my laptop and typing it up. I'm a consultant. Where do I work? Wherever I am, my phone is, right? I don't hear anything back from the county. Months go by. And finally I get what looks like a code violation for a heater that wasn't finalized in my house 18 years prior. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll have the inspector come out and check the heater. And they checked it, it's signed off, everything's fine. And I asked, why plan check my house? I'm not operating a business out of my house. And the answer was, we have to plan check an address, and it's the only address you have. You don't have a business location. And it's like, that's the mindset we're dealing with here. And this is legacy. I'm not blaming staff. Everyone's following the rules. But the rules are from a different generation where I guess it seemed like a good idea to restrict business activity. The next generation needs the county to open up to business, meaning if somebody wants to operate a business, get out of their way and let them operate. If it's creating a nuisance, an environmental risk, there's categories where we need to regulate. It's the role of government. But we've gone too far, way too far. I look over at Lake County and I see they presume you're operating legally for a whole lot of businesses in the unincorporated. We've got to do something like that. And I think the vacation rentals, we're going to have to find a balance on how to prevent nuisance situations, some sort of lightweight permitting where, if the sheriff is getting called regularly, if there's noise that can't be abated, we do need a way to revoke the ability to short-term rent. But a major use permit here, that's asking for a lot. And I also want to thank the Planning Commission. I think we really set them up on this one where they put in a lot of work. A lot of time went into this negotiating, and I do feel it was unfortunate. I think it was a fail process-wise that it ever went down that path. It was the wrong process, but it's no culpability on our planning staff, the Planning Commission. It's just unfortunate.
Okay, well, I think we've exhausted all commentary here, and I think we're ready to bring up the final 5 minutes of the appellant.
Lillian Breeden, Deputy Clerk of the Board, through the chair, if I may.
Yes.
Are we done with public comment? Because there are 2 more people online.
Oh, if there's 2 more people online, by all means, let's hear from them. So first we have Grover. Grover, you're muted. Grover, would you like to unmute? Okay, we'll go next to Mar Vista Farm and Cottages. Oh.
Good afternoon, and thank you for everyone's time. This is Christopher and Deanna Betcha at Mar Vista Farm and Cottages. We support Ted's position as well, that there's just a lot of red tape already and some of the other supervisors, but would really appreciate you all just taking into consideration, instead of taking more money away from businesses and local tax, that we should maybe be looking at ways to expand the marketing work that VMC has done since the pandemic in this market and capitalize on it. In all clarity too, I sit newly on the Mendocino County Tourism Commission, so I'm full support of supporting that as well. So thank you for your time.
Okay, now we have Grover.
Am I online?
Yes, you are, Grover. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, just to identify myself, I'm Grover Wickersham, and I've been a part-time resident since 1971, and I've been the owner of Blair House since, I think, 1985. And Blair House has got a history of taking in boarders. In this case, it's a bed and breakfast, but it goes back to the 1890s. And we have been told by the county that we can't, even though we're a licensed bed and breakfast, we can't take in groups. We can't be part of the vacation housing program, which means that if there were, for example, a group of Murder, She Wrote lovers or a multi-generational family, we wouldn't be able to, technically we can't advertise for them. We can't use an agent to bring them in, and we can't operate on a whole house rental, which, given we only have 4 rooms, that doesn't seem really, it certainly seems like a bit of over-regulation. I just kind of like to say, I really like to echo Ted's comments, Supervisor Williams. I think that, his attitude certainly reflects our attitude. I will say, we would be in favor of the appeal, but I will say, I have a mother-in-law who lives on Navarro Ridge Road, and I certainly understand that if you have a problem situation where people are taking advantage improperly of the ability to rent their house out, and that it creates a nuisance, I think there should be, and I believe there are already, regulations to govern that. If the sheriff were to be called out on a regular basis, or if there were to be something done inappropriately, I think if you have a neighbor that is just not following the rules, then I think that the rules already exist to police that. Those are the main comments I'd like to make. I would like to also just say that, having been in another community where they have essentially a ban on Airbnb and a ban on, it's an island community where they have a ban on anything but owner residence or long-term rentals. It really serves at cross purposes. And what it means is that young families that don't have the ability to buy a second home without subsidizing it are essentially priced out, and not, especially with today's mortgage rates. And then, since I've only got a couple of seconds left, I'd also say that, in my opinion, having a $4,000 use fee, it doesn't seem right. It seems to me that they're within the existing regulations. It ought to be possible to have a room tax of 8 or 10%, just like the bed and breakfast do. And that way, it wouldn't encourage people to maximize the use of the property in order to recoup the $4,000 or whatever their use fee is. So anyway, thanks for giving me the opportunity to make these comments. I appreciate it very much.
Okay, we have Suzanne. Suzanne, if you unmute, we'd like to hear from you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne Limley-Shine. Thank you, supervisors, for your time and attention to this important matter today. Although the pandemic is behind us not that long ago, I did want to make a note that during that period of time when tourism was allowed to start happening again, and short-term rentals submitted their safety plans to the county, the preferred place for travelers was actually individual homes, because it was the safest way for the community and was the safest way for their families and their individuals to travel during that period of time. So short-term rentals provided a very important economic, support for the county as it reemerged from the pandemic. So I think that's important. Tourists like to have a variety of different types of travel and different types of experience. And I think that short-term rentals provide that. So rather than shutting down short-term rentals, we should be encouraging them as attracting one type of tourist to our community. Business allowed in the inland zone, including on private roads, without the requirement of any use permit or administrative permit, include daycare for kids, family care homes, beauticians, barbers, mail order. And when I hear people talk about not wanting short-term rentals in their neighborhoods, I'm a little confused because there are businesses that are allowed in the neighborhoods without requiring any type of oversight at all. And also, when we talk about private roads, California Civil Code is very, very clear, and I think this is benefit to the county as well, not getting involved in these type of things. But California Civil Code Section 845 covers private roads and maintenance agreements and those type of things, and clearly states that it is a civil, something to be worked out with your neighbors in the court, in the county, and it's a civil matter. So neighbors that try to block private road usage because of the maintenance or that type of thing, they need to be referred to attorneys. Also, there are a case in the county called with Jordan and Worthen that talked specifically about short-term rentals, and it was a historic case, and it was in Mendocino County, and it appealed that points of reputation evidence is inadmissible. And it also said that private roads are consistent, on private roads, there's a consistency with the surrounding properties and use. And so I think all of those points are very important to remember the legality of it as well. So thank you very much for your time. Certainly, I would hope that you would deny, that you would go ahead and uphold the appeal that was presented by Attorney Morrow. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, so we're ready to hear from the appellant. If there's no further comments, you have 5 minutes for your final comments.
Thank you, Chair McCarty, Board of Supervisors. As we heard today, process matters, and I would also remind the board that precedent is sticky. You are going to have a major zoning discussion in the very near future, and that's the time to workshop this, deliberate about this, to give notice about this, and to work this out in a careful, deliberate, and complete manner. That hasn't happened, and to leap before you look is to muddy the waters. There's a time for this, and it hasn't come yet. Getting into the substance of things, I would also remind the board, beyond the $4,000 for a major use permit and the money spent on CEQA, those applicants also have to indemnify the county if there's any legal action, which could create a tremendous expense to any potential applicant and scare away a lot of applicants that wouldn't want to tread down that road. Additionally, even just the process itself is a significant barrier for a lot of people. It's hard to get your driver's license renewed at the DMV. It takes up half a day, something like that. Going through a major use process, it's a major process in and of itself. As for prospects of nuisance, as has been pointed out, we have procedures for that already. There might be a few bad actors out there, but those are the ones that get noticed. There's plenty of good, responsible short-term renters and short-term rental operators. And there's procedures in place already to be able to deal with those folks. We don't have an emergency here, and there's no reason to leap to action. This is something that should be done with deliberation when the board revisits zoning in a more holistic manner. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time to my client, Mr. Clark.
I just want to express my sincere thank you to all of those involved here. I feel like we've gone through a major use permit process, and all the people that supported, and even those opposed. At least we had a chance to have our voice heard. I did not get that same feeling or treatment, none of us, I don't think, did from the Planning Commission. I think they were way over their skis, and I think a message needs to be sent to them. They do have a task, but it's not to make policy. Thank you very much.
Okay, so at this point, staff, do you have any final remarks?
I have no final remarks, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions the board may have. Thank you.
So what about a place with bad actors, and if you've got someone who wants a party house and the reputation gets out and it's noisy and disruptive, what recourse do the neighbors have?
Typically, we would suggest that they call the sheriff's office.
We don't really have a noise ordinance per se.
We do not. We have exterior noise limit standards, but we don't have a noise ordinance for the county.
Because that still continues to be a problem. And I know I've heard from people who are in neighborhoods that feel really impacted by loud noise and irresponsible drivers. But, you know, my experience, I actually own a vacation rental. I'm not using it presently as such for about the last 2 years. I agree very much with Supervisor Mulhern. Most of the people who came are just absolutely delightful. And they respected my property, they respected us, and I really don't. And when I travel, I like to use vacation rentals. So I find them to be another good choice for visitor experiences here in Mendocino County. I don't like the thought of impacts to neighbors. Where I live, my closest neighbor is 1/4 mile. So other than me, and since I'm living on the property, if there was something going on, I would be there very quickly. So I'm sensitive to other people on this, but I kind of agree with what I've heard from the other supervisors that with us being able to review some of the ordinances and land use here pretty shortly, it seems like we have a choice here just to postpone and not support this move that the Planning Commission has made. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, could we have the housing topic come back to the full board? Because I think, you know, some of the concern about short-term rentals is the lack of housing stock. I think there is action this board could take to begin to remedy the lack of housing. And I don't want to find ourselves in a position where we're discussing at a future date short-term rentals versus long-term housing. I want to see a market for both. And I think the way we do that is become more proactive taking up the housing issue.
I think you're right. Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, I was just going to say that on your economic development ad hoc, housing is a key priority that you all are going to be working on. So I look forward to your report out.
Supervisor Hasdrack.
And it's Economic Development Standing Committee.
Sure, whatever you think.
And so I think this has been a long discussion. I think there's some simplistic arguments being made, but overall, I think that we need to have this discussion about short-term rentals, and when it comes up in late summer, and hopefully that will be a good, where we can really put forth the vision for what we want with these short-term rentals. You know, because we do have a lot of factors. We don't, when Chair McGordy's at his house, you know, the people are well maintained, you know, but if we have, there's all these issues like investments from, and the people live far away or at some corporate entity. So we need to look at all of those. I don't think that what we do here today is going to impact more than a handful of people, and I doubt it will impact more than 2 or 3. So, you know, I'm willing to put off this decision and have a really robust discussion about what our vision is for short-term rentals when it comes up in July or August.
Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to comment based upon Supervisor Williams' comment about a housing item. Like I noted with the zoning code update, that is a housing-focused grant, and so I think that the board will be pleased with the update to the inland zoning ordinance that is really looking at reducing those barriers to housing coming into the county. So that discussion will be something that we'll be able to have when that comes in front of the board here, and then of course, it's not a one-time we solved the problem, it's an ongoing issue, so I think this will be a conversation that we're revisiting and seeing, you know, does this work? Is there more barriers that need to be reduced? So I think that is a great first step in that direction towards the discussion of housing.
Okay, well, at this point, I think we'll close the public hearing. And then we will take a vote. Do we make a motion?
There's a motion. And a second.
Yeah, and I believe the motion was for upholding the appeal and overturning the Planning Commission decision. We actually have some sample language if the maker of the motion would like, so that we can make sure that we're addressing the proper findings.
Do we have sample language?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, not sample language, language you've worked on during the hearing.
Okay.
For an opposing motion, the Board of Supervisors upholds the appeal of Planning Commission Resolution Number PC_2022-0018 and overturns the interpretation of Mendocino County Code made by that resolution, restoring the prior interpretation of Mendocino County Code Section 20.164.015L made by the Planning and Building Services Director.
Okay. Yes. That's my motion.
Yes.
Okay, we're ready for the call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
No.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion passes with Supervisor Jurdy disdaining, excuse me.
Okay, so next on our agenda item is 4G, Chief Executive Officer's Report.
So good afternoon, Board. Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. I think I have the easiest agenda item today. the CEO report has been attached to the agenda, and I'm just going to highlight some notable items. So on March 28th and April 18th, approximately 30 employees had the opportunity to attend a DEI training with Dr. J. Africa. The training provided valuable information, and we look forward to the staff in attendance sharing this information they learned with their departments. And also noted is under the Effective County Government Organization in the Mendocino County Strategic Plan. The Board of Supervisors included DEI as one of the goals, so we're very happy to say that we have been working on this. Also, to note, behavioral health. Behavioral health has implemented Relias, a technological tool for training to streamline mandatory behavioral health trainings, and a wide variety of vetted trainings are available. And if you'd like to see more information on this, please go online and click on their link. Cultural services. The Coast Community Branch Librarian, Melissa, brings story times to Anderson Valley in partnership with the Bookmobile. We have an update from social services. In honor of Social Work Appreciation Month, the Family and Children's Services management team hosted a 2-hour training for all the Family and Children's Services staff and provided lunch, and we had 71 staff in attendance. With animal services, during the month of March, 180 total spay and neuter surgeries were performed in the clinic and mobile caravan. 218 rabies vaccinations were given to Mendocino Animal Control Shelter and owned animals. We have a few other. As you know, with the water agency, the county was granted and awarded a grant in September of 2021, and that grant recently ended in February of 2023. It was for the Community Water Supply Replacement Project to purchase and haul potable water for the city of Ukiah to communities within Mendocino County who are experiencing residential water insecurities. Also, please note that there is information on the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. Attached, Mendocino County's allotment was $16.8 million, of which 50% was awarded on August 6, 2021, and the remaining 50% was awarded on September 16, 2022. As of March 31st, 2023, the county has fully allocated the ARPA funding. So full detail of the obligations can be found online. There is also a FEMA recap, COVID on this, a full detail of the obligations and payments received from FEMA relating to COVID expenses incurred through March 31, 2023 is also available online. And also to note, the PG&E disaster settlement is also available with full obligation and expenses through March 31, 2023. So some of the highlights from the CEO report and the CEO report as stated is attached to the agenda for all to review. Any questions on that? Any comments? All right, so I would like to take a moment and turn it over to Tony Rakes. He would like to give an update on the microwave update.
Chair McGorty, members of the board, Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager. With respect to the time and the hour, I'll try to keep it brief, but we'll start with, I have 2 items for you today. The first one being our microwave cost recovery model, that at the previous board meeting, you had, there were several pieces to the direction that you gave. One of them was to come back at the end of this month with an update of where we're at with implementing that. So the first piece that the update that I want to provide you here today is with regard to enacting the original direction back from 2019. We are, right now, we have, the microwave project as a whole was split into 3 pieces, 3 phases. We have roughly hit about halfway mark in terms of the completion of that project, and we are taking extra effort now with our communications team within IT of prioritizing that work to make sure that we get the most out of the funding that we've already allocated to that microwave, our microwave system, radio communication system, and we should be seeing the completion of our phase 1 and 2 portions of the project here within, by the end of the fiscal year. Phase 3, of course, being a much larger piece of the project, but still will be scheduled out in quick succession. With regard to the cost recovery, we are right now going through a process to re-examine the original assumptions that were made in 2019 with that cost recovery model, which took into consideration a full cost recovery, not just IT, not just the radio equipment, but also the facilities and the infrastructure and the buildings themselves. So in collaboration with county facilities and general services, IT is working on re-examining those models to make sure that we have appropriate numbers, and we'll be bringing back, I know that the direction from last board meeting had said to bring back more information during the budget hearings. I do believe that will be the springboard for further discussion and planning, because this is a large, excuse me, a fairly large item that I'm glad that we're now embarking on the planning and pursuing this, because I think that there's a lot of helpful discussions and a lot of productive discussions that are to be had, and we hope to bring as much information forward to you as possible to make sure that we are either consistent with the original direction in 2019 or can make a better decision going forward with new information. And with that, I'll stop and offer an opportunity for any questions before I move on to my next update.
Any questions?
No questions, just pleased.
Understood. My next update will be hopefully even briefer, but it is an important one nonetheless. As we all know, we have been working on our supplemental tax billing. Before the previous board meeting we had, along with Assessor Clerk Recorder Katrina Bartlome, had said that we are hopeful that we would be able to get supplemental notices out by the end of that week. I wanted to provide an update to this board that those notices have been sent out. There were many of them, but through the monumental effort of our assessor's office and our auditor's office and IT, we were able to get those notices out, and even with our county central services, with getting them mailed out at the late hour that we needed them mailed out at, we're able to get those supplementals issued, which means that the billing that we are working on currently can be billed out, the note bills sent mid-May. There'll be more information to come on that as we get closer to that date, but I feel like it was important for this board to know that effort was a success and a fairly large milestone in our use of our property tax system.
Thank you very much. Bravo for that.
Yeah, it's an enormous milestone. Do you know roughly what dollar amount we can expect in total?
I want to be, if I may through the chair.
Yes, you may.
I want to be cautious about any numbers that I provide because things are volatile. While we have rough ideas, those rough ideas have changed week to week.
Yeah.
I will say that if this is acceptable, as we get closer to our billing period, we will have a much more clear, a much more definitive idea of how much we expect for those supplemental bills to be worth. And that also, for reference, includes refunds due to the public. So this is all encompassing. We'll have a much better idea of what those numbers exactly are so that I can give you a definitive.
That works for me. That's the measure twice, cut once. Can you share with the board why this had, all of a sudden, why is it possible? What shifted to allow it? Is it just the focus placed on the goal?
I think there were many things that factored into this success. With regard to our property tax system, there's a great deal of work to be done, and that has been done over the years since implementation in early 2021. When you deal with a project of this magnitude and you have the number of tasks that each office is required to address, you can very easily become buried in the backlog. The supplemental project, what we had referred to internally as our CSE project, our Correction Supplemental Escape Project, was a way to take out what we figured, or we had deemed a critical piece and separate it from the main project to designate focused effort. So that started this avalanche, let's say, of effort that went into this. Our original plan, based on the assumptions and data that we had at the time, was to break things into small batches and to validate them and to go through each batch of notices methodically and vet each and everything. What we quickly learned was that to take that effort was going to be, we were looking for needles in a haystack in many cases. And what we realized throughout that, as we re-examined our original assumptions with the project, it was to say, look, we have a fair degree of certainty in the data at this point. Let's do a final pass on a validation of the numbers that we get. And what does it look like if we issue those notices and then prepare the offices to take the potential calls for any edits or corrections that need to be done? In that case, the needles come to us. And it allows us to deal with them more effectively, more cost effectively, more time efficient, as opposed to trying to find them ourselves. And I think so far that's been hugely successful. And that allowed us, in many ways, what I call it is it allowed the entire team, each office, to kind of see a light at the end of the tunnel with this. Even if it was somebody at the end with a flashlight, it was still a light at the end of the tunnel. And that also had the effect, I believe, of allowing us to set a measurable goal and an achievable goal, and had a significant impact on the morale of the people working on this project.
So Tony, I know you don't work in the treasurer's office, you work in IT, but do you happen to know, the property taxes can be paid twice a year, April and November, I think? So the first payments from these supplementals would be due in November?
So for these supplemental notices and for the bills associated to them, what we're expecting right now is the notices were sent April 14th and then Monday, so the 16th, split between. 30 days after that, the bills will be sent, so mid-May.
So for clarification, you're saying a letter was sent that's a notice, and then separately from that, there'll be something that's actually a bill?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, it's important to know that there are installments, so you'll have a first installment and second installment. I don't know the split between those today, but we will know that going forward as we get closer to these bills. So as these notices, we're going to have one batch of first installment bills that will be due prior to the end of fiscal year 22-23. And then the second installment will be likely due the first portion of 23-24.
Any further questions? Not? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I invite a motion for acceptance of the CEO's report.
I don't know that we need a motion.
It says here in the script. I'm just following the script.
I would suggest public comment, though.
Public comment. No public comment in the room. Is there public comment online? No, there isn't. So with that, we can move on to the next agenda item, which is the discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform, Executive Office.
This is Lillian Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board, through the Chair, if I may. This item was withdrawn.
Okay. Okay, now we're on to agenda item number 4I, which is Supervisors Reports regarding special board assignments, standing and ad hoc committees, and other items of general interest. Okay, so let's start from Supervisor Haschak's direction.
Yes, the General Government Standing Committee met on the 14th, a special meeting to go over the streamlining of the cannabis ordinance, and really it was focused on issues that were kind of the administrative functions and that were duplicative of the state functions. I think it was a very well-received meeting. There was good dialogue between the staff, the committee, and the public. It was very productive. And then we had a regular standing committee meeting on the 17th, that Monday. The main item was the cannabis department report. And with the new administration, people were feeling that progress was being made on a variety of fronts. And so we certainly have a lot of issues going on with the state and this dual track, but there was a general feeling that things were moving in the right direction. So I appreciate staff and everyone else working on that. And then the Great Redwood Trail Agency had a meeting on the 20th, last Thursday in Healdsburg, and we looked at the community outreach that were held in Fortuna and Willits, 2 meetings, and special attention needs to be made for people who live in the Eel River Canyon, large landowners along the trail who have many concerns, and also first responders who are concerned about, crime or, health hazard, emergency situations and how those are going to be dealt with. That's it.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I submitted my report in writing. I wanted to just comment on a couple of quick things. I participated in an Earth Day celebration volunteer work day on Saturday, and I just want to appreciate the City of Ukiah for organizing that. We cleaned up on the Great Redwood Trail. Also, the Mindo Waste Solid Management Authority has entered into a contract with Redwood Empire Solutions, the garbage hauler throughout the county and in the incorporated cities, to work with also the hauler in Willits and those transfer stations to get the household hazard waste programs rolling again. So there will be more to come on that.
Okay, I submitted a written report, so next we'll go on to Supervisor Williams.
I want the board and public to know that Supervisor Mulhern and I will be bringing a proposed action to the board to repeal Ordinance 4507. That's the Public Records Act ordinance. and we've asked for the soonest time available in scheduling.
Okay, Supervisor Turdy? Nothing? Well, there being no further action, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.